The human suffering caused by injustices rooted in this system represents what St. John Paul II, the founder of the academy where we are now, the Academy of Social Sciences, described quite accurately as a structure of sin. These structures arise not merely from the unjust actions of certain individuals, but from a deeply woven fabric of complicity, ensnaring countless lives in their grasp. The concept of structures of sin reflects Pope John Paul II's deep understanding of how sin transcends the personal realm to become embedded in social, economic, and political systems. In his exhortation, Reconciliatio e Penitentia, John Paul II described these structures, stating, sin in the proper sense is always a personal act, since it is an act of freedom on the part of an individual person, and not properly of a group or community. Hence, there is nothing so personal and untransferable to each individual as merit for virtue or responsibility for sin. And then later, in 1987, in his encyclical on development, Sollicitudo Rei Socialis, he added, structures of sin are always linked to the concrete acts of individuals who introduce these structures, consolidate them, and make them difficult to remove. And they grow stronger, spread, and become the source of other sins, and so influence other people's behavior. These structures emerge when personal sins, such as greed, pride, or selfishness, become institutionalized, shaping systems that exploit the vulnerable and undermine human dignity. We could say that tax havens stand as a stark symbol of what St. John Paul II called structures of sin. These havens are not merely legal loopholes. They are mechanisms that facilitate inequality and the silent exploitation of the most vulnerable, leading countless innocent lives to experience a real hell on earth. Tax havens represent a world where profit for the powerful is prioritized over dignity of human lives, undermining our sense of shared responsibility or justice. By enabling international corporations and the wealthy to hide vast sums of money, tax havens deprive nations, especially those in the global south, of the revenues desperately needed to build schools, fund hospitals, and provide infrastructure. While the privileged few accumulate unimaginable wealth, entire communities are denied the opportunity to thrive. This is not merely a failure of policy. It is a moral wound that festers within the heart of our world. Of course, tax havens are not the only problem in the international taxation system, but they represent one of its darkest manifestations. John Paul II emphasized the moral and spiritual dimensions of structures of sin, urging that they be understood not merely as technical or political problems, but as ethical challenges requiring our conversion. He called on individuals, communities, and nations to dismantle these systems, not only through structural reforms, but also through personal repentance and a renewed commitment to justice. I would like to conclude by encouraging each of us to rethink today's international taxation system so that this global structure of sin might become instead a structure favoring what Pope Francis would call political charity or political love, becoming instead a true sign of hope, as we said at the beginning, among the many signs of hope for which Pope Francis has called in his document, Spes non confundit, which launched the Jubilee year. Thank you very much for your attention. So now I'm very glad and honored to hand over the word to Cardinal Pietro Parolin, the Secretary of State. Thank you very much, Cardinal Parolin.
inviting me at this meeting, Sister Ellen Alford, Professor Joseph Stiglitz. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to be here with you, to greet all of you, and to make a few brief comments on the theme of today's conference, especially at the time when the international community is beginning to discuss the outcome of the fourth International Conference on Financing for Development, which will be held in Seville in June of this year. International taxation is of crucial importance in the global business environment, impacting the manner in which companies conduct business operations and make strategic decisions across national boundaries. However, it seems that the current model fuels inequalities both between and within countries. It is vital to acknowledge the pivotal role that tax collection together with public spending play in the economic well-being of any civil and political community. Their overarching objective should be to cultivate a public finance framework that is not only effective, but also serves as a catalyst for solidarity and development. A judiciously designed public finance system characterized by fairness, efficiency, and effectiveness has the potential to exert a transformative influence on the economic landscape. Such a system has the capacity to stimulate employment growth, foster entrepreneurial initiatives, and enhance the credibility of the state as a guarantor of both social protection systems and welfare. These are of paramount importance as they are designed to safeguard the interest of the most vulnerable members of society. St. Paul, in his letter to the Romans, insists that paying taxes is a civic duty, and I quote, "Pay all of them their dues, taxes to whom taxes are due, revenue to whom revenue is due, fear to whom fear is due, respect to who respect is due." Builds on the pronouncement of Jesus on the paying taxes, where he affirms that to Caesar must be given what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's, implicitly condemning every attempt at making temple and power divine or absolute. There are also several other episodes in the Holy Scripture where the collection of taxes is mentioned. The Bible does not denigrate money per se, but rather encourages its utilization in an appropriate manner, while cautioning against the evils of both financial bondage and the idolatrization of money. The effective use of financial resources is a complex undertaking necessitating a nuanced approach. It is thus what, when speaking of taxation, Pope Francis points out three principles which must serve as a valuable compass: legality, impartiality, and transparency. First of all, legality. Those who collect taxes are often perceived as enemies, a perception that can be transferred to those who enforce the law. However, taxation is a fundamental function, as it is a legal mechanism that is applied to all individuals and businesses. It serves a guarantee of equality, as it makes it possible to use the logic of interests to generate inequality. The importance of legality in taxation for social justice is paramount. Education and cultural change are necessary to achieve this. Taxation should promote the redistribution of wealth and protect the economically disadvantaged. When executed fairly, Taxation serves the common good. It is imperative that this culture is promoted to ensure the equitable distribution of goods. Secondly, impartiality. Within a societal framework that prioritizes private property over the collective good, taxation can be perceived as inequitable. This engenders the issue of tax evasion, exemplified by tax evaders or transnational businesses that demonstrate a tendency to identify loopholes in the legal system rather than contributing to the common good. There is an imperative to cultivate a craft of the common good, as honest consciences constitute society's authentic wealth. And third, transparency. There is a responsibility incumbent upon the governments to demonstrate transparency, not only in the collection of taxes, but also in the utilization of these funds. It is not sufficient to be vigilant in the fight against corruption. There is also a moral obligation to assist those most in need and to provide education and healthcare. Furthermore, wealthy nations are obligated to provide aid to developing nations. And with these few remarks, I thank you, all of you, and I wish all of you a fruitful day of discussion. Thank you.
So we're just going to let the Cardinal go because it was very good of him to come because he has to now go to another meeting.
Thank you.
So this is our first little section, which is over. Now, we're still waiting for the message from Pope Francis, so we will share it with you when it arrives. So we'll go straight now to a video message from the President of Brazil, from President Lula.
Meus amigos e minhas amigas, quero cumprimentar Sua Santidade Papa Francisco, o secretário-geral das Nações Unidas, Antônio Guterres, o presidente da Espanha, meu amigo Pedro Sánchez, e o senhor Thabo Beck, ex-presidente da África do Sul, e todos os participantes do encontro que acontece hoje na Pontifícia Academia das Ciências Sociais. O tema deste encontro, justiça e solidariedade, são centrais para o desenvolvimento econômico, inclusivo e sustentável. Isso é particularmente relevante no mundo que vivencia nos últimos anos retrocessos significativos. A paz se vê ameaçada em vários pontos do planeta. A democracia vive hoje seu momento mais crítico desde a Segunda Guerra Mundial. A desigualdade entre ricos e pobres aumentou de maneira expressiva. A riqueza dos bilionários aumentou 2 trilhões de dólares em 2024, 3 vezes mais rápido que em 2023. Enquanto isso, 60% da humanidade ainda enfrenta a pobreza. Os super ricos pagam proporcionalmente muito menos imposto do que a classe trabalhadora. Durante a presidência brasileira do G20, colocamos o combate às desigualdades, à fome e à pobreza no centro das discussões. Por isso, lançamos a Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza, que já nasceu com mais de 90 países entre seus membros. Ontem, realizou a primeira reunião do Conselho de Diretores aí em Roma, na sede do Fundo Internacional de Desenvolvimento Agrícola da ONU. Também no G20, aprovamos uma declaração inédita dos ministros da Fazenda e presidentes dos bancos centrais sobre a cooperação internacional para a tributação. E o Brasil tem investido no tema da cooperação internacional para desenvolver padrões mínimos de tributação global, fortalecendo as iniciativas existentes, incluindo os bilionários. Estamos atuando ativamente na construção da Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas para a Cooperação Tributária Internacional. No plano interno, estamos concretizando uma reforma tributária progressiva. Queremos colocar os pobres no orçamento e os ricos no imposto de renda. Com a presidência dos BRICS, da COP30 neste ano, o Brasil quer propor uma nova arquitetura de financiamento climático. Precisamos aumentar os recursos para a implementação da Agenda 2030 e do Acordo de Paris. A Conferência para Financiamento de Desenvolvimento da ONU, na Espanha, em julho, será o momento para reforçarmos essa agenda. Em 2025, temos a oportunidade de criar soluções concretas e duradouras para uma governança mais inclusiva, justa e sustentável. Bom encontro a todos e muito obrigado.
Well, that was great to get us going, I think. I should also give you the apologies from Cardinal Turkson, who I saw yesterday and who was really not well at all. So I think he just hasn't been able to come today. He would definitely want to apologize for that to you. Okay, so now we'll go to the video of the Prime Minister of Spain, the friend of the President of Brazil.
Holy Father, Excellencies, distinguished guests, as we look forward to the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville next June, we must ensure that sufficient resources are mobilized at scale, both domestically and globally, to achieve the 2030 Agenda on time. Progress in international tax cooperation will be essential for that purpose. However, we are facing an unprecedented challenges. Some seek to unravel hard-won agreements, weaken multilateralism, and shield the wealthiest and the largest companies from contributing their fair share. This is why events like this one are so timely and necessary. Today, I want to highlight 3 urgent priorities. First, we must build on last year's breakthrough on effectively taxing the super-rich. Under Brazil's G20 presidency, we achieved a milestone by bringing the issue to the global stage. The growing disparity between the richest and the rest of society is not just an economic problem, it is a moral one. If billionaires pay proportionally less in tax than regular people, public trust erodes and inequality deepens. Despite the difficulties, we cannot let this agenda fade. Second, we must engage constructively in negotiations for a UN Convention on International Tax Cooperation. The absence of actors should not deter us from advancing a system that benefits all. We must work on a framework that is inclusive, ambitious, and that builds upon our achievements in recent years. And third, we must ensure that corporate giants, regardless of their home country, pay taxes where they generate profits. The OECD G22 pillar solution must be ensured and implemented. If we retreat now, we send a danger signal that the world's biggest companies can dictate their own tax rules. The stakes could not be higher. Inequality is deepening, trust in institutions is eroding, and without fair taxation, we will never have the resources to fight poverty or climate change. Tax justice is not just a policy choice. It is about upholding the principles of justice and solidarity that underpin our societies. The question before us is simple. Do we govern global taxation or do we let the wealthiest few govern us? Thank you for convening this important dialogue. I hope it leads to meaningful progress.
So now we'll move to a message from the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, which will be presented to us by the Ambassador of South Africa to the Italian Republic, Nosifo Jezile. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
His Holiness Pope Francis, Their Eminences, Cardinal Parolini, Secretary of State, Sister Helen Alford, President Emeritus Thabo Mbeki, the Honorable Aminata Traoré, former Prime Minister of Senegal, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Heads of Government, former Heads of States, esteemed guests, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and privilege to speak to this preeminent gathering on behalf of His Excellency President Ramaphosa, who unfortunately could not be able to attend this gathering. He extends his greetings and well wishes for a productive conference. The Holy See, as a moral beacon, has, through its diplomatic advocacy and agency, lent its voice to a key moral issue on ensuring tax justice globally. Africa and South Africa is heartened by the commitment of the Holy Father to place on the agenda of world leaders during this year of Jubilee the matter of debt relief, ecological debt, taxes on exploitative business practices, and fairness in the global financial system. The topic under discussion is vital to the dire need for ensuring climate justice, a more equal and equitable world that is equipped to tackle the global crisis that manifests in deepening global inequality. This inequality has severe ramifications, and it is evident, for example, in Africa, with the continent increasingly under debt pressure and diminishing revenues, despite Africa's inherent natural resource endowments from either precious metals and minerals. Africa's wealth also extends to vast land resources and a youthful population, which indeed is in need of opportunities. Under the South African G20 presidency this year, His Excellency the President has also announced that debt sustainability for low-income countries will become one of the key focus areas. It was therefore critical for South Africa to build on the previous G20 presidencies and ensure that the global agenda of the South and the North can better synergize to maximize our resource wealth for a more just, equitable, and a better world order. South Africa's G20 theme, solidarity, equality, sustainability, has its roots in the original G20 mandate of promoting strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth. South Africa is therefore determined to see this through during its presidency in 2025, to practically realize the global need to leave no one behind. It is therefore our hope that the Bishops' Conference to take place before the G20 Leaders Summit will continue to reinforce the messages to build the momentum on the topic of taxation for social justice. South Africa's G20 presidency recognizes the centrality of advancing initiatives to increase fair and equitable financing for development, including scaling up of the financing from the multilateral development banks, taking forward global financial architecture reforms, improving the preparedness for pandemics, anticipatory actions for climate change resilience, and achieving fair international taxation regimes, including taxation of the super rich. Illicit financial flows and the base erosion and profit shifting significantly undermines the tax bases through the exploitation of tax rules by multinational corporations to shift profits to low tax jurisdictions and deplete resources essential for sustainable development and public services. In January 2025, President Cyril Ramaphosa signed into law the Global Minimum Tax Act, effectively requiring multinational companies headquartered in South Africa to pay a minimum of 15% tax of their earnings. This bold act represents the implementation of a much bigger global initiative whereby nearly 140 countries have agreed to implement a tax of at least 15%. The idea behind this legislation is to help prevent countries from competing to provide multinationals with the lowest tax rate and mitigating against the risks of base erosion and profit shifting. In February this year, United Nations member states began negotiating a convention on the international tax cooperation to replace the current framework that deprives governments of billions in revenue and undermines their capacity to deliver to their populations key services and programs ranging from the Sustainable Development Initiatives to democratic dividends to human rights. The treaty process initiated in 2022 mainly by the African countries who are significantly deprived under the current tax system, and the contribution of President Emeritus Mbeki under the banner of the African Union deserves an acknowledgement. One of the 110 countries voted in favor of the terms of reference last year, August 2024, reflecting a broad support for changing a system that costs governments nearly $500 billion annually in revenue due to tax abuse and avoidance. Developing countries largely support the UN treaty, but some industrialized nations have expressed reservations, as reflected in the vote held recently during the UN ad hoc committee meeting. A total of 110 member states voted in favor of the terms of reference for a new treaty, with 44 abstentions and 8 nations voting against it. Hope to work with these countries to understand their concerns, to spare no effort, and reach a point where the treaty, with its progressive and noble objectives, can be supported by all. It must be noted that the General Assembly on 27th July 2015 on the Addis Ababa Action Agenda of the Third International Conference on Financing for Development and the UN Resolution 77/244 of the 30th December 2022 and 78/230 of the 22nd December 2023 on the promotion of inclusive and effective international taxation cooperation of the United Nations provide a useful basis for our discussions. Similarly, the upcoming 4th International Conference on Financing for Development that is going to take place on the 30th of June to 3rd July in Spain will provide a vital platform for moving towards common understanding on the issue of global tax cooperation, as well as other interrelated issues, not least the mobilization of financing to pursue a just development, especially in conflict-riddled world. As South Africa, we continue to advance the vision of a better South Africa, a better Africa, and a better world. And therefore, the need for global tax justice is a vital pillar in realizing this vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We've had 3 very important messages from leaders, national leaders. So now we're going to turn to a message from the Secretary General of United Nations, Antonio Guterres, that will be brought to us by the Under Secretary General, who is here behind me here, Li Jinhua. Thank you very much.
Thank you. His Holiness, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues. On behalf of the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, I'm honored to deliver his message to today's discussion as follows. The promise to deliver sustainable development goals is slipping away, in large part due to the lack of the finance. Taxation is vital to closing not only the finance gap, but also the justice and solidarity gap. Yet countries struggle to mobilize resources. The situation requires a global response. And we are seeing the progress from G20 commitments to negotiations on a United Nations Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. These efforts are a vital chance to create a framework anchored in inclusivity, essential for legitimacy and efficacy that supports sustainable development. The Pact for the Future also includes a commitment to continued constructive engagement in the process, and to explore the options for international cooperation on taxation of the super rich. I urge all countries to keep driving this forward. Together, let us build a tax system with justice, solidarity, and inclusivity at their heart. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, please also allow me to say a few words on behalf of the United Nations Department for Economic and Social Affairs, which provides the support to the Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development and also UN Tax Convention process. We meet at a time when the world is grappling with cascading and interlinked challenges, including the unprecedented inequalities, systemic human rights violations, and an escalating climate crisis, just to name a few. One of the most pressing issues is the urgent need for fair and effective international taxation reform. We continue to witness staggering disparities, while the multilateral corporations and the wealthy individuals are exploiting the loopholes to evade taxes, depriving the countries of the essential resources for sustainable development. Illicit financial flows cost the developing economies hundreds of billions of dollars annually. Those funds are desperately needed for essential public services like education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Taxation is not an end in itself. It is the means to advance social economic transformation. Inclusive and effective tax cooperation is in the interest of all countries and stakeholders. Only a fully inclusive international tax system will be legitimate and effective. It must strengthen the domestic resource mobilization, enabling all countries to implement SDG-aligned policies. Fair taxation is a fundamental pillar to economic justice, ensuring everyone contributes their fair share and allowing governments to fulfill commitments to all people. At the heart of our work, we must also prioritize the fundamental human rights. True development is measured not just by economic growth, but by how effectively it upholds and advances the dignity and the well-being of all people. We must also focus on our planet, the only home that we share. The undeniable climate crisis demands our immediate, decisive, and joint action. To build a sustainable future, we must have a rapid and fair transition to renewable energy, upholding the climate justice principles, and ensuring that we leave no one behind in the green economy transition. The way forward requires international cooperation, solidarity, political goodwill, and a strong commitment to shared progress. Our choices and actions today will shape the future for generations to come. Let us unite to create a more equitable and sustainable world, a better future for all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to the Under-Secretary General of the UN there for that very important presentation. And now we will conclude with two very interesting, I think, and very important presentations. The first one coming from His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, who is chair of the High Panel on Illicit Financial Flows from Africa and former president, of course, of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President. And our chairperson, His Holiness Pope Francis, President Inácio Lula da Silva, and Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez in their absence, and the Right Honorable and High Representative Amina Touré next to me here, and the Under-Secretary General of the UN, Lin Junhua, President Ramaphosa, and distinguished guests, respected members of civil society organizations, academia, and international organizations. I'm indeed honored to join this eminent gathering of global leaders, thinkers, to this profound, it did go off. to discuss a subject of profound importance, tax justice and its role in creating a fairer, more sustainable and inclusive world. And I extend my sincere gratitude to His Holiness Pope Francis and the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences, as well as the Independent Commission for the Reform of International Corporate Taxation, for convening us under the shared values of justice and solidarity. The preamble of the UN Declaration Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development says, we recognize that eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions, including extreme poverty, a challenge and an indispensable requirement for sustainable development. It says all countries and all stakeholders acting in collaborative partnership will implement this plan. We are resolved to free the human race from the tyranny of poverty and want, and to heal and secure our planet. And as we embark on this collective journey, we pledge that no one will be left behind, unquote. In 2015, the African Union heads of state and government adopted two important strategic frameworks for inclusive growth and sustainable development. These were Africa's own Agenda 2063 and the UN Agenda 2030 for sustainable development. And naturally, the discussion about Africa's own framework for achieving sustainable development, Agenda 2063, fed into the continent's input into the discussions about Agenda 2030. We can therefore imagine the joy in Africa when Agenda 2030 committed all humanity to the objective that in the pursuit of the sustainable development goals up to the year 2030, nobody would be left behind. Agenda 23 itself had said that by 2063, the African countries will be among the best performers in global quality of life measures. And 2063 may be some distance away. However, in the context of the global pledge to leave nobody behind, 2030 is only 5 years away. And where are we with regard to Africa in this context? The various documents produced by the African Union, the African Development Bank, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, the UNDP, and others, they say in the area that the number of SDG targets that require acceleration or reversal in Africa exceeds those that are on course. Africa is on track to reach only less than three of the 32 targets set for the 5 goals of ending poverty, eliminating hunger, combating climate change, promoting peaceful societies, and strengthening global partnerships, which means that less than 6% of the 32 measurable SDG targets are on target to be achieved by 2030. Africa accounts for more than half of the people living in poverty worldwide. And 70% of the world's extremely poor children are concentrated in Africa, making extreme poverty increasingly an African phenomenon. And as of April 2024, 20 out of the 38 low-income countries in Africa were either in debt distress or at high risk of distress. And several African countries face heightened rollover risks for their sovereign debts. And this heavy debt burden has impeded Africa's government's capacities to finance health, education, sustainable infrastructure, and the energy transition, among others. And to reverse the negative trajectory concerning the SDGs, Africa requires financing of about $1.6 trillion annually through 2030. And everything I've said, Madam President, makes the unequivocal statement that contrary to the solemn pledge made by the global community in 2015, Africa has been and is being left behind. question arises naturally, whence will we acquire the resources radically to change this, referring especially to the $1.6 trillion a year until 2030 that we've mentioned. The Agenda 2063 development program we have mentioned of Africa says that one of the important objectives is to strengthen domestic resource mobilization, build continental capital markets and financial institutions, and reverse the illicit flows of capital from the continent in order, among others, to enhance domestic savings, eliminate all forms of illicit outflows, and double the contribution of African capital markets in development financing. All this is very correct and relevant in the context of Africa's development, but for our purposes today, I'll comment only on the matter of what Agenda 2063 referred to as reversing the illicit flows of capital from the continent. And the latest estimate of these IFFs from Africa says that the continent is losing $88.6 billion annually. In 2012, the African Union and the UN Economic Commission for Africa established a high-level panel on these illicit flows. And that report was accepted by heads of state in 2015. We found that organized criminal activity accounts for 30% of the IFFs from Africa. 5 are related to corruption. And we established that 65% of the IFFs are tax-related, deriving from the activities of commercial enterprises. Obviously, we then paid a lot of attention to what each African state must do to combat the illicit financial outflows. However, it was equally obvious that such combating of IFFs required international cooperation, as the outflows from Africa ended up in other jurisdictions in the world, including the tax havens. We had actively encouraged and were therefore very pleased with the adoption by the UN General Assembly of the resolution which authorized negotiations towards the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. We were also greatly encouraged when the G20, meeting in Brazil last year, as President Lula just said, agreed on measures relating to ultra-high net worth individuals to ensure that these also contribute their fair share of taxes. In 2023, the South Center commented on an outcome statement made in July of that year by 138 member jurisdictions of the OECD G20 Inclusive Framework, that's a two-pillar solution, and said, and I quote, it highlighted the inclusion of rules that have the practical effect of reducing the tax payable to developing countries under Amount 1, Amount A, the limitations of Pillar 2, and other key aspects of the OECD proposed rules that require attention by developing countries before they decide to be tied up by such rules, unquote. I mention this, Madam Chairperson, because it emphasizes the importance of this eminent gathering, whose outcomes will justify why all of us have joined His Holiness Pope Francis to reflect on the critically important matter of tax justice and solidarity towards an inclusive and sustainable common home. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, former President of South Africa. That's for that very important, valuable contribution. And we now turn to the Right Honorable Aminata Touré, High Representative of the Senegalese Presidency and former Prime Minister of Senegal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Your Holiness Pope Francis, Your Excellency President Thabo Mbeki, former President of South Africa, Mr. United Nations Under Secretary General Lee Juanoa, Madam Chairperson, distinguished participants. As we are invited to discuss on the role of taxation of multinational corporations and the super rich in reducing inequality, combating climate change, and financing sustainable development, I would like to bring here the voice of African women and young people. I'm very pleased to press my point here in the holy city of Vatican, as this meeting honors the tradition of dedication of the Catholic Church for the poor. As the scriptures say in Isaiah 58:5-7, true worship is to work for justice and care for the people, the poor and the oppressed. This is an opportunity to salute the recent stand of the Holiness Pope Francis on the situation of migrants in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, Sub-Saharan Africa continued to dominate the list of poorest countries, despite the resilience of its people who suffer from the worst brutality of mankind through slavery and colonization. Actually, Africa existing and thriving despite all historical odds is a great victory. African countries are the most affected by tax evasion, both domestic and internationally. We lose crucial income that could be used to finance our development, reduce poverty, and improve the living condition of our people. According to the UN Trade and Development UNTAC reports of 2020, the amount lost annually by Africa through illicit financial flows, much of it due to tax evasion, were thought to exceed $89 billion in 2020, or 3.7% of the continent's gross domestic product. This contributes to African countries facing limited fiscal space and increased debt burden, hindering their ability to invest in social services, thus threatening progress toward meeting the SDGs and exacerbating inequalities. This is a serious human rights implication. This has serious human rights implications. Over the last decade, poverty has declined in Africa, but remained high, using the poverty line of $1.9 per day. Africa's extreme poverty rates has recently estimated to be about 25.5%. This rate is 3.8 times higher than the average of the rest of the world. One of the key factors contributing to poverty in Africa is economic instability, high rates of unemployment, income inequalities, and economic policies that sometimes fail to prioritize the needs of the most vulnerable citizens. For instance, in sub-Saharan Africa, youth employment rates are staggeringly high. This makes it difficult for young people to secure a stable livelihood. Income inequalities add to the issue, with an extremely uneven distribution of wealth, leaving many struggling to meet even their most basic household needs. This issue of economic disparity not only affects individual families, but spread throughout entire community, preventing progress and development, and sometimes triggering even conflict. The feminization of poverty in Africa is not only a consequence of lack of incomes, but it's also the result of deprivation of opportunities and gender-based presence in both society and government. Women's increasing share of poverty is related to the rising incidence of lone mother households. Women in poverty have reduced access to healthcare, services, and resources. Yet the education of women and children, especially girls, can create greater opportunity for women to lift themselves out of poverty and increase their social position. Women's jobs are more likely than men's to be a form of informal employment, which takes place in small and registered enterprises and is not protected by government regulation. This is to say that Africa has been depleted for so long of so much of its wealth and resources is still suffering from the ongoing tax injustice, and this is a fundamental moral issue. The freedom of capital movement by multinational corporations, financial firms, and asset owners has become an increasingly relevant feature of the global economy. However, the free movement of capital and the opportunity for the geographical dispersion of firms has created fundamental challenge for tax authorities. Additionally, tax haven, ultra-low tax regime, and lack of administrative coordination between tax jurisdictions facilitate capital flight and loss of vital tax revenue, in particular due to profit shifting by multinational companies and tax avoidance by high net worth individuals. A major problem of the global tax system is indeed that a large amount of profit is shifted to tax haven. Actually, an estimate of 1 trillion in 2022. This is the equivalent of 35% of all the profit booked by multinational companies outside of their headquarters countries, mostly in Africa, when it comes to minerals. We hope that the fourth International Conference on Financing for Development and the Second World Summit for Social Development will mark a pivotal moment in our global commitment to sustain and an inclusive development. It is my hope that on those important occasions, common sense will prevail. Yes, common sense is what we are very much longing for these days. World leaders must understand that tax cooperation is not just an economic issue. It's a matter of justice and a matter of human rights. It is my hope that we will all agree that the richest individual and corporation will pay their fair share through higher taxes on wealth, inheritance, and capital gain. It is also my hope that the principle of unitary taxation and formulary apportionment of all large multinational companies' profit across different jurisdictions, such as at least 25 global effective minimum tax on the profit of these multinationals. The proposal of a minimum tax on the super rich and the very rich, and even the rich, could also be negotiated as one of the early protocol of the UN Convention, hopefully after an agreement in the G20. This should be complemented by the commitment of all countries to adopt the taxation of wealth, inheritance, and appropriate taxation of capital gains as complements to a taxation income. These should be seen as leading policies to tackle world inequalities. To move forward, political will is essential. Without political will, reform proposal will remain just words and if they do not translate into concrete action. We must demand political will to put an end to impunity of tax evader and build a fairer global tax system. By prioritizing tax cooperation, countries have the opportunity to invest in the well-being of their citizens. Such investment will drive national development and enhance opportunities for people to lead better lives. Citizens have also a critical role in the fight for tax justice. They can demand transparency from their leaders, join organizations working for tax justice, and participate in awareness campaigns. Citizens' pressure is essential to generate the political will necessary to achieve a fairer and more equal world. Civil society organizations, like many of those gathered here today, play a fundamental role in denouncing tax evasion and promoting tax justice. They are central in advocating for transparency and holding both corporation and government accountable. As President Mbeki said, 5.5 to 6 trillion are needed from now to 2030 to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This translates to between 1,180 and 1,380 per person each year. This is doable. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the right time for the inception, to my view, of a global fund to definitely eradicate poverty worldwide. This fund could be fed with international taxation revenues and countries' contribution. African Union theme of this year is justice for African and people of African descent through reparation, which echo the debates we are having today and bring us to the scriptures. Isaiah 1:17. Learn to do good, seek justice, correct oppression, bring justice to fatherless, and please the widow's cause. Thanks to you again for the opportunity of discussing these important issues and to continue working together to obtain our shared goal for the well-being and peace of the people of this world. Thank you.
Well, with this wonderful presentation of the Right Honorable Aminata Touré, we finish this first session. Usually a session like this is very formal and sometimes a little bit boring, you know. But I think this session has been marked by real motivation. There's a real kind of energy in the room as a result of these presentations, which is wonderful to see these people with so many other things to do, so motivated by this issue. So I'm very happy now to hand over to Martin Guzman, a member of our academy, who has been a crucial figure in putting together this meeting. Thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you very much, Sister Helen, and thank you for all the work you're doing at the Academy. We really appreciate it. So this is session one. Actually, the session one was a previous one, but this is we mean to introduce the main discussions of the day, and we will address a number of key questions like what are the main challenges of today's global inequality, where does inequality come from, what are the major trends, how taxes reinforce and reproduce inequalities, both at the global and at domestic levels, what is the relationship of inequality with international taxation, and how inequality and tax unfairness put our democracies at risk. So we will have 5 lead speakers. Each lead speaker will have 6 to 7 minutes, and then we will open a discussion among all the participants. So let me begin with Joe Stiglitz. You all know Professor Joseph Stiglitz, and besides the enormous contributions he has made to the economics field, for decades he's been actively pushing for transformation, for change for the good. And he founded ICRIC and is a co-chair of ICRIC. I mean, he's also a member of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. So, Joe, you have the floor.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And I agreed with Helen, how inspiring all the comments were, and let me thank you for those. And I'm going to take off on several of the points that were already made. I hope it's not too repetitious, but then make a couple more. The first thing that was already highlighted is that the issues that we're talking about, fair taxation, inequality, are not just a matter of economic efficiency, but they are a matter of economic efficiency. But there are issues of morality. That's why it's so appropriate for us to be discussing them here. And I think I welcome the role of the Pope in providing moral authority in a world where some of our leadership is going in exactly the opposite direction. And I'll make some more comments on that later. But it's also a question of our society is not paying their fair share of taxes. It undermines social solidarity, the trust in our institutions, the trust in our system. And so it really is at the core of the functioning of our economy, our politics, and our society. The second point I want to make, say it was raised, but I just want to reemphasize, is that the opportunities for tax avoidance have really been opened up as a result of globalization. We all talk about the benefits of globalization, but there have been some real costs. Tax havens, the ability to move money freely from one place to another. 100 years ago, a little more than that, when the transfer price system for taxation of multinationals was first introduced, the opportunities for tax avoidance were nowhere near of the magnitude that they are today. And the system that was created then is not fit for purpose for the 21st century. That's the reality that we have to face. And that means we have to change the global tax architecture. And it can't be done outside a global forum. And that's why the failure of the OECD initiative, it had some important aspects to it. The global minimum tax, too low, too many exceptions, important idea, but it was not the right venue. One needs a global venue, and we have created a global venue called the UN, and we ought to use it. And the critique that it's one nation, one vote can't get us to the right solution is absolutely wrong. In the negotiations, people are aware of the differences in economic power. It is still the case that while it's one country, one vote, some countries have more weight in those negotiations. And so it is important that these discussions go on at the UN. I might parenthetically make the observation, all of us have been concerned, I think, about what is happening in the United States, including the withdrawal from the United States from the discussions going on in the tax convention. I think that's probably a good thing. I mean that in the following sense. What has happened in the past with U.S. negotiations is that they negotiate very hard on behalf of the multinationals, the tech giants. And then they force compromise. Everybody is nice in this world, and they compromise, and they compromise. They water down the agreement. You get a weaker and weaker agreement. And then the United States refuses to sign or to ratify. So they get the rest of the world to adopt a weak agreement, and then they don't participate. So now it's out in the open. The United States is not going to negotiate. The rest of the world has to work together to negotiate an agreement, recognizing the reality that the largest country in the world is not participating. It's actually not the largest in PPP. China is now the largest in PPP, but that's a footnote. But it's still only 20% of global GDP. 80% of the world can get together, knowing that there'll have to be some adjustments because the United States is not there. So I think this is the framework that we ought to be thinking today about where we're going. And think it's the framework that ought to be part of the international negotiations. The topic I was specifically asked to discuss is the origins of the inequalities that we are all concerned about. Now, part of the failure to have a progressive tax system amplifies pre-existing inequalities. The wealthy figure out how not to pay taxes, so their wealth accumulates. They invest in tax avoidance, lobbying, and the result of that is the lack of progressivity allows the wealth of the wealthy to grow exponentially or super exponentially, increasing inequality. Let me put it in a broader way. Many of you know about the basic idea of Adam Smith's invisible hand. The pursuit of self-interest leads as if by an invisible hand to the well-being of society. Firms have an incentive to produce better products at lower costs. That is part of the incentives, but it's only part. Firms make more profits easier by figuring out how to exploit, to create market power, to take advantage of people's vulnerabilities. So that's a second way that's not so positive as the first way. And there's still a third way, which is avoiding paying taxes. Take advantage of the educated people that the government is providing. Take advantage of the infrastructure. Take advantage of the rule of law when it's convenient, but don't contribute. And that is the way we have it today. So we have to recognize that unfettered market incentives are not just aimed at creating better products that make our lives better. They are aimed at avoiding taxes and exploitation. And when I say exploitation, there's a long history of exploitation and a legacy of that history. It was mentioned the legacy of slavery. They made money by getting cheap labor without any cost. And, that's not competitive markets. That's power. And anybody that believes, you look at the history of the wealth in the United States, it's slavery and what was called the China trade. Do you know what the China trade was about? Opium. And the West went to war with China to demand that China be opening its doors to purchasing opium that was a source of market power, a source of money for the West. My own university, Columbia University, the major library, Low Library, where did they make their money? From the China trade, which today we would say is the narco trade. We wouldn't celebrate it quite the same, but they invented names to make it seem as if it was just normal trade. But the inequalities, the forms of inequalities that are created by the abuses of market power, not only related to monopolies that we see in the tech giants today, and we've seen in monopolies throughout the history, but also in the exploitation of natural resources that the wealth of countries like in sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America are obtained at a fraction of the value. The value of those resources don't go to the people who own those resources, which are the people of the country. We have a global trade regime part of globalization, which has preserved neocolonial patterns of trade. So developing countries are still producing the low value added primary products. And it's because of deliberate structures that try to keep the developing countries producing those products. And more recently, we have investment agreements, the nature of which is to inhibit the ability of developing countries not only to impose taxes, but to regulate, including regulations that we need to protect the health and well-being of our citizens and the citizens of those countries, but also the environment, becoming a major impediment to climate regulation. And finally, I want to reiterate the importance of the illicit flows that President Mbeki has already emphasized, the magnitude of those flows. And to me, symbolic of that is what happened just a few days ago when President Trump announced that he was not going to enforce the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. That bribery was now going to be legal. For those of us who have fought this issue for years, when I represented the United States of the OECD, that was one of the issues that we fought. Some countries were then allowing tax deductions for bribes. The government was in fact paying de facto half the cost of the bribe. And now we have the President of the United States saying bribery is okay. It's going to be great for American business, he said. Now, the next session is going to talk about some of the remedies for this, some of the policies, and in some ways they flow from the analysis of the sources of inequality. But I want to suggest something that may be a little bit aggressive, but I think a meeting like this with academias, representatives of civil society is a place where we ought to be thinking about new ideas. The idea is a very simple one, that the international architecture, trade architecture, allows for countervailing duties when countries have a subsidy. If one country subsidizes a product, then other countries can respond with a countervailing duty. I think the idea of the countervailing duty ought to be expanded to say that if you allow bribery, that is a subsidy to your companies. And that will respond with a countervailing duty to the countries that condone bribery. That if you don't do anything about climate change, that's a subsidy. And that those countries that are engaged in not dealing with climate change face an extra tax. The international community has recognized that it is important for the rich countries to help the poor. There were a commitment of 0.7% of GDP. Countries haven't lived up to that, but there was that commitment. And it was a commitment based on social justice and how we are going to get the international community to work together. Countries that don't meet that obligation should face an additional tax. If it doesn't collect, if the US government isn't going to collect the tax, then the countries where the firm is operating ought to be collecting the tax. So if US disbands its USAID program, causing an enormous amount of suffering all over the world without any notice. I mean, it's, abuse of human rights in a basic way. The rest of the world should respond and say, well, we'll tax your multinationals to get the revenue to maintain US aid. So I think that we have to think of ways to respond creatively to what is a dysfunctional government in the United States. Finally, and I hope this will come up later, the idea of one of the aspects of the Pillar 1 of the OECD that was particularly objectionable in my mind was the prohibition against digital taxes. Digital taxes are going to be the taxes of the future as the world becomes more digitalized. So we ought to begin with an open discussion of digital taxes. It's part of the principle of taxation should occur where economic activity occurs. And economic activity in a digital world occurs where the services are provided, where the customers are, not only where the digital giants make their money or hide their money. So digital taxation should be a primary form of taxation going forward. All right, so let me stop there.
Thank you, Joe. So next, we have Jayati Ghosh, also a co-chair of ICRIT and also a great global fighter on very important themes. So Jayati, thank you for all you're doing, and the floor is yours.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me? You know, it is such a pleasure and privilege to be here, and it's also really wonderful that the Vatican and the PAS are actually organizing this event. I can't tell you how important I think this could be as a major turning point in the global discussion as well. But I'm sure you'll all agree it's a joy, but also a real challenge to follow Professor Stiglitz. And so you will excuse me if what I'm saying is really just in the nature of footnotes to what has already been said. We've had a lot of really great wisdom this morning in the opening session and as well as just now. So I'm just going to add a few little things. I mean, as I said, really annotating some of the excellent points that Joe has already made. Not yet thinking about the new one that you've just added, Joe, into this. But I want to emphasize the point that, you know, inequality, we were asked to talk about the causes of inequality. It's not something that just happens because of the economic system. It is very much a creation of the states. It results from state policy. Historical inequality has resulted from the way governments have behaved and enabled all kinds of exploitation of resources and various other things that already have been mentioned. But current inequality is also completely the result of state actions. And let's face it, globalization itself is the result of state actions. We now see how the opposite movement also can be affected by state actions. But I think what's important to remember is that what is done by states or human action can also be undone by human action. And it can be undone in the wrong ways, as we are seeing in some countries today. But it can also be done in better ways. And I think our job now is to think of the progressive direction in which we can actually undo some of the massive inequalities that have already occurred. Everyone knows, I think, in this room, and certainly we've had excellent expositions of how inequality plays out, what it does to our economies. And if I could just add from my own country, India, I have to confess, I really feel a sense of déjà vu when I watch what is happening in the United States today, because we have seen this happen in our own country for the past 6 years, particularly, well, certainly over the past decade. And I think this is something that some rulers in the world learn from one another. They pick up some of the things that are done to encourage autocratic rule and oligarchic rule, and they learn the techniques and the ways in which the systems can be used and exploited. And what we have to realize is that while here we are very fortunate to have some progressive and wise and forward-thinking leaders, Many of our leaders are not. And we cannot always rely on our governments or even on the way the politics plays out in our own countries to actually do something about those inequalities. And that's because inequality has a tremendous capacity, this is something that Joe also mentioned, to actually reinforce itself. That economic inequalities enable much greater political power and access, and that power then ensures regulatory practices. I won't say it's deregulation, it is regulation designed to favor large capitalists or the rich, that further enrich those who are already rich and further impoverish those who are already impoverished. And that is true nationally and globally. So this is a kind of system that can continue and get worse and worse. It's remarkable that, I mean, Thomas Piketty wrote that book, when was it? And since then, you know, on inequality, and since then inequality has zoomed. So we have to actually be thinking of the ways to combat it, recognizing that it is a creation of human agency, and it is therefore human agency that also destroys it. Now, I think many of the issues that we're going to be discussing later are already, you know, in much more detail in terms of the progressive taxation of multinationals, of the just taxation of the extreme wealthy. These are all, I think, things that are available. They're really low-hanging fruit. They're quite doable if there was sufficient political will, as I think Honorable Aminata Toure has already mentioned. The trouble is that it's not something that is going to happen without massive pressure. And again, this is something that was being made, this point that you need the public pressure. And I think what this particular meeting today can do is begin to create the grounds for much wider public pressure for this, because many of the changes that we can see can happen are really quite easy from a technical point of view. We now have much more information. We have much more sharing on knowledge available about financial assets held in different countries. We need to expand that, of course. We know the things we require to stop illicit financial flows, the kinds of information and so on. And so it's not, if you like, the lack of technical availability of data necessarily that is stopping us. It is the political will. And that political will cannot come, I mean, I think Sister Helen put it beautifully when she said that, you know, solidarity it changes the world. But, you know, it's not just government solidarity. It has to be people's solidarity. What we have to generate is solidarity of peoples across the world to create the pressure for our governments to go to the UN and make the right decisions, to do the right things in those negotiations. We have to have such public pressure that even the nastiest of governments will feel impelled for their own legitimacy to actually take the right positions on these matters of tax justice. I think there is, fortunately, I do believe that this time of extreme challenge, and I mean, we can't kid ourselves, it's a time of really extreme challenge globally for multilateralism and also for how different countries respond. I think right now there is a period of confusion and disarray because nobody quite knows what's coming next and how people will behave in different times. But I think this is also an opportunity, and especially if we don't think of next week or next month, but we think of the medium term. This is an opportunity really to regroup, to reconsider, to be more imaginative, to think of issue-based coalitions and alliances, and really to use an essential ethical principle, which is also, as we said, it's not just ethical, it's also because it's giving us social and political systems that are dysfunctional, that are completely you know, beyond what any minimum social cohesion would require. This is a moment when we can actually do these things. So I think we really should not be so disheartened at the kinds of things we feel are being thrust on us from all directions, and particularly from one direction at this moment. We have to actually say, this is an opportunity for us to find allies where we didn't think we had allies, to think of the things that we have in common that we can actually work together for, and to create a global alliance of peoples, to force all our governments to work for tax justice, which I think is also an essential prerequisite for any kind of economic justice. So let me just stop here, thanks.
Thank you, Gigiati. So our next lead speaker is Gerasimos Thomas, Director General for Taxation and Customs Union, the European Commission.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Delighted to be here and honored to be here after all these important speakers. I will try to add a bit of a European perspective. I will not try to repeat some of the issues that were raised, with whom I agree, but to add some other aspects. So first of all, we are discussing here about taxation and the way to organize taxation, but we have to keep in mind that this is just merely a tool in a wider, box of measures that we need to address inequalities and disparities. I think we need to zoom out and see that we can only do certain things with taxation. Then I want to give some aspects of the European experience. We have in Europe a lower level of inequality compared to, let's say, to the US or Japan. We have a Gini coefficient of 29% compared to 41% in the US or 33% in Japan, let's say more developed economies. And one of the reasons that we have this different, let's say, performance in terms of inequality is that we have a very solid transition of welfare state and redistributive policies. So part of the, let's say, solution, I will talk about taxation, but part of the solution is how we spend the revenue that we collect. And I think this is important. In Europe and around the world, that we see that there are a number of debates and models around progressive taxation. But if we just look within Europe, we can see that we have, just to demonstrate the point of diversity, we have countries with a progressive, let's say, tax systems that have high inequality. So if I take France and Germany, that they have progressive income tax systems, they have worse Gini coefficient, let's say, results than some of our Eastern European countries that have a more of a flat tax system. So I think we need really to look at the complexity and look at how things are combined together. Now, we also discussed, and earlier speakers discussed the OECD process, the UN process, which are very important, and Europe has played a leading role. We played a leading role in, for example, in the OECD Global Tax Agreement. We were one of the first jurisdictions by which we implemented legally, and it is law now on the Pillar 2 agreement, the minimum effective tax rate. Despite the criticism that it might not be enough, it's still enshrined now in European law, and it will be implemented. Nevertheless, our experience in Europe has been that we cannot solve these issues of inequality and fairness only with legal acts. So, and the UN process also is only part with the legal process, but in Europe we use a lot of peer pressure, annual reports by which we point to the issues of inequality, distribution, fairness, and an instrument by which we address this issue is, so to speak, through peer pressure and peer review among member states. And I think we need to think also at the global level, not only on the issue of the legal treaties by which we will address some issues, but we need to look also on the practice of peer review and peer pressure on which we have to do that. Now, taxation of multinationals and taxation of high net worth individuals. As I said, we are in the process of implementing the Pillar 2, the minimum effective tax rate, corporate effective tax rate in Europe. It takes time, even if you take the decision in principle. It takes time for tax administrations and multinationals to have the right systems in place. There might be issues of, application to review the administrative burden. There is an important administrative burden also for the tax administrations. Don't assume, we shouldn't assume only that the burden, it's something for the corporates. It's also a matter for the tax administrations. And therefore, we need to make sure that we collect the right data. We have the possibility to actually review and address what is coming out. And the same issue happens around wealth taxation and taxation of individuals. I think it was a historic agreement last year at the G20 level and at the UN level to start addressing this. And we need to invest the time now in order to put in place the transparency systems required, the asset registers required, the technology required by which we will build the system on which we then make sure that it works, it is reviewed. Often, we spend a lot of time negotiating, and I would say it also with free trade agreements. For example, I have part of from my job is that, we spend a lot of time to negotiate agreements and not enough time monitoring or looking at their implementation. So I think it is important on the issue to start working together in making sure the necessary systems that will provide us the ability to enforce whatever is agreed later on. So the new reality, it was mentioned by previous speakers, the new reality is geopolitical reality, I think obliges us and us in the European Union as well, I think internationally, to look at the issues not individually, one by one, but in a global level. It sounds, now in the current context, it might sound a bit strange, but last year I was in an international meeting and we were discussing with African countries and South American countries the structure of revenues of our budgets. And in many countries around the world already last year, before we had all these announcements about tariffs, but in many countries around the world, it is a reality that more than 80% of the government revenue comes from tariffs. Many countries in Africa, the tax systems is not developed enough. And therefore, we need to pay attention in the, it was mentioned by President Benki, the capacity to have tax administration, to have a domestic mobilization on resources. It's not the main aspect of discussion here, but I think we should not be underestimated that it forms part of the package. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Winnie Byanyima, the Executive Director of UNAIDS, Challenging Times. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. It's such a privilege to be here with these very distinguished people, excellencies, to discuss this very important issue. And thank you very much, the Vatican, Your Holiness, the Pope who's not here, and the Academy for hosting this important meeting. In our world today, inequalities are spiraling. I think the latest statistic from Oxfam, who follow this issue closely, is that the wealth of billionaires grew by $2 trillion last year. Meanwhile, the number of people living in poverty has barely changed since 1990. This is the world we are in. Africa has 7 or 6 today of the most unequal countries in the world. Actually 7. Of the top 10, 7 are in Africa, most unequal countries. And in Africa, the 6 richest people own more wealth than the poorest 50%. 6 men have more wealth than half of than the poorest 50%. So we're seeing a concentration of wealth and power. This is this is the era of oligarchies. They are everywhere. We used to talk of Russian oligarchs, but now, I mean, they are everywhere. I lead the global AIDS response, coordinating this for the United Nations. And through that work, I see governments, particularly in Africa, choking under debt, unable to invest in their health systems, unable to collect domestic revenues. 34 of Africa's 54 countries are spending more on debt than health or education. So much we know about illicit financial flows. Thank you, Your Excellency Thabo Mbeki. Almost 2/3 of the illicit financial flows in Africa are from commercial practices like aggressive tax avoidance. And where is it all going? To tax havens. But I want to add to what you said, Helen. Tax havens that we're talking about are mostly in the rich countries. Over 70% of all corporate tax abuse is channeled through OECD countries themselves. So it's a transfer of resources from the poorest countries to the richest ones. It's an exploitation. I want to say here that meanwhile, countries of the global, this is the thing, that countries of the global south are sending back to rich lenders in debt repayments more than they are receiving in loans and in aid. It's a net transfer. Africa paid in 2023, $83 billion in external debt repayments and received $54 billion in ODA. $54 billion in ODA came in, and 83 billion went out as debt repayments. So 2 weeks ago, the world's biggest AIDS relief program, PEPFAR, was paused. I want to take you to Tanzania. Tanzania was receiving, or is receiving, about 94% of its response to HIV has been funded by PEPFAR. That's the bilateral United States program. 4% by the Global Fund, which is a fund where 1/3 is paid by the American government and the rest by other rich countries. So 98% of the funding that is spent on HIV, one disease, comes from external sources. Only 2% is domestic resource in Tanzania. If you go to Zambia, it is 89% that's external. Only 11% is domestic resources. That's how dependent one disease these countries are externally. When you look at how much they are spending on the health system broadly, all the other diseases, for Tanzania, this is, one disease is 85% of total health spending. So everything else in health is just 15%. In Zambia, it is even worse. Total health spending, it's even better now. Total health spending is about 70%, and 30% is HIV. Why am I saying this? Just to show you how health systems are crumbling, under-resourced, and one disease has made progress because of aid. But the health systems are hardly resourced. You have HIV, no. You have a total budget where health or debt repayments in the case of Tanzania are 8% more, 8 times more than health spending in Tanzania, while in Zambia it is 3 times more than health spending. So we're seeing resources not coming to the most essential services, the health of people, the education of people. And we're seeing that aid just comes in to help on one disease, but not the whole health system. So the importance, the urgency of domestic resources rising is just critical today. With this pause, we're seeing that even that one disease, people are going to die because domestic revenues simply aren't there to fill that gap. They are not there. So why do I raise all of this? It is that, one, it's very urgent, this issue of taxation. Today is very urgent. It's a matter of life and death. People are going to die if revenues don't start rising and start filling that gap. Secondly, it's also a matter of justice, as everybody has said, because the people who are going to die are the most marginalized, the most voiceless, the people most in need. People who are better off are paying for their health. Actually, the health systems in Africa are working for the richer people who can pay for themselves. We saw progress in G20 last year with Brazil's putting on the table the issue of taxing the rich. What we need now is action to move that forward. I would really call on the government of South Africa to build on this question of taxing the rich and increasing, and the tax reform that we need, the closing of the loopholes to increase domestic revenues. But I would like to also return to the issue of debt. That debt restructuring is as urgent as well. Tax and debt are two sides of the same coin. That if we do not move fast on debt restructuring, these two countries I have mentioned, Zambia is doing a little better now because of some agreements, but still you can see that they still lack the resources to fund healthcare. We need to move on the question of debt. Our analysis shows that the countries with the highest burden of HIV are also the low-income countries of Africa, are also the most indebted with the unsustainable debt, are also the most hit by climate impacts. Mozambique, Malawi, Zambia, these are the countries most hit by climate impacts. So we need, indeed, the voice of faith. The Vatican and other faith organizations today, you have more space than any other organizations of civil society to lead and push hard on these questions of tax justice, and if I can call it, debt justice. We need the voice of faith and the leadership of faith in the world that we are in today. So I want to thank you so much for this opportunity to speak here. And I always speak as an activist, a political activist, a women's rights activist, and say that by politicizing these questions of taxation, of debt, this is the only way we are going to get movement. We have researched, we have made these discussions in financial forums, we have the leadership of the IFIs. These will not get us there. It is this politicization with civil society, with faith, with academia, that will move the needle. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Winnie, for these very important comments. And by the way, what's happening with that, it's a disaster in the low-income and low-middle-income countries. They are receiving flows from international financial institutions, and the fact of this financing is being used to amortize debts with Wall Street creditors. At the same time, spending on health and education is being cut. This is such an important issue, especially in the year of the Jubilee. We will discuss more. So our final lead speaker is Abigail Disney, a member of the Patriotic Millionaires.
Good morning, and I'm so humbled to be here. I'm so humbled. So thank you for allowing me the chance to speak today. And I'm speaking because I'm an inheritor. I'm an inheritor because my grandfather, Roy O. Disney, and his brother, Walt Disney, started the Walt Disney Company. They came from Midwestern American poverty, very poor, and everything they accomplished was as a result of their very hard work and their creativity. A lot of people think of them as the embodiment of what we call the American dream. I, however, am not a representative of the American dream. In this century, actually, very few people are. As an inheritor, I exist only because of some quirks in the tax system, some good luck, and some very loving grandparents, but nothing else. That means I have never had to work or be brilliant. For me, the table was set long before I was born, and there was very little I could do to lose my advantages. Because of the way education, healthcare, housing, policing, and tax law work in my country, I am well insulated from any mistakes I might make and inordinately rewarded when I even do the smallest things right. I've seen all of the good that wealth can do, but I have also stood witness to the way it can lead to personal, social, political, moral, and even spiritual corrosion on an epic scale. And now, as an American, I am grief-stricken as I watch the havoc that moral and spiritual corrosion are capable of wreaking when they sink their teeth into a democracy. The billionaire-heavy leadership currently running riot through every valuable institution in America did not arrive in Washington, D.C. by accident, and they did not arrive there by merit either. Every word out of their mouths is an object lesson in the threat that they present to democracy, as well as to the integrity of anyone listening to them. It's important to remember here that for the last half century, wealthy Americans have been carrying out a well-funded and ferocious campaign to change the narrative about democracy and about money. My admittedly flawed country once told itself a story of how diverse people came together. Yes, they were mostly white and they were mostly men, but come with me on this. Diverse people came together to build a remarkable nation, a place where people could join together to face a challenge like the Depression or the Second World War. The heart of that narrative was that we need each other the way we need oxygen, and that the best things we do together. That narrative was purposely replaced with another darker one, that each of us is in it for ourselves, that the best way to build a society is one where everybody sticks to their own solitary path. This new narrative urged us to raise ourselves up by our own bootstraps. And if you just spend 1 minute imagining how that works, you'll understand how insulting and absurd that image is. Central to the new narrative is the idea that the government is always wrong, can do nothing right or well, and that taxation is always and everywhere destructive. Taxes kill economies, they tell you. Taxes inhibit creation. And when I hear this, I wonder, how did my grandfather and great uncle build a global juggernaut of a company while they were paying a 91% marginal tax rate on their income, and they were able to provide so much that even their great-grandchildren are doing fine on over 50% in an estate tax? You can hear the soul of the new narrative in the attempt by our new vice president to explain how love works in public life, according to an Ordo Amoris. His Holiness, God love him, just this Monday, reacted to the grotesque mischaracterization of love in public. He said, Christian love is not a concentric expansion of interests that little by little extend to other persons and groups. In other words, the human person is not a mere individual, relatively expansive with some philanthropic feelings. The true ordo amoris that must be promoted is that which we discover by meditating on the love that builds a fraternity open to all without exception. Another word for the notion that he's talking about there is solidarity. And solidarity is what's missing when the wealthiest among us live without regard for the massive dignity gap that flows from grotesque inequality. If solidarity existed in these very wealthy people, we would not be constrained by a system of taxation which has repeatedly been proven to supercharge the inequality dynamic. Inequality exerts a downward pull on the moral lives of the very wealthy. I have seen the way wealth erodes character, the way it saps empathy out of even the most well-meaning people, and the way it leaves them under the impression that everywhere they go, they must be protected from them by their private guards. No one can be trusted. Private guards, private airplanes, private parking lots, private restaurants, and even last month in Los Angeles, private firefighters. If you inherit, you are born into a world of unquestioned privilege, and no one bothers to tell you that other people don't have it this good. That's something you're left to figure out on your own. For inheritor, this privilege is morally neutral when you're young. You didn't ask for it, you didn't do anything for it, but if you don't question it and aggressively, what it will do is curdle, and it will curdle into entitlement. And that entitlement spreads like a fungus across every assumption you make, every comfort you slouch into, and every tax breaks you think are just. Inequality is a coin with two sides, and it's easy to lose ourselves in exploring the advantages of those on top. But as inequality widens, the dynamics of advancement at the top are a perfect inversion of the dynamics of loss at the bottom. The billions that have fallen mysteriously into the hands of the oligarchs have come at the expense of those least in a position to give anything up. How did this happen? Well, easily, as it turns out, through tax cuts causing cuts in services, by governments failing to support unionization and collective bargaining, by taxing capital gains differently than income earned for work, by leaving the most favored tax rates to those who simply wait for checks to arrive in the mail rather than for those who work day after day to support their families. Rather than contend with a 91% income tax rate, as my grandfather did, I often pay a lower marginal tax rate, effective tax rate, than does my housekeeper. At the beginning of the 1980s, the working class in America did not lead perfect lives, but they nevertheless were well represented by unions, contributed to pensions for their retirement, had decent access to health care, could afford generous and secure housing, and sent their kids to pretty good schools on pretty safe roads. And yet the bigger the rewards for the wealthy have grown, the more they have pressed their advantage, not unlike spoiled children. As a mother of teenagers, I'm well aware that the longer it takes someone to explain something to you, the more likely it is they're lying. Apply that wisdom to the fact that the American tax code is 6 times longer than the Bible. If a tax code is a statement of the ethos of the nation, I worry deeply for my own. Entitlement, narcissism, impunity, an unwillingness to acknowledge the suffering of others in any meaningful way, a willed ignorance about reality, an undisciplined idealism about how much philanthropy can actually accomplish, and a deep intransigence about the idea that the world can ever be shaped in any other way. These are the characteristics I've watched form again and again and again in the wealthy people around me. They are also the characteristics of power who should have no power. In fact, should be kept as far from power as humanly possible, and not just political power, any kind of power. And yet we have handed the keys in the United States to the wrecking ball, to the very men, and yes, they are mostly men, who are bent on the kind of wreckage so absolute that when they're done, I believe they will even try to wreck the ball itself. We're in a bind. Not just democracy, but global stability itself in many cases rests in the hands of those least able, much less willing, to acknowledge that every single person on this planet is deserving of a life of dignity, and that the world, as it is currently shaped, is a long way from being able to make that happen. The only way out of this bind we are in is to get back to the place where it started, taxes. When we eviscerated our system of taxation, when we let the wealthy call the shots, we started down the path that has led us to this point. When we tax income for work, we must tax it more favorably and more progressively than we tax capital. And we must tax wealth, not just income. There's no way to a greater equality unless we go straight at wealth. And the billionaires complain about this, but my feeling is if you can't live on $999 million a year, you have bigger problems. Those of us who see this must work against our own self-interest for the good of the planet and for the good of our brothers and sisters around the world, all of whom are just as important, just as valuable, and just as worthy of dignity as any one of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will open the floor for discussion. I ask the participants to keep their remarks to 3 minutes at most. So if you want to say something, okay, so we'll start with Gustavo Vélez, who is also a member of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. Gustavo, the floor is yours.
Think it's a pleasure an honor to be here this morning. I would like to formulate and share with you all a very simple and brief idea. Tax havens are not only outside our country's borders, but at the very heart of our domestic democracies, when its multi-millions electoral campaigns are irregularly financed. In my humble opinion, this is the missing point of the lack of political will that we are suffering from the topic of tax evasion and avoidance. It comes as a complement of this very important initiative that you are sharing for many years. I would like to bring the following idea. Why not promote a global pact for clean and mafia-free political financing? It is unrealistic to think that the dependent political system is going to promote specific measures to make the rich pay more taxes if politicians end up being slaves to those who pay them for their multi-million campaigns. It is impossible to promote the circular economy without first overcoming circular corruption and dependency. The problem is systemic beyond individuals. This is not only an ethical problem, but a practical one. This pandemic does not recognize ideologies or either right or left, north or south, because it is a global pandemic. In Latin America, politics is sadly often enslaved by financing that comes from the drug mafia, gambling, irregular public works, and a poisoned and perverse intelligence system, that intelligence community, that corrupts judges and threatens democracy. The tentacles of these monsters of corruption end up influencing the courts, creating countries without law and justice, which only protects the powerful. We are here at the Vatican. We have a very strong example of leadership in Saint Oscar Romero was a bishop that has been assassinated by the dictatorship in San Salvador 40 years ago. I am quoting him. Injustice is like snakes. It only bites those who are barefoot. When the Jubilee calls us to be pilgrims of hope, it asks us, quoting, free the slaves, forgive debts, lay the earth to rest. If we don't free politics from the slavery of dirty money, it will be impossible to take structural measures to forgive debts and the earth to rest. And also we need to think about cryptocurrencies. They are poisoning the whole electoral campaigns all over the world and has to do with what Professor Joe Stiglitz has mentioned about the necessity of thinking and having a new imagination about the digital challenges for our democracies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. So next, Athena Peralta.
Thank you so much for this discussion. I'm Athena Peralta, and I work with the World Council of Churches. The World Council of Churches is very much part of the Jubilee campaign, and we have also established the Zacchaeus campaign for tax justice. Zacchaeus is, of course, a biblical character. Now, the scandalous levels of inequality that we see today are not just destabilizing and undermining democracy, but it's also undermining efforts to combat climate change and to promote a truly just transition. Inequalities are driving climate change. And so the failure to contain climate change is already exacerbating inequalities between and within countries. And at the same time, these economic inequalities tend to slow and even obstruct urgent climate action. We know that urgent climate action needs social trust. We have studies that are showing that 10% of the wealthiest are responsible for more than 50% of carbon emissions. We have studies showing that emissions from billionaire lifestyles, private jets and yachts, are thousands of times more than the average person. And this is, of course, unacceptable and unsustainable. But if we include emissions from investments, billionaire investments, then billionaire emissions are over 1 million times more than the average person. Oxfam, again, leading on these studies, calculates that the carbon footprint of the investments of the richest 125 billionaires would be equivalent to a country such as France with more than 67 million people. So I'm hoping from the discussion to have, concrete proposals on how can global taxation really respond to the climate emergency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Jose Antonio Campo.
I'm delighted to be here. Thank you to the Academy for the Vatican Academy for organizing this event. I am Jose Antonio Campo. I'm actually a professor also at Columbia University and a member of ICRIC since the foundation of ICRIC. I have the opportunity to share it for several years. Now, I wanted to make 4 short comments. Actually, 2 of them are associated to the words of Professor Stiglitz. The first one is the importance of the concentration of natural resources in developing countries. It's a major source of inequalities, which is the topic of this session. And let me say that it's only for mineral resources, oil resources are many times in the hands of multinationals, but land is in the hands of the rich of the countries, to a large extent, large concentrations. So the tax benefits on natural resources are a source of inequalities. And it should be, they should be subject to a specific standards. In the group of experts to the Financing for Development Conference, actually we're supporting the idea of no tax benefit for natural resources as one of the standards in international tax cooperation. And let me say that this is also now the problem of digital services. Digital services are actually many times nominally provided from tax havens. So they don't pay taxes at all. They don't pay value-added taxes in the countries where they are provided. They don't pay income taxes anywhere. So this issue of how to regulate digital services, the taxation of digital services, is a second major issue I wanted to underscore. President Mbeki, of course, is the leader of the illicit financial flows issue. And again, there are not the strongest standards on that particular form, or the two particular forms of illicit financial flows, which are corruption and tax evasion. This expert group, we're proposing to the Financing for Development Conference, they should proposing that it should be probably a new international agreement establishing standards of what are considered illicit financial flows, because there is unclear what they are, and many of the dispute settlement mechanisms of investment agreements actually ended up benefiting illicit financial flows. And finally, on the comment of on strengthening the tax administrations, which my neighbor here presented in his comments, let me say that aside from, of course, support from developed countries to developing countries, is very important South-South cooperation. What are the experiences of other developing countries in trying to manage some of these taxation issues? Of course, the developed country has much higher standards and many times difficult to transfer. Exactly. So the experience of other developing countries is important. And for that reason, one of the things that we should also be promoting is actually regional tax agreements among developing countries, regional tax agreements, so that they can exchange information and support each other in improving the standards of their tax administration. Thank you.
So next, Irene, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Like everybody else, just to appreciate the holding of this conference and to reiterate how important it is. Irene Ovonjo did. I'm a member of the Becky panel. I'm also a commissioner with ICRIT. I'd first like to really appreciate the political leaders who have been present here today and have spoken. It has been underlined that to achieve any change, it needs leadership. And without a doubt, political leadership is one of the drivers of reform globally, especially on issues that need international cooperation. So a real appreciation to President Becky and Aminata Toure for the comments that they've made, as well as those who have spoken virtually. I think there's a lot that we have wisdom that we have gained from those interventions. I would just like to reiterate and kind of picking up from what Jose Ocampo just mentioned. When we did the Mbeki report, we found that about two-thirds of IFF's illicit financial flows come from commercial drivers. And these were largely through trade and tax abuse. And many of these actions were actually legal. So while there's a lot of emphasis and in the framing of illicit flows to look at the illegal component, things like tax evasion, the real problem is with legal activities such as tax avoidance. And as has been said by Jose Ocampo, the architecture to deal with that is less developed. So much of the emphasis has been on the criminal and the corruption, very little on what is legal but is actually illicit, so like tax avoidance. And so I'm hoping that one of the things that we can do coming out from this is first understand that there is a gap between the narrative and the reality. So the narrative emphasizes tax havens, and whenever we talk about tax havens, we think about Caribbean islands. But what is not evident is that all the tax havens in those parts of the world are actually not independent. They are overseas territories and dependencies of advanced economies. So once again, there's a distortion of the understanding of where the problem is coming from. And I always like to emphasize that unless you are part of the maybe 0.1% of the uber wealthy, ultimately you are a loser in this system. This current system only benefits a very small minority. So it's not only generating inequality between countries, and that's a really important issue, but also within countries. So even in the global north, it really behooves the majority to get behind this agenda and the political leaders to get behind this agenda. Ultimately, it's just a small minority, even in advanced economies, that are benefiting from what we see now from this status quo. So it's enlightened self-interest as well for us to see the connections, and this is one of the last things I want to end on. So when we look at the kind of things that citizens in the global north are concerned about, including things like migration, we have to track back what are the drivers of this. It is that extraction, that exploitation, that pushing of majorities in the global south to the wall that leads to our young people leaving and trying to find a better life elsewhere and ending up in Europe or America, wherever it is. So what is causing them to leave? These are some of the issues that we have to look at and see the connections. So there is an opportunity for me, two big things that we really need to look at. One, of course, is the broad issue around Financing for Development 4, and just to ensure that the language within the outcome document reflects realities, not narratives, but the actual realities. For example, reflecting that the UN process and negotiating on a new tax convention at the UN is really where things have to be, as Professor Stiglitz and others have made a reference to that, rather than the OECD process, which in spite of its ambition, has not been able to deliver and deal with the real issues around the digital economy and globalization because of vested interests, and also because it's not an inclusive forum where you have one voice, one vote per country. So the last thing I'll say is this was an issue of governance as well. And I love that Sister Helen has mentioned it's ethical, it's moral, it is spiritual. The change really comes from within. And that's a change that we can see across the board wherever you're located, whether in the political space or in faith communities, in civil society, or in government, in the global south or global north. So I really like to believe that the challenges we have today, as Jayati has said, create an opportunity for us. Many times change only comes when there's crisis. And do we know there is a serious crisis right now, serious crisis? So let's get behind a global coalition for progressive change that benefits the majority. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ricardo Marner from ICRIT. I'm an ICRIT commissioner. I was just wondering about the economics of all the tax justice. You know, there's a concept now that the techno-feudalism is here, and is here to stay. The book of Bertrand, no, I'm sorry, for a French author, Cédric Durand, which talks about the feudalism of technocracy. And that brings to me the question of how to make, to overcome the dilemma between tax justice and growth. We don't have growth in many developing countries. We have a very low growth. And the right parties are using that argument to say, listen, we have too many taxes, even if it's not true. So let's begin with lowering taxes so we can grow. It's a very similar argument that was done in the 90s with the Washington Consensus. So we are thinking about tax justice, we also need to think or to have a narrative about how to grow, which is not from the rich to the poor, but in other ways, in new ways. And that's very important to not to forget when we are speaking about tax justice.
Thank you to the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. My organization is Public Services International, the global trade union federation that represents 30 million workers in public services and over 160 countries. And it's remarkable that this event brings together such a diverse coalition. The labour movement, which after faith communities represents the largest independent organisations on the planet, and it's remarkable that the trade unions find common cause with the Catholic Church and other religious groups, highlighting the breadth and strength of our call for solidarity and to make corporations and the super rich pay their fair share. And I think this does provide hope. His Holiness has described trade unions as the voice for the voiceless. For unions, tax justice and empowering the voiceless are intrinsically linked, because when the rich refuse to pay tax, their wealth is deployed to tip the scales away from working people, away from the fight against injustice, and towards silencing all interests other than their own. When corporations shift profits to tax havens, this is often done to avoid paying taxes and fund government services, but it also moves the wealth created by the hands of workers away from where that wealth is created and into tax havens. The promise of trickle-down economics has never worked, and it is never more so obvious than today. And when tax avoidance occurs, it underfunds public services, which are designed to provide support to the vulnerable, dignity to workers, the old and the sick, to realise human rights, to alleviate poverty, and to provide services that disproportionately support women and girls. And when countries rely on external funding because they do not raise their own domestic revenue, this undermines national sovereignty, undermines democracy, and it reinforces colonial models of extraction. That's why, and for many other reasons, PSI and the 200 million people represented in the global labour movement is committed to our joint efforts to restore justice and equality to the global tax system. Not only to fund vital public services, but also to reclaim the voice of the voiceless and working peoples in our society. Now, tax justice is an economic issue. It affects real lives, and the absence of tax justice does kill people, and that is a disgrace and a shame that should never be allowed to occur. But it is also a moral issue, and it is also an issue of human rights. And we note that the Apostle Matthew, who was summoned by Jesus, was a tax collector. And my organisation represents hundreds of thousands of tax collectors. And I'd like to leave you with an image from a tax collector from South Asia who said, "My job is like a bee. I spread pollen from flower to flower so that fields may bloom." And it's this vision of many fields blooming that unites the global workers' movement in solidarity, in hope, but most importantly in action, because it is the taking of this action across the world in solidarity that will create the political will that will enable the change that we need.
Thank you very much. I'm Sol Pichotto. I'm coordinator of the BEPS monitoring group and a member of the executive committee of the ICRICT. And I'd also like to thank the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences for hosting this important event. I'd like to pick up on one of the comments from Professor Stiglitz, who as always is perceptive, but also perhaps a bit provocative. I think he's right to point out that it's often necessary to consider new approaches, including countermeasures. He gave the example of countervailing duties in the context of trade. In the context of tax, the global minimum tax agreed under Pillar 2 is a good example of that. It's created a counterweight to countries that abuse sovereignty by others, undermining others' sovereignties. So it's a counterweight. But we need to be careful about these countermeasures. They're not always constructive. They can damage, in fact, maybe the very people we want to protect. He gave the example of digital services taxes, which again, I think have been important in pushing the otherwise unwilling, the large digital tech companies, and maybe the United States, to consider more constructive approaches. But at the same time, many digital services taxes have damaged the wrong people. When they're imposed, for example, on mobile money in African countries, they've led to riots. So I think we need to be careful about these countermeasures. They may be necessary, but then don't necessarily point towards more cooperative and harmonious approaches. In terms of taxation of the large companies, it's not only the large digital companies, but we know many other enormous concentrations of wealth, the pharmaceutical companies, the brand name companies, that equally ought to come within the purview. So while countermeasures may be necessary in the interim, I think we should be pointing towards more cooperative approaches, which I think, as the Commission has pointed out, in the context of taxing multinationals, should be to tax them in accordance with the reality that they are unitary enterprises, and they ought to be taxed in accordance with where their activities take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and real honor and pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot for the invitation to ICRIT and to the Academy. I'd like to make a couple of comments. I am José Manuel Salazar. I'm the present Executive Secretary of ECLAC, CEPAL in Latin America. One of my comments is following up on what Ricardo Marner said about the need to have a narrative on how to grow and how to transform, because you know, we have been emphasizing this diagnostic that in Latin America in particular, we see one of the first development traps in which Latin America is a low capacity to grow trap. We see the average growth of Latin America in the, you know, from 2014 to 2023 was only 0.9%. This is less than half the 2% at which Latin America grew in the famous lost decade of the 80s. So this is why we're saying we just finished, you know, a second lost decade, at least in terms of growth. So the question is, what can we do to avoid a third lost decade of very mediocre growth? And the problem is that a lot of the inequality, and this is directly related with the inequality, is rooted in this very low rate of growth. If you just think of it in terms of growth, I mean, there are two staircases for, you know, for social mobility, you know, upwards of social mobility. What is a dynamic labor market, which needs more growth? And the other is a very good quality education and vocational training system, which also needs growth. But it's not just the growth, is that behind the growth is the transformation. You know, by definition, if you have, or well, almost by definition, if you have a very low rate of growth, you don't have much transformation. And if you are transforming in the environmental, in more inclusive, you know, with dynamic sectors and so on, then you have to have high rate of growth. So, I mean, it's not just an economicist view of growth, but it's what is the kind of economic transformation that is behind these rates of growth. So again, in both ways, either in the terms of the structure and in terms of the dynamism, a lot of the inequality is rooted in this trap of low capacity to grow and to transform. And this is one of the reasons why we're putting a lot of emphasis in this issue of productive development policies. What kind of productive development? What is the role of the state? It's not putting subsidies behind, you know, in front, but it's putting more governance and collaboration, cluster initiatives. So that's one point I just wanted to make, because I think the point is that social policies, and we know, and this is related with the tax and social policy, they are not enough to compensate for this tremendously high inequality rooted in production. It's not reasonable to to expect that social policies. And anyway, the other way to see it is that the more inequality rooted in production, the more expensive the social policies to compensate. So, I mean, this is why this is important. My second comment is that I agree with much with everything that has been said about inequality, its sources, taxation, the role of taxation in reproducing it. As Professor Stiglitz said, tax justice is not just a matter of efficiency, also a matter of morality, and very much a question of trust in institutions. But the problem is that I think now this debate, this very important debate, is facing a new challenge. And this is the whole questioning of the role of government in development and even in developed societies. If you think in the famous phrase of Ronald Reagan that the government is part of the problem, not part of the solution, or if you have corrupt and ineffective government, then it's very difficult to make the case for taxation and additional taxation. And I say this because, of course, it's obvious that we're living in this new era in which we see this tsunami of revisionist ideas and narratives about the role of government. And I think that the cause for more tax justice now, in addition to all the obstacles before, now is facing the need to defend the role of government in development. This is the bigger narrative in which this conversation is now embedded. You know, if we want to, as the subtitle of the conference says, to build, you know, how to construct a more inclusive and sustainable common home, then, you know, there is a bigger debate about the role of government. And the worst, and with this I finish, is that these ideas that used to be on the fringe, used to be characterized by some obscure economists there, now there are candidates in both developed and developing countries that are winning elections based on these libertarian extremes. So I just wanted to make this point because I think it's obvious to all of us, but I think, you know, this crusade, this objective, this conversation now has to incorporate somehow how to justify, how to revisit and explain, we cannot take it for granted, the role of government so that one justifies that governments need the financing, needs the taxation, in addition to the inequality discussion for the necessary investments in education, health, and social policies. Thank you.
Manuel Flores, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a small point. My name is Manuel Montes. I'm in the steering group of ICRIT, right? And I used to be a commissioner when it started. The point is, I think it might be very useful to connect the concept that Sister Alford talked about that came from John Paul II about structures of sin, with the finding of the Mbeki report, which I found actually very amazing, right? The findings of the Mbeki report are that 65% of the illicit financial flows are commercial. This is the term that they used. And I think Irene actually said this. If 30% are crime, you know, criminal behavior like trafficking of drugs, smuggling, etc. And 5% is corruption, which is the transfer of resources by government officials to outside jurisdictions, right? So if you think about this concept of structures of sin, right? It opens a new kind of thinking, right? Because to some extent, one could make an argument, and I just want to put this on the table, right? I don't know whether it's something that this commission can think about, that the commercial structures, what is called tax evasion, are structures of sin in a sense, right? Can be associated with structures of sin, whereas the corruption and the trafficking and the smuggling might be closer to the questions of individual issues of personal. And I find this idea that structures of sin transcend the personal to be very, very useful in terms of the kind of thing that we are very interested in doing in this project. So that's the comment I wanted to make.
Ms. Gumbi, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I speak here just as a South African that supports the Mbeki panel. I know I have a number of UN colleagues that are looking at me, and that's another capacity. But I'm here as a South African supporting the Mbeki panel. I really start with the words of Ms. Disney when you say that inheritance at times curdles into entitlement. And I start there because I think in this room we have people who know that we have everything we need to ensure that no one is left behind. We've got the resources, we've got the people, we've got the ideas, we know what needs to be done. If anyone wakes Professor Stiglitz up in the middle of the night and says, what do we do to ensure that we end hunger? He will recite it from the top of his head. So the question is, what is the problem when we know that we have everything that we need to ensure that no one is left behind? And the problem is what Ms. Disney is talking about, that historical entitlement to this inheritance of inequality, because that inequality benefits certain people, and they do not want to let go of that inheritance. And we keep going round and round and round and round, trying to find solutions. I think this session that is dedicated to inequality, the rise of global inequality, and the role of taxation should really just confront the real issues that confront us. I will end with something that President Mbeki once shook the South African. He's talking in Parliament, and he goes to Antonio Gramsci and uses his actual words that, you know, we should not rest ye men because the beach that gave rise to him is in heat again. We know, we can see the rise of that monster that inherited inequality. It's still with us, but we know what needs to be done. And I would like us, at least now that we are here, to really address the issues at the center of why the world refuses to do what needs to be done. Thank you.
So, final remarks for the co-chairs of ICRIC. So first, Jayati Ghosh.
Yes, thank you so much. And this has been a really fascinating discussion. I want to pick up on some very important points that Ricardo Martner and Jose Manuel have both made, and also taking off from the excellent points you made, my colleague here, Gerasimus Thomas, that, you know, that essentially we need more than taxation, absolutely. And yes, social policies financed through taxation are not enough. I accept absolutely both points. But I would argue that in the world we are in today, taxation is like the thin end of the wedge. We need something that will actually mobilize large numbers of social groups and forces across the world. And it actually functions for everyone. As Abigail Disney's excellent intervention shows, it affects people in the rich world as well. It's really just a very, very, and Irene pointed this out, it's a tiny percentage that is benefiting from the current system. So it's important to push as a beginning for a larger movement for greater economic justice, number one. But you know, this idea of growth, I mean, this is a little bit wandering from it, but I do want to emphasize that the focus on GDP growth is misplaced beyond a certain level of per capita income. I am a member of the, we have a report on, it's called Earth for All. It's doing a sort of study 50 years after the limits to growth argument. And really what the simulations done by all of the big, the massive data team found is that you can meet basic needs and allow lives of human dignity with reasonable levels of inequality at around $15,000 per capita. Okay, you can do it. So definitely you need GDP growth for that. Beyond that, what should we focus on? Is it GDP growth for its own sake? In my own country, 90% of the growth for the last decade and a half has gone to the top 10%. And we have the largest number of hungry people in the world and terrible, terrible social indicators. So what do we focus on? And I would argue, His Excellency Li Junhua is head of a board that I'm privileged to be member on. We had suggested other indicators that we should look at. One of them is the labor market indicator, which is the median wage multiplied by those getting employment. So it's an indicator of how much unpaid work is done because they're not in the paid work bracket. The median is much better than the mean wage because it actually captures half of the people below it. And we find that for some countries, for example, the United States, India, Brazil, etc., the median wage, this labor market indicator stays flat while GDP per capita grows and grows. And just looking at that will tell you why there is so much disaffection, angst, and breakdown of social cohesion in our countries. So I think we need to be more, let's say, less on the defensive about growth. We should be saying what kind of change we need, what do we need in our societies? How do we make our economy serve our social goals and our environmental and planetary goals? Instead of saying, well, how do we make the GDP grow? Because I think that is falling into the trap that we cannot win. Yeah. Let me stop here, sorry.
Well, thank you all for a very, very rich discussion. I just want to make perhaps 3 points. The first is a question of vocabulary. People have talked about the role of redistribution. There's another term that, in thinking about how we have to approach inequality, is a term called pre-distribution, which talks about the distribution of income before taxes and transfers. And pre-distribution reflects the rules of the game today and in the past. So if we have rules of the game that undermine the ability to have unions, we will have lower wages. If we allow monopolies and give them full range, which we are doing, we'll wind up with more inequality. So the rules of the game, which somebody mentioned, are man-made. We make those rules. We can change those rules, but the rules that we have today are rules that have led to a very high level of inequality in the incomes that individuals receive. And the second point about this redistribution relates to what Abigail said. Inequality in one generation can be translated into the next. And that is, again, affected by the rules of the game in 2 ways. One, education. We all know the inequalities in our education system. Those who are wealthy get good education for their children. Those who are poor wind up with poor schools. So there is intergenerational transmission of human capital inequalities. But then there's also the intergenerational transmission of financial wealth. And facilitated by a whole set of provisions within our tax code. Our tax codes often look like they're taxing intergenerational transmission, but when you have a lot of money, globalization and the structure of our economy has provided many opportunities, so the de facto tax rates are very different from the de jure tax rates, and we've had very high levels of intergenerational transmission of inequality. Perhaps one of the most grievous aspects of these pre-distribution are the cases where the government does the research and the private sector appropriates the returns. That's true of the drug companies. All the basic research, say for the mRNA vaccines that were so important, were publicly funded, but Pfizer and Moderna seized the profits, billions of dollars of profits, then hoarded that knowledge to make sure that it was not available to poor countries, that created vaccine apartheid, and made access to vaccines another source of global inequality. So that's the first point I wanted to talk about. The second point relates to this issue of growth and government. First, I think the point that was already made, we have enough resources to have a level of dignity for everybody. And the fact is, the way our global economic system works gives an enormous amount of that global wealth to a few people and leaves very large fractions with less than they need to really have an adequate life. We have to ask why that is. Does it serve any social purpose? Now, the conventional argument has been that with more redistribution, we would have, or different rules that didn't allow those monopolies, we would have lower economic growth. But the question, I think, that should be clear, and Johnny raised this, is how do we think about growth? Is GDP supposed to serve, are we supposed to serve the increasing GDP, or serve the economy, or is the economy supposed to serve us? What do we mean by the objective, and how do we measure it? And it's clear GDP is not a good measure of well-being, and we've learned trickle-down economics doesn't work, so looking at how well the wealthy are doing doesn't tell us how ordinary individuals are doing. They can go in the opposite directions. And we ought to be thinking more broadly about how all of our citizens are affected. And so it's clear that the current economic model isn't working. In fact, when you start thinking about some of the innovations, the upside potential is much less than the downside risk. I've just been in Paris, a lot of discussions at the AI summit and how we should regulate it. The people on one side say, let markets rip, and don't get it in the way of AI. An interesting aspect of that is very little discussion of the intellectual property rights that underlie AI. And there's this curious discussion going on right now. OpenAI is accusing the Chinese of stealing their data, when OpenAI has stolen the data of everybody else around the world. And that is sort of I would say, the standard position of American corporations in general. We want intellectual property protection for what we produce, but we want to steal intellectual property from everybody else. And that part of that is why the U.S. has refused to sign the biodiversity agreement, because it doesn't want to compensate the developing countries for the genetic material in their biodiversity. It wants to steal that, but then it wants to have everybody protect its own intellectual property, much of which is produced by the US government-financed research in our universities. So the downside risks of AI are fairly clear: mis and disinformation, the psychological problems among our youth. Actually, in the discussions, it was quite remarkable. It was very difficult for them to identify what the upside, where we're going to see significant increases in standards of living for most people in the world. There was one case, which is faster production of new drugs, but that could be done within a very well-regulated AI. So there was no argument for an unregulated AI. It was just this aspiration of don't get in the way of innovation that might increase GDP, somehow measured, that doesn't reflect our well-being. And that hints at the broader issue that I wanted to talk about in terms of growth. The growth model of the Washington Consensus didn't work for producing growth, and it didn't work for producing well-being for the rest of society. One of the reasons for that is it diminished the role of government. And the role of government is particularly important in growth today. I say that for several reasons, and already mentioned. One of them, education is so important. Innovation is so important, research. These are things that require government, our public goods. We live in a more urban society. And in a more urban society, we need to interact with each other. You need more government. So as we think about what's happened over the last 100 years, the role of government is more important now than it was 150 years ago. And so we should recognize that, and that means higher taxes. And the governments that where we see real progress, the internet came from government, the drugs come from government. So that requires a more active role of government. That requires more taxation. And that means the subject of this meeting becomes more and more important. And it becomes more and more important that we don't allow the billionaires, corporations, to appropriate what the public provides as a private benefit. The final thing I want to talk about, a number of particular issues in taxation. Now, obviously, in response to the point that Sal raised, one wants to design taxes well, and tax economists focus on incidence, that is, who really pays the tax, and we want to make sure that the taxes are paid not by the ordinary individuals, but say by the rich corporations. We know how to design taxes that do that. The corporation profits tax is a tax on profits. You deduct labor, you deduct capital costs. It is a tax on pure profits. Not perfectly, but pretty well. And so that is a tax that we should think of as part of a strong progressive tax. Natural resources, our taxing natural resources and land are good taxes because labor might respond not working. The evidence on that is not very strong. People might not save as much if you taxed it, but land and natural resources are not going to say we're going to disappear, we're going to go to Mars if you tax us. They're there, and they belong to all the people, not to just a few. So that's the irony of the natural resource curse is while countries with large bodies of natural resources that belong to all the people ought to be countries with the greatest equality, they are among the countries with the lowest, the highest inequality. And that seems to be something that we could easily remedy. the principle that everybody agrees on, that taxation where activity occurs, is an easy principle to enunciate, harder to implement. And as we move to a digital economy, we have to think about it. We move to a service sector economy, we have harder to think about. And that's what I was really trying to focus very briefly in my earlier remarks. Where does a digital taxation occur? I mean, a digital activity occur? Where do services occur? Well, if a service provider is in one country and the service receiver is in another country, and it's done over the internet, that goes to, there's a question. And it seems to me that as we move to this kind of service sector digital economy, we have to rethink that. What is clear is physical presence is not relevant anymore. And that test, which was the traditional one, needs to be changed. It just doesn't have the relevance that it used to. And what is clear is that, as some people put it, data is the new gold. And if Google or some other has somebody on their Gmail in some other country and seeing the data and they're making money out of that data, there's a transaction occurring. There's a service being provided in that country, and that ought to be taxed. That's why some forms of digital taxation seem to me absolutely imperative. How we design those taxes, we have to be very careful. As I say, that goes back to the question of incidence. It may turn out that we will need a public option as an alternative to there are other parts of the response to the digital giants. I think Africa needs to develop its own tech companies and counter the monopoly power in other ways than just taxation and competition law. But taxation is going to be an important part, and we will have to move to more digital taxation. And finally, I think in the next session, I hope we'll get into the question of some of the ways in which our tax system has become less progressive. And one important way that I watched happening during the Clinton administration that I was a part of was reducing taxes on capital gains and dividends, which resulted in lower taxes for those who were benefiting from inheritances relative to those who were working. And so it was an important part of the tax structure. It was supposed to lead to more investment. It didn't. And that goes back to the growth model and the narrative point that Abigail emphasized, the narrative that low taxes and low regulation leads to the kind of high growth that benefits all of us was a narrative that was wrong. 40 years, we can see it's wrong, and we have to create an alternative narrative of how we create a more shared prosperity.
Thank you, everyone. We have a coffee break now, and we will resume at 11:45.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor, of course, to be here. And of course, it was a huge delight to hear the previous session. Just to connect the previous session with the one that we are about to start on, the proposals and opportunities for a fair international tax system. I will quote, I will quote the Brazilian, I'm from Brazil, and I will quote the Brazilian Cardinal Elder Câmara, who always, and that was definitely a huge reference for everyone doing social work in Latin America. And Elder Câmara used to say that whenever he gave food to the poor, people call him a saint. And whenever he asked why they don't have food, people call him a communist. So I think last panel was about understanding the reasons and the whys, and I think we are honoring Elder Câmara by doing that. And I think now it's exactly the time to think about the actions and understanding the reasons and the whys, how we can move forward with concrete proposals. And I think ICRIC has been has been filling a gap, I think, in international debate by moving from the discussion about inequality to the concrete proposals that put taxes and tax reform at the center. And in the end, as I think we heard in the last panel, both by Winnie's comment and Professor Stiglitz, not only putting tax at the center, but putting the state at the center. We won't deal with inequality without a strong state in different parts of the world. And we won't have strong states without a fair tax system. I think a lot of the world cooperation and solidarity was based, as was said also here in the previous panel, on debt, on loaning, and not on creating the capacity for states for sovereign states to address their own problems, the inequality, and to build the capacity to generate well-being to its citizens. I think the ability to pass from a model of dependency to a model of autonomy for different parts of the world is definitely focusing on a huge reform on the tax system. And I think that's exactly what we're going to debate here today at this panel. And we'll hear details about the proposal, but as you know, ICRIC has been putting at the center of the debate the idea of taxing the global profits of multinational corporations as a single entity, establishing minimum taxation standards for multinational corporations and the ultra rich, establishing transparency measures such as public country by country reporting and a global asset registry, and wealth taxes, as also discussed here, including minimum taxes on super rich. The impact of those proposals are already being seen at the global debate, not only with the presence today with the head of states, but also with the final declaration at the G20. And I have to say, one of and we have a panel here, of course, with a lot of people involved in developing, but one of the key characters, I would say, in behind, or sometimes not too behind the scenes on the final statement of the G20 last year. And I think it's important to remind, it was the first statement signed by all the G20 countries since the Russian invasion in Ukraine. So it was the first consensual, showing that it's possible to generate consensus even in the current world. Gabriel Zucman had such an important role in supporting the Brazilian presidency on this. So we'll start hearing from him about the proposal. Gabriel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Such a pleasure and an honor to be here today. There is a fundamental issue with our tax systems globally, which is that they fail to tax the super rich adequately. This is a problem that we see everywhere. We see it in France, we see it in the US, we see it in Brazil, we see it in global South countries. We have now a large and growing body of high quality evidence, excellent scientific studies that shows something very simple and I think very difficult to accept, which is that when you take into account all taxes paid, the individual income tax, corporate taxes, consumption taxes, everything, the super rich, let's say people with more than $100 million in net wealth, have the lowest effective tax rates of all social groups. They have lower tax rates than the middle class that pays a lot of consumption taxes. They have lower tax rates than the working class, the upper middle class, all other social groups. And I think, of course, there is a legitimate debate to have about how progressive our tax systems should be. It's a very difficult question. It's easy to overshoot, to undershoot, and there is a very legitimate disagreement about that question in the population. But I think nobody, or almost nobody, condones the notion that the most powerful economic actors, the wealthiest individuals, should be able to pay less than the rest of the population. That's just not acceptable. Where is that coming from? To understand the problem, you need to realize that the fundamental source of wealth and income for the very rich is the ownership of businesses, of corporations, the true social and economic power in our market economies. And so the taxes on the very rich, you can tax the very rich either by taxing corporations, corporate profits as they arise, or you can also tax them when income moves out of companies and is distributed in the forms of dividends or capital gains. And both of these taxes, the taxes on corporations and the taxes on dividends and capital gains, have been on a downward trend over the last decades, and for various reasons. Number one, for corporations, there has been the race to the bottom with corporate taxation. The forces of tax competition have led to a decline in corporate tax rates globally. For individuals, the forces of tax avoidance and tax evasion have been very powerful. Okay, the wealthy have found ways in many countries to avoid paying taxes on their income and their dividends by creating holding companies, by creating trusts, various structures that shield their income from taxation. So to address these problems, we need a fundamental rethinking of our international tax system. To put it very clearly, we need to invent new forms of international cooperation. And the work of ICRICT has been essential in that area. ICRICT essentially put on the agenda the idea of a minimum corporate tax. I remember when we were discussing this, 5, 6, 7 years ago, the idea that countries could come together and agree on a minimum corporate tax rate, that was viewed as utopian. Nobody talked about that. And then in 2021, more than 130 countries actually agreed on a common minimum corporate tax of 15%, which is insufficient in many, many ways. 15% obviously is a very low rate, way too. But at least demonstrates that it's possible to actually choose coordination instead of competition, and that international tax competition is not some kind of law of nature, and that we can actually agree on common minimum tax rates. Now, this achievement is under attack. is under attack by the new US administration. It's under attack by the business community. And it's going to be really important to defend it, not because it's sufficient, but because 15% is more than 0%. And so it's going to be important to fight to improve it. And building on the progress, very limited, but the real progress that has happened in the last few years, we can and we should do more. Now we need to create an effective minimum tax for the super rich. This is the work that has started at the G20 last year, thanks to the leadership of the Brazilian government that put this issue on the agenda of the G20, a really major achievement. You have to realize that the G20 exists since 1999, and not once had this issue of taxing the rich, tax progressivity, how to use the tax system to limit the rise of inequality. Not a single time had this issue been discussed at the G20. This is perhaps one of the most important economic issue of our time, and one that requires a great deal of international coordination. And so for the first time, it was discussed last year. And that's really important. And this is more important than ever today as we witness the dramatic acceleration of the drift towards oligarchic capture in many countries. More than ever, we need to ensure that the most powerful individuals cannot just accumulate more wealth tax-free. We need to put limits to that process. Let me just say, to finish, that the forces of democracy are very powerful. And they have prevailed in the past, and they will prevail in the future, including in the United States, where there is, like in all countries, a very powerful anti-oligarchic sentiment. But there is really no time to lose. We have to protect the modest but real progress that were made over the last few years, the automatic exchange of bank information, the idea of a minimum tax on national firms, and we need to dramatically accelerate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriel. We'll now pass to Valpy Fitzgerald, which is, of course, a reference for all of us in the studies of development. And we'll speak about the implications of taxing the super rich for a low-income country, and of course, how it could position itself with the current US position towards those issues.
Is this working? Yes, yes. Well, Most Holy Father, in absentia, and distinguished members of the Pontifical Academy, I see the last Pope but two looking very sternly down on these deliberations. I'm not sure he approves. And then, of course, the current incumbent, who looks quite doubtful, actually. I just wonder what these symbols mean. But anyway, I've been asked actually to look and explain to you a bit about the progress that the ICRIT has made on these topics. And as been mentioned, for the last 10 years, it's now our 10th anniversary, ICRIT has been advocating major change in how multinationals are taxed. As has been stated, the current system of taxing multinationals who make global profits, that is to say, they don't just make profits in each country and add it up. They are actually profits made by being global, right? So there is a sense in which they are not the property or the right to tax of any particular country, but of the world as a whole. And it's clear that the system is outdated and unfair, based on an outmoded system of transfer pricing. And in fact, it's based on a system established the League of Nations 100 years ago. So, I mean, it's a sector which really hadn't changed for 100 years. It's quite something. So to put an end to this form of tax avoidance, the Commission has urged governments to move away from the existing transfer pricing system towards a unitary approach to taxation of multinationals, based on a system whereby taxable profits would be apportioned to countries where the firm is active, together with a global effective minimum tax. Again, this system of apportionment is actually derived from legislation in the United States in the 19th century of how to assign the income tax borne by railroads between the different states through which the railroad passed. So this, again, is not some radical new measure. It's a good traditional conservative US policy. In addition, the Commission has argued very strongly, based both on modern economic principles and on empirical studies by bodies such as the International Monetary Fund, that higher corporate tax rates do not, in fact, deter real productive investment. Right? They have an effect on the movement of finance capital, or between areas, but they don't affect the actual real productive investment level. Why? It's because, in effect, as Joe has already mentioned, accounting rules basically mean that any fixed investment is untaxed. I mean, it's deductible, if you like, and so that's why it doesn't pay. In fact, we argue that the burden is borne by corporate dividend payouts and capital gains, right? Both of which disproportionately benefit the very rich. So in effect, you could argue that corporation tax is a tax on the wealthy, though not as direct as the global wealth tax. Some progress has been made over the last few years on the minimum tax principle, in fact, following the 2021 G20 Global Tax Agreement, which is when the G20 supported with the OECD the minimum corporation tax rate, more than 50 countries have taken steps to introduce the minimum 15% tax. However, we feel the tax rate is relatively low in a historical and international perspective, and in fact is lower than the median tax rate, corporate tax rate at the moment, which is somewhere around 25%. Right? So it actually mean, if everybody adopted this, it would actually mean a lowering, right? Although it would put a floor, so instead of having some people at 0 and some people at 40, it would get everybody at 15, but it wouldn't mean that the average tax rate was going to increase very much. So it'd be a step forward, but it's not quite as dramatic as it might seem. It also raises the issue of why foreign firms should generally pay less tax than domestic firms. Domestic firms are subject to the domestic tax rate and don't usually get all these foreign investment incentives. So again, there is an inequality, inequity between domestic firms, which generally are smaller, and foreign firms, which are larger. And we feel strongly that this race to the bottom between countries, particularly developing countries, to attract investment funds is particularly harmful. In addition, the proposed or beginning to be enacted OECD minimum tax system and apportionment system is extremely burdensome administratively for developing countries. They find it very difficult to organize, and a lot of the gains from it actually accrue to the large economic centers of the world rather than the periphery. In consequence, the Commission supports the idea that in addition to this OECD model, the countries should adopt their own minimum tax legislation. And in fact, our good friend Jose Antonio Ocampo, when he's not busy working for the Commission, was Minister of Finance, and it did introduce a minimum tax in Colombia with a much wider scope and less carve-outs than in the OECD model. On formulary apportionment, that is the sharing out the tax base between different countries in the world, progress has been rather more limited. In fact, Pillar 1 of the OECD G20 inclusive framework adopted formula apportionment as recommended by our Commission, supported with his customary energy by Sol, who I can't see anywhere here, who is, I've lost him now. Is he here? Hmm?
He's on the left.
Oh, I can't see him there. On the left, that's on the left. That's a good place to be. Who has provided invaluable support to the Commission on the technical aspects of this. The problem is that the new rules apply to very few firms, only about 100 firms worldwide. And the amount to be redistributed is not the tax from all their profits, but only the tax on 25% of their profits over and above their normal profit. Right? So it's a very small fraction of total profits are going to be reallocated. So the sums involved, which at the beginning we thought were going to be very large, and also we thought could be channeled towards developing countries, in fact, have turned out to be less than was expected, and channeled mainly in the form of reducing the, moving, if you like, or tax base moving from tax havens towards the major economies where these firms are headquartered, that is to the US, to Europe, and so on and so forth. So it hasn't had the effect of benefiting developing countries in the way that we had anticipated that these reforms could do. On top of that, of course, President Trump has recently announced disengagement with the inclusive framework solution. But even before he withdrawn, there was a considerable worry among developing countries about the OECD process because of the lack of effective participation they had in setting agendas and getting their points over. So although they were invited to attend, they were invited to attend, so to speak, only to agree to what the grown-ups had decided. And they, so that was another major problem of the process, which we have criticized. Now, fortunately, we do have a new process starting at the UN, where the first protocol will address a taxation of cross-border services, which is an opportunity to push for a more comprehensive solution and to work on new methods of formulary apportionment. Again, unfortunately, the US has just announced it's withdrawing from the UN negotiations as well. It's in our view that the UN protocol negotiations should also address coordination of simple measures like digital service taxes and withholding taxes, which, in short of a more comprehensive global solution, would at least allow developing countries to claw back income from digital services and so on, which they cannot do at the moment. Now, that's the progress over 10 years, which I think with due modesty, the Commission can say that it has contributed quite positively to the process, both in the sense of pushing the countries of the North in the right direction, and also by helping developing countries push their point of view in these systems. But I don't think it was just the Commission. I think the interesting thing about the ICRIC is the fact that its steering group, its support group, has a very strong representation of civil society organizations, which at the same time are using their political muscle on a different scale to push these sort of measures. So I think it's this combination of technical expertise and political mobilization which has made the process, enabled the ICRIC to function very well. Now, we've also now, over the last year or so, turned our attention to the issue of the taxation of global billionaires, as Gabriel has been explaining. And it's important to understand that this would not only compensate for the failure of tax systems to effectively tax the income or capital gains of the very rich, but also could generate new fiscal resources on a large scale. Right? So although the Commission strongly supports this initiative, we do feel that the implications or possible implications of this tax, if it was implemented, need to be thought through from the point of view of developing countries. And there are a number of points here. The first one is that operating this wealth tax will be even more complicated for developing countries than it is for developed countries, for two different reasons. One reason is that the tax authorities in developed countries are much better organized and much more able to tax. That is to say, if the legislation passed through the Parliament of the UK or US Congress, it could be implemented in the US, right? But if you pass this legislation through on country X in the South, actual implementation would be as difficult, if not more difficult, than actually passing the law itself. And this is doubly problematic because, as has been mentioned in the opening session by our colleagues from Southern Africa, a large part of the capital of Africa, its private capital, is in fact in the north. I mean, it's not in Africa, so it has to be taxed in the north. And that would require, therefore, that if you were going to tax this money effectively, you would have the active participation of the northern tax authorities, not only to pass information, but possibly even to collect the tax and send it south. Right? So that would be a major thing that we have to look at more, this implementation process. The other side is that the nature of billionaire wealth in the South, I think, is fundamentally different from the nature of billionaire wealth in the North. Right? Because, as Gabriel can explain if you want, the source of the data for this, for these studies, these excellent studies that he's carried out, are fundamentally from the North, right? And they are from tax authorities, from inheritance taxes, and above all, the Forbes list of the world's richest billionaires and so on, so which are predominantly in the North. But actually, there's very large numbers of billionaires from the South which are not on the list. Why? Because they don't hold their money on the US stock exchange or and so on, where it can actually be measured, right? So they hold their money in different forms, right? The problem for the South, again, is identifying them and of actually being able to assess their wealth. Why this wealth leaves the South is not really, I think, a question of tax evasion mainly. It is mainly a question of securing your wealth and making sure that it's yours and it doesn't get taken away from you or moves abroad. And equally and interestingly, one of the main reasons in the North for people putting money in tax havens is not just avoiding tax, but avoiding their spouses or avoiding their creditors. Because, of course, one of the big problems for an entrepreneur in the States or anywhere else is that if things go wrong, you move fast and break things, and you go bankrupt. But, of course, you have to have your assets outside the country before you go bankrupt. Otherwise, you lose them all, right? And by the same token, even if you're just a doctor, you may have your insurance may not fully cover lawsuits against your malpractice, and it is absolutely essential to keep your assets abroad. Where do you find this out? Where can you find this out? Well, just look up on the internet lawyers who provide these services, and they will tell you exactly this is what they're for. I think we really do have to tackle, in consequence, the issue of the legal guarantee of property rights and how it is that people feel their money is safer in, I don't know, some tax haven or in Luxembourg or somewhere, and how the guarantees of property work in those situations. Now, last but not least, is even supposing that we've resolved this problem about what the minimum tax rate should be and worked out the administrative methods for collecting this tax, the question is what it should be used for. And as I mentioned before, and in this we've been led very firmly by Joe Stiglitz, is that this new resources is based on global wealth, right? That is, companies which are, these titans are global titans, right? And so there is a sense in which the income raised should be devoted to global objectives, right? Rather than just national objectives, or if not all of it, a large fraction of it should be. So again, another theme that the Commission will be working on is some proposal about the allocation of these funds. Now, logically, if it's not going to be allocated to just to the country of residence where the taxpayer is, you could think of 2 or 3 models. One would be say, look, we've got this global fund. Who does it belong to? It belongs to the citizens of the world, right? And they're all global citizens, so it should be allocated on an equal per capita basis, right? So it would be $1,000 for everybody in the world, right? So it should go to the south or the north. Of course, China would end up having 1/3 of the money, which would probably make it difficult to analyze, but that's one proposal, right? Or one logical proposal. The second one would obviously to be allocated on the basis that such tax income, wealth tax in a federal state is allocated where it's raised according to the ability of people to pay, but is distributed in terms of needs. In other words, the poorer states in a federal system get more federal money than richer states because greater need in terms of health and education and so on. So a second proposal or possibility would be to reallocate the funds on the basis of the SDGs. That is to say that it, the poorer or worse off you were, the more of that money you would get. That's the second model. A third model might be to assign the funds to truly global public goods. That is to say, pandemic health or environmental threats and so on. So that would be a third model. So I think there are a number of models that we need to think about, decide about how this might work. Firstly, because it's important to know, but also these would affect the debate and the political support for these sort of activities, to have some idea of what the consequences would be of these models. I think the Commission believes, I certainly believe, I'm not sure all my colleagues are convinced, but in my view is that this sort of structure could replace the aid business, right? That in the end, we want to get rid of aid and donations and discretionary aid, and replace it by some sort of system of fiscal cooperation, just as we have within countries, right? Where there is a explicit fiscal transfer based on needs and abilities to operate and so on and so forth, just as much as there is between rich and poor regions of Europe, for example, on exactly the same principle. Right, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll pass to Ricardo Martner, has also been a reference to everyone studying taxation and fiscal distribution in Latin America, his time at CEPAL. So exactly to analyze the impact of taxing the multinational corporations and the super rich in the Latin American region.
Thank you, Pedro. Well, my colleagues explained the ICRIC developments in the last 10 years. It's a lot of time. I was asked to speak about Latin America just a bit shortly. I will begin by saying that something that everybody knows, that our income distribution is the worst in the whole globe, the whole planet. So we are the champions of inequality. The reason why is very obvious. Not in the pre-distribution, but in the redistribution. When we see the report that OECD and CEPAL makes about the revenue statistics of Latin America, we can compare them with the OECD, and the averages are very striking. 34 points for the OECD in tax revenues, 22 points for Latin America. So we have a distance of 12 points of GDP in revenues, especially in tax revenue. That, of course, makes that the redistribution function of our states, of our governments, is very reduced. Normally in the OECD, 30% of the the gains of redistributions are the effect of the tax systems. In Latin America, maybe 2% is that outcome. So we have a very important, I would say, mission in the next years. What it is interesting to see that we have a problem with the policies, not only the tax administration. I think the tax administration is very important. I will speak a bit about that later. But the policies were the very problem, the very striking problem from the 90s to now. Even with leftist governments, the taxing the richest was not really a program. The consensus, the Washington consensus led to a dissemination of VAT, the value-added tax, against the personal income tax and corporate income tax. At the point that we have an average of 2 points of personal income tax versus 8 points in the OECD. So that's a structural problem from the 90s now, and there's not really many solutions for the moment. Of course, some countries have done some reforms, more or less shy. It depends on the countries. But once again, Colombia has the lead. During the ministry, while Jose Antonio Campo was the minister, there was a wealth tax, but the other countries were not able to implement or to have this figure, essentially because the Congress, the lobbies were very present, and neither government could could pass that legislation. So we have in the region wealth taxes, but we have another record, which is another very bad record. I mean, you said the tax evasion was 3.7 in Africa, and we are around 6.2, something like that. So and 4.5 for the income tax. So we win in that special parameter. Tax evasion is essentially in the personal income tax and in the corporate income tax, and that's where, in my view, international taxation and national taxation is progressively the same thing, because every national tax administration is completely frightened to make any kind of reform in the personal income tax system because of flight of capitals. You know, we are very known also for the flight of capitals in Latin America, and this is why maybe more all the countries are fear to have reforms in the personal income tax or in the corporate income taxes. In that way, there are a lot of not only policy but also tax administration's potential to progress. I mean, with anti-clauses normative, with monitoring the aggressive tax planning. For instance, the Chilean government, I'm from Chile, hopes to have 1.5 points of GDP, only with monitoring and fiscalization. So that's an important also process to have, of course, with political limits, but important to have to strengthen the tax administration. One famous tax economist, Vito Tanzi, used to say that Latin Americans are allergic to personal income tax. Many years ago, it is still the same. And the other is Milka Casanegra, who worked in the IMF for many years. And she said that tax policies ends when tax administrations begins. And it's absolutely true for Latin American countries, but it is essentially a political question, not a question of resources. I mean, in my country, the former president was one of the multimillionaires, and he had a problem with tax haven. But the chief of administration, of tax administration, said, "I'm sorry, I can't process the president." So, of course, there's the question of elites that is very important, which brings me to my new obsession, techno-feudalism. Techno-feudalism, which means that monopolies are growing everywhere, not only in the United States, also in developing countries. We have our own REITs, which have created more and more wealth. And what cannot be ethically accepted is that feudalism transforms our own people in slaves. We are seeing that with the migrants in the United States. And as a Latin, I'm really outraged with that situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricardo. And I think Ricardo provided a good segue to the session. If tax policy ends when tax administration begins, who better to continue that conversation with than a former tax authority? So Quinanares, who used to be a tax authority in Philippines, and ICRIC commissioner, will talk about the impact about simple rules and solutions for from a tax authority perspective.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm an accountant and a lawyer, and a tax administrator. So I'm tackling this subject matter from that perspective. And maybe what I will be discussing is also contrary to my profession. Personally, I believe there should be a moratorium of accountant and lawyer in the world if we're going to progress. No? So as a tax administrator, even as a tax practitioner, I think the whole problem with our tax system is one, countries has basically surrendered their taxing power to the globe, to the so-called multinationals and the country that protect the multinationals. Basically what I'm saying is that for the tax administrator, it's difficult to administer a tax system that has a lot of exemption, that has a lot of that the policymaker use the tax system as a way to encourage investment, as a way to address other problem of society. Now, for there to be justice and fairness in a tax system, I believe that if I earn $1 and I'm taxed at 20%, the dollar of somebody else should also be taxed at 20%. But unfortunately, the tax system is not that way. The corporation, especially the multinational, have a lot of benefit. During my administration, I think the thing that make the tax system unfair is one, the double taxation treaty that we have to implement, because it gives tax break to corporation. And basically, the basis of the double taxation treaty, I think, should already be revisited. Because when I wanted to mention a trivia. Do you know that the first modern double taxation treaty was entered into by Germany and Italy? And it's apt that we're discussing this here in Italy. So for me, one of the reasons where there's a unfairness in the tax system is one, the double taxation treaty, because you give benefit to some people while others you don't. And secondly, the basis for double taxation treaty before was you were trying to attract people to invest in production in the country. And therefore, the income they generate, you don't want two countries to tax it. But now the economy is such that it's no longer, the multinational are no longer investing in production, but actually taking advantage of the market, the consumption of the people, and the resources of the people, of the country. Therefore, the basis of double taxation treaty has basically changed already. In fact, the way we do business, the definition of permanent establishment is so hard to implement, no? Because there's virtual offices. How do you establish permanent establishment? No? So that's one of the reasons. For me, I think we should scrap all double taxation treaty and rework them again because the basis is all wrong, and that's the root of all the unfairness. And the other thing that I think that result in this unfairness is the competition between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Trade. The Ministry of Trade want to give away, exempt people from taxation because they're lazy to do what is required to attract investment. If you look at foreign investor, what they're saying is that the basis for their investment is not the tax break, but it's more the infrastructure, the human resources. But all these require systemic reform and hard work. And unfortunately, most government like shortcut. They want investment now, and the way they deal with it is they give away your taxing power. So that's the thing that we always face as a tax administrator. And the other thing is that the opaqueness of the asset registry, opaqueness of tracing where the money come from, no? Opaqueness, even the tax administrator cannot even give information to anyone because there's always a confidentiality clause in our tax code. No? So I think one way to make everyone honest is to make all of this transparent. It makes politicians, it makes everyone honest, including the tax administrator. And the tax administrator don't have to think about should I give this information or not. Whereas if everything is out there, then everyone can perform check and balances as per the tax administrator, as per the policy maker. And at the same time, as tax administrator, we can trace income by tracing the asset and tracing where the funds come from. That's basically one of the obstacles that most tax administrators are faced with. They cannot, when we start talking about tracing, all the politicians will now go up in arms and say you're not authorized to do that. Because I think they're most afraid of the tax administrator rather than the police or the judiciary, because it's easier to, to trace whether you pay taxes or not. The other thing is I think the tax administration should not be involved in the conversation of trying to solve other problems. What do I mean? As far as tax administration is concerned, all income, whether legal or illegal, I don't care where it came from, you have to pay taxes. Now, whether if regarding the legality or illegality, the tax administrator should not be involved in that discussion. It should be a discussion by the other government agency running after that that person, that criminal, rather than the tax administrator being involved in that. Because sometimes you see that in especially the developing country, because it's easier to file a tax evasion case than to prove that somebody is corrupt, somebody kidnapped somebody, somebody stole something. it's easier to run after them for tax evasion. And then regarding taking back your sovereign power, I think looking at the world now, sometimes I'm having a headache because there's so much disruption and craziness going on. No? But I think there's an opportunity at this time, especially since the United States is demolishing or abolishing US aid. Maybe this is the time where developing country can say, I think the rationale before why you go to double taxation treaty is because the developed country will say, I'm helping you, I'm giving you aid, right? But since they're demolishing or abolishing US aid, maybe it's about time we can use this as an excuse to say, since you're no longer helping us, maybe we should cancel all our double taxation treaty with you. So it's an opportunity, we can find an opportunity in this disruptive age. No? So that's basically where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll pass to Logan Ward, the Executive Secretary for African Tax Administration Forum, and who'll talk about the challenge that Africa has to using multinationals and high net worth individuals taxing. And also reminding our next speakers to restrict to the 6-7 minutes time frame.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to ICRIT and the Academy for the invitation and for the platform. I think it helps to speak so late because the previous two panels raised a lot of the issues. So the global tax rules are not equitable and fit for purpose. We've heard that. We agree with that. That we need new rules, anti-avoidance rules to specifically deal with artificial profit shifting, key driver of illicit financial flows. Clearly, that's important for Africa. Africa and many other developing countries are facing an ever-increasing number of global taxation challenges because multinationals have become ever powerful, both economically and politically. And we've seen this in the recent events in some countries where the richest and most powerful have grown great political influence over their governments. And that we've alluded to throughout this. It's not a new thing, though. I think regime change when there's oil in the country, in the DRC, when there's minerals, there's a lot of powerful interest of big multinationals in governments and in governance. The very largest multinational companies have assets several times greater than some of Africa's biggest economies. Secondly, the current global tax rules means that highly digital firms do not pay much or any tax in countries where value is created, for example, through monetization of user data. This challenge must be a priority for us on the African continent because technology and telecommunication sectors are the fastest growing in Africa and have shown remarkable post-tax profit in a post-COVID era. Africa's internet economy is expected this year to contribute over $180 billion to the continent's GDP, accounting for 5.2% of total GDP profits in digital services. And so profit in digital services in Africa are forecast to surpass 500 million e-commerce users by 2025, which will have shown a steady 17% compound annual growth rate of online consumers in the market. So the taxation of digital companies is incredibly important for Africa. It is our view that the inclusive framework, OECD inclusive framework, has failed. It has not and cannot resolve these issues, and we welcome the increased initiatives and involvement of the United Nations in the global standard setting, and we are incredibly proud of the leadership role played by the Africa Group in this UN tax initiative. We spoke here about defensive mechanisms, Professor Stiglitz. So minimum the global minimum tax rules would be one of that. And a key part of this would the Pillar 2 part, the global minimum tax rules of Pillar 2. It's an important step in starting to address some of these new global tax challenges. But we need to say, like others have said, these are not as effective as they should be, as the minimum effective tax rate of 15% is too low and will not stop artificial profit shifting. We've heard about the CIT rates of 25 to 35%. An interesting thing to share for you is that after 2 years, we were there. 27 African countries were there. And we, in ATAF, provided the technical support to those countries. We had to because the countries were there. They were sent there to negotiate by the government. If you need to respond to highly technical documents and agree to some form of allocation of taxing rights in a 1,000-page document with 48 hours to respond and not the technical backup to read them, you are effectively being excluded from the process, although you are there. That is what we have experienced, including the cost of participation. The first draft of the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 framework after 2 years had not a single contribution from any developing country, including an African country. It took a phone call to Paris to say, we are going to walk away. So that 15% wasn't there. That thresholds that are still so high would have been higher. But it was really, although on an equal footing in writing, a battle between the interests of the actual countries who are members of the OECD, owning more than 90% of the global GDP, and the rest. And the power relationship did not allow for that deal, because there was so much to protect in terms of the membership. And so having been there, I can explain to you from ATAF's perspective and the African countries, had it not been for the way that we were able to convene those 27 African countries, every time we had to engage on the proposals, it could have been worse. And so the global minimum tax rules will it will help deal with some of the very wasteful incentives that Africa has, that is a major drive in our extractive and other industries of our illicit financial flow losses. But the rules of the global minimum tax rules will really only for us be effective if there's widespread global adoption of these rules. And it's a concern that some of the large economies haven't done this yet. Then there's the issue of digital services. Now, both the two good professors in the room have spoken to each other and us about digital services and the fact that, including our concern that a digital services tax will be a consequent pass on to the consumer. So we need to look at how this will work. The principle, though, is we need to find an innovative solution. We quite like what Nigeria has done in terms of call a significant economic presence to try and replace the need for a physical economic presence. Now, we don't have the numbers to show what the impact of that was because they've implemented this interpretation in their legislation, and we were able to support the writing of that legislation. Equally, in Tanzania and in Zimbabwe, they are testing that right now. And so we need to come up with more such innovative ways to try and deal with it. The fact is we cannot wait for a failed and now dead in the water Pillar 1. We have to have some form of taxation on digital services right now. African countries are losing money and we have to act, and therefore we agree that national jurisdictions need to take action. Let me try and conclude by saying that it falls in the category, these innovations, these unilateral actions, falls also in the category of almost the political imbalance, including negotiating tax treaties, because you sign away a lot in tax treaties because the balance is so strong. You introduce a digital services tax and you get threatened with AGOA. So the political balance influences this. African countries would need its own form of political support, but I don't know whether the African Union is a strong enough vehicle. It has now joined the G20. What is the implications of that? Have we thought through that? So those are important aspects for Africans to consider for us on the continent. Finally, we've heard enough and a lot about high net worth individuals, we've heard the numbers. It's incredible, surging by 121% between 2015 and 2024. Yet these individuals and many other high net worth individuals pay little or no tax. And so a global solution is needed. Let me say that there has been some clawback finally. In a very basic, looking at the illicit financial flows and the behavior of multinationals, there have been some clawback by dealing with issues that Mr. Thomas has spoken about, data systems and administrative capacity. In a very slow way, we are implementing the use of existing instruments. And so the $5 billion of US dollars assessed and the $2 billion in the bank today in those 8 African countries has been precisely because we've been able to change policy, legislation, and audit capacity. We need to scale this up, and that is the way we need to do in order to augment some of the bigger global policy changes that we are advocating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think very important to remind, right, after Logan's intervention and before Shanai Nkumba, Executive Director of Tax Justice Network in Africa, the role of civil society in Africa, in particular, I think to both Shanai and Logan, in pressuring for the UN Tax Convention and the role of African countries there. And so I think this connection between the action, the think tanks, and the proposals that can be articulated from civil society and academics towards governments from the Global South to build a global infrastructure for in many issues, but particular tax justice is definitely here. So I'll pass to Shanai.
Thank you so much, Pedro. A huge thank you to ICRIT as well as the Academy for the invitation to speak to this incredibly important and timely meeting. I second what you just said. I think after having spoken, after having listened to so many of the other panelists on this particular session, a lot has already been said. So maybe to borrow from Jayati's earlier comments, please see some of this as annotations, right, to what's already been communicated. So first, I completely agree with the previous speakers that the current international tax system is not fit for purpose. And specific to Global South and African countries, this is because it is not responsive to their realities, needs, and priorities. And so, for instance, as was mentioned by Commissioner Fitzgerald, the implementation of the arm's length principle is one of those rules. This particular principle treats multinational entities and their subsidiaries as separate entities. And this has led to high administrative costs, particularly for African and Global South countries. Yet still we see a significant loss of revenue through this means. However, even for the most equipped revenue authorities, it is difficult to keep up with the aggressive tax planning that is carried out by multinational enterprises within these rules. And so what this shows us is that there is a fundamental flaw in our global tax system. And as such, yes, we need to consider alternative proposals that would simplify these tax rules and ensure that multinational companies, as well as the richest within our societies, are paying their fair share. And so what are the barriers to implementing these alternatives? This was the question I was asked to speak to today. I could delve into some of the national and regional level dynamics that are at play within Africa and the Global South region at large. And these include, for example, the inadequate capacity of revenue authorities or other public finance management institutions, the inadequacy of transparency requirements, such as country-by-country reporting and or beneficial transparency. I could also speak to the incoherent interagency coordination, as well as limited regional coordination, all of which are issues that African institutions, including ATAF, UNECA, as well as ourselves, are working on. These are issues that were highlighted as recommendations, even in the high-level panel report that was chaired by His Excellency. But we find ourselves in a little bit of a chicken and an egg situation, because to do all of this, you need resources to put them in place. But a significant amount of these resources, as has been stated already, are being funneled out of the continent, primarily by multinational companies that seem to find coming to our underdeveloped, highly indebted, high-risk countries still profitable. And so the challenge that I would like to use this opportunity this morning to discuss is the challenge of the inadequacy of the global tax architecture and what this conversation on the alternatives we are discussing today means for global South countries. The reason I'm flagging this is because in the conversations that have been taking place on the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation, specifically on the question of capacity development, there has been a divergence in perspective. Developed countries have made reference to the fact that global South countries need capacity development to implement existing rules, whereas developing countries state that what they actually need is the opportunity to participate in the development of these rules. And this was the language that found itself in the final terms of reference on the Framework Convention, specifically in paragraph 13. And so, according to African as well as global South countries, the capacity development that they require is to address the challenge of not being able to participate in global tax negotiations fully and effectively because, and to quote one of the Africa Group members, it doesn't matter how well your ability to tax is if you don't have the right to tax. And so with regards to ICRIT's proposals, the question we need to be asking ourselves regarding their relevance for Africa and global South countries is, firstly, are these proposals priorities for African and global South countries? So, for instance, the minimum standards for corporations and the ultra-wealthy taking into account, for instance, are the minimum standards for corporations and the ultra-wealthy taking into account the priorities and needs for Africans? There was much uproar about the 15% global minimum tax when this was first announced because, as has been mentioned earlier, many global South countries felt that this threshold was too low. On a global minimum tax aimed at the ultra-wealthy, the focus on dollar billionaires, for example, narrows the scope for the amount of revenue that can be raised from African billionaires. This has also been mentioned today. In Africa, there are only 20 billionaires, according to Forbes, if we use that statistic, 6 of them in South Africa. But how do we make this conversation relevant? The other major concern of many global South countries is the apportionment of consolidated revenues to various countries. In the past, the attempts to apportion revenue to global South countries has underchanged African or global South countries. So, for example, we were talking about Pillar 1 today. Amount A, the allocation of taxing rights was limited to 25% of residual profits, when African countries would have wanted a greater share, such as 35%. And so if these proposals are indeed priorities, then we must discuss how African and global South countries can be included in their development to make them relevant. These solutions will only be effective if they take into account their different needs, priorities, and capacities. And only they truly know. This is why the question of participation is crucial. African and global South countries must be supported to be able to engage in the agenda-setting debates and decision-making processes that will determine the future of international tax rules. And this is the importance of the current conversations on the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. It's not enough for proposals to simply be developed in the global north or by institutions in the global north that fail to fully represent the diversity of the world's economies. We need to ensure that the voices of those who are most affected by this question of tax injustice, African nations, and indeed the broader global South, are heard loud and clear. And then only then can we identify genuine proposals and opportunities for a fairer international tax system, one that will meaningfully reduce inequality and provide the resources to achieve sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much, Nai. And for last presentation, Benjamin Angel, Director of Direct Taxation, Tax Coordination, Economic Analysis and Evaluation at the European Commission, to give us an update on the implementation of Pillar 2 in the EU and the prospects of implementation Pillar 1, and of course, on what's the expected EU's response to President Trump's executive orders regarding the OECD.
Thank you. I'm not sure I will answer all your questions, but let me start with the easy ones, which is related to Pillar 2. For us, Pillar 2 is low for more than a year. It is being thoroughly implemented. We have also passed legislation to try to simplify the exchange of information between Europeans. We care a lot for Pillar 2, and we care a lot for Pillar 2 not because it is bringing a lot of money. Actually, for us, it is not. And it is not a surprise. It is not bringing a lot of money because Pillar 2 has been very much constructed as a behavioral tax. If the behavior change, which is the very purpose, you don't get the income. The purpose of Pillar 2 for us was to create a global floor to tax competition. It is working. It is delivering. More and more zero tax jurisdictions are introducing a domestic taxation for the companies in scope. That's the case, for instance, for the United Arab Emirates. That's the case for Jersey, for Guernsey, for the Isle of Man, for Barbados. The list becomes longer and longer. They're doing it because of the very construction, including the elements which are not so popular in the current Trump administration. And as such, it is a success. It's important also to stress that Pillar 2, with all its flaws, and Logan has been quite elegant on the complexity, it's a complexity shock. Not only for the African, it's also a complexity shock for us, for our tax administration. It's a very big rule, and you have 800 pages of administrative guidance on top. I want to be fair with our colleagues from the OECD, nevertheless, because we spend our life discussing legislation for 27 countries. And let me tell you our experience. Usually we make a nice proposal, simple, neat, and then you reach a discussion in the room and you have one country that raises finger and say, and what if? And then you get a second what if and a third what if, and after 27 what if, well, your proposal is not so nice and neat any longer. Well, in the OECD, you get 145 what if, because it's an inclusive framework and that's the number of countries which are participating. So it's unavoidable that the end result is complex. But it is protecting everyone against this unfair competition. And I think the effect of Pillar 2 is actually much stronger for the poor countries than the rich one. You can afford to be having high taxes and attract investments if you're the United Kingdom or France or Germany, because you have plenty of other reasons why people would come. If you're a small Caribbean island and the neighbor island just decide to bring its corporate income tax to zero, you're under a hell of pressure to go to zero as well. Here we are creating a floor that ensures that such pressure does not exist any longer. And that is the very reason why so many countries are introducing a domestic minimum top-up tax, because now they feel safe to do it. In the European Union, we care a lot for tax fairness, but tax fairness is like a big monument, and sometimes when you want to build a big monument, you need shovels and picks, which is a little bit less glorious. So if you allow me to spend just a few minutes on the shovels and picks, you need tax data. That's a basic thing when you tax. And for tax data, you need tax transparency. Tax transparency has been a long-standing priority of the European Union. It has been mentioned, for instance, that the European Union has now legislation in place on public country-by-country report, where you get a lot of data which are accessible on the activity of multinational. We have piled up legislation on the exchange of information. Traditionally, it's tackled by a directive called Directive on Administrative Cooperation. We have our 9th directive, which is under discussion, and we already start to work on the 10th one. So it shows the level of priority which is attached to it. And as regards the discussion on what to do with the very rich, which has been mentioned a number of times, the European Union has supported the work stream in the G20. But it's very clear if we want to effectively be able to tax the very rich, we need to make progress internationally on register of beneficial ownership. It sounds a bit technical, but it's a very obvious thing that the very rich have all the legal capacity in the world to hide their wealth. And before, they were using it by just pushing money on a bank account in a tax haven, but now it's more sophisticated because we have an exchange of information on bank account. So the register of beneficial ownership is a necessary tool if you want to really capture someone when you do a taxation of high net worth individuals. Here, the European Union has a good experience. We started register of beneficial ownership already 10 years ago. We made them public. We had to narrow down a bit the free access, but it remains accessible, for instance, to journalists or to researchers. And the publicity is a very strong tool. It's also transformational because usually those who misbehave, they don't want to be seen as misbehaving. And more recently, we have added extra layers. For instance, we cover now real estate. And in July, it was also agreed that we will cover things like purchasing of luxury cars, purchasing of planes, purchasing of luxury flats for foreign entities. All the typical instrument of misbehavior will be made known, public, and transparent. Data imports, but you need also good tools to make use of the data. That's also something which is very much underestimated. For instance, in the European Union, we just passed a legislation on real-time access to all VAT data. That's great, but technically, the member states will get billions of data points, literally. So if you have the right tool to plug into billions of data points, the only thing that you get is that you flood it under data that you cannot chew. So here, clearly, there's a lot of work to be done on artificial intelligence, on big data, to be able to equip the tax administration with the capacity to process all the data they get and to take the necessary conclusion. It's also important to focus on the efficiency, because very clearly around the world, but also in the European Union, there are countries where tax evasion is fueled by the mistrust in the good use of the money collected. As a taxpayer, if you feel that your money will go on a bank account in a tax haven or to finance some silly investment, which is a complete useless white elephant, you're not that motivated to respect the law. So fair taxation has to go hand in hand with a fair and good use of the money to create a virtuous circle. De facto, as was said before, the model low tax, bad public services, poor government is not a successful combination to bring investors, very clearly. In Europe, we have also some very successful model here. Not everywhere, but we have some, particularly in the Scandinavian countries. Scandinavian countries are very interesting. They combine welfare state, good management of the money, and fair taxation. And I come from a country where the tax administration is about as popular as Jack the Ripper. And I was very surprised going to Finland 2 years ago. There was a poll on the popularity of the various branches of the administration. Guess what? The most popular branch of the administration is the tax department. There are very few countries where people, at least beyond Abigail, love the taxman. But if you combine a fair system with a good use of the resource, you ensure that fair taxation and sound government are mutually reinforcing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are a bit over time, but I got the instruction from Tommaso that we can go until 1:40. So we'll open for a few questions, just reminding that everyone who will intervene that this session is the only thing between everyone here and lunch. So let's try to use our time wisely. Professor Ocampo.
Thank you very much, the presentations. Let me actually underscore some of the points that were made and add a little. The first one is on this on the corporate income tax. I mean, the 15% is so low, but I think beyond that, the issue of carve-outs that were approved in the OECD, the exemptions for natural resources, which should be prohibited in any tax cooperation, and the issue that was mentioned by Chennai, that subsidiaries are generally undertaxed. Why? Because there are many expenses that are made by the main part of the multinational to try to increase the cost of that subsidiary, and they also lend money, and the interest payments are also reduce the profits of the subsidiary. So there has to be a clear and fair system in which multinationals are treated as equal, and the subsidiaries of multinationals are treated as equal to the multinational. That's one issue. I may add another point, which is the point that actually the group of 24 of developing countries, the Bretton Woods Institution here will have the coordinator of that process, made into the OECD negotiations that was not accepted, which is the principle of significant economic presence. I think that principle has to be enclosed in any international agreement, which means that even multinationals that provide services from abroad are taxed if they do economic activities in the countries where they're. There's a basic principle that has to be enclosed in the international cooperation agreements. I must say, I introduced it with the 15% in the Colombian legislation of 2022. Now, on top of that, let me say on the personal income tax. I think, first of all, ICRIC should add a P to the, we not only deal with corporate, but also with personal income taxes. So we have to add a P to our name. But let me say, and of course, we have Gabriel, who has been the leader of that. I think the P deserves a special mention to him. But let me say on the personal income tax, that another problem that has also been highlighted is capital gains, because capital gains are significantly undertaxed everywhere. And I think that that is also a reason why the wealth tax has to be an ingredient of international taxation of the very rich. Let me say that in my country, Colombia, the wealth tax was introduced in 1936 by a progressive government. And the basic argument at the time, which still considers to be correct, is that capital incomes are always underestimated. And therefore, that the wealth tax is a complement to the income tax for the rich. And that's the origin of that taxation in Colombia. Actually, it was interrupted in 1989, but it revived in the early 21st century. And again, I include it as a permanent tax in the Colombian legislation of 2022. And the basic reason is a complement to the personal income tax because the capital income, including now capital gains, are always under tax. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, very quick remark on the floor set by the OECD minimum tax. There are, of course, countries that circumvent them again, bringing the case of Switzerland, my country, where in Switzerland, 3/4 of the income goes to the states, and there are some states, notably the states where the highest income occurs, that funnel that directly back to corporations, be it by funding sustainability programs or even staff costs or management staff costs. So in the end, the floor in that case is not really existing. Thanks.
Oh, sorry, I'll pass to, you can go and then we'll end with Professor Stiglitz. Yeah.
The statements around taxing capital gains and speculation. And from a worker's perspective, when a nurse doing a night shift in a hospital to care for the sick is taxed more than those people who are earning passive income through speculation or capital gains, there's clearly a massive injustice that undermines the political willingness to support the institutions to tax and spend. I'd like to make a second very brief point about this issue that's related about the confidence in spending on public services, because it does sometimes imply a rhetoric that encourages the idea that public sector spending is somehow intrinsically inefficient, whereas private sector spending is somehow not. And it's connected a little bit to another point that is often made without too much interrogation around corruption, as if corruption is somehow primarily a problem with corrupt public sector officials or governments. The reality is that the privatization of public services is incredibly inefficient in terms of delivering for the outcomes that public services are provided for, which is targeting and supporting the most vulnerable. It's quite good, privatization of public services, in providing very large profits for the companies that take the contracts. But if the desired outcome is to support those who need the services most, then it's incredibly inefficient. And one really only needs to look at the way in which healthcare is provided in the United States, where they have by far, by orders of magnitude of 1.5 as a percentage of GDP, the US spends far more on the provision of healthcare than almost all the European countries. Yet their health indicators are by far lower, including life expectancy, child mortality, and so on and so forth. And there's a lot of evidence about why that is, but they all come back to the private provision and the wastefulness of private provision of healthcare. So I think we need to be really clear about that when we have those discussions. The other point about that is that privatization is a major driver of corruption. There are very, very large concessions granted in a single process that allow large amounts of money to be shifted offshore, and then for 20 years, the public purse and the users of those services pick up the benefits for the fact that in one moment, large profits are generated that are shifted into tax havens. And we need to remember that for every public official that is accepting a bribe, there is a private sector actor who has offered that bribe. And even when we look in the Global South, and it's not confined to the Global South, I don't want to make too fine a point of it. I come from France. We're sitting in Italy. There is corruption in the Global North at all levels. But in the Global South, the vast majority of the corruption and bribes that are offered are from large corporations from the Global North, precisely so they can take the one-off hit, transfer it out through these illicit financial flows, and then leave those governments to deal with the consequences, often for years and decades later. And I think there have been many, many World Bank projects that have fueled exactly that dynamic, not only leaving poor services and capture by private interest, but also leaving a large debt burden that the countries then have to deal with as well. So I won't labour the point. There's a lot more important specific points about the tax system here. But when we connect the political and the social contract around taxation and the willingness to create political will, I think it's important that we don't slip into some of these false narratives, because these are the narratives we hear every day in the newspapers, and they don't always stand up to scrutiny.
Thank you, Daniel. I'll pass to Prime Minister Touré and then Professor Stiglitz to end.
Thank you very much. So I would like to address the specific case of Africa because I do believe that we have to combine global action and regional action. So my question is, why aren't we spearheading, on our own interest? That's maybe a question to, to President Mbeki. We have discussed about leadership. But I do definitely think, and I thank you both from the continent for your great presentation, that we are in a gap of leadership on this issue. These are our resources, let alone, what have been taken in reference to history. And as you rightly say, Professor Stringling, many companies became rich and passed the wealth to their inheritance through slavery, colonization, and it's still going on. So what do we need ourselves to take our own rules within the African Union to ensure that taxes are paid in the continent? It's our own take. It's time that we take the matter into our own hands. And I totally agree with Winnie. This is a political issue. Until we politicize it, it is not going to go anywhere. And this year, the African Union, as I said, is talking about reparation. But here we go. How we can reparate through these taxes. The harm and the aggression and the looting of what we are talking about, slavery and colonization. Somehow we want to subcontract our issues to others, and that is wrong. We do have now younger leadership. Senegal, my president is 44-year-old. He comes from a recent, very activist and very violent, actually, because he went to jail and was released 4 days after the campaign started. So we put together sort of a group to revise the contracts, minings and gas. But it's utterly difficult. You're going to run into trial that you're going to lose. Because when you go to arbitrage, and the biggest chamber of arbitrage is Paris, well, not for, it's not a random choice. 90% to 95% of the cases are lost by African countries. So why don't we have our African Court of Arbitrage to begin with? And it has to be part of the contract. You take it or you leave it. So this is also something that speaks to ourselves. We have to build our own leadership on the issues, and it's about time.
Thank you, Professor Stiglitz.
So first, let me say, I think it's been a very rich discussion. I agree with everything that's been said, and I just want to highlight a few points. The first is in terms of Pillar 2 on the minimum tax, and just to reemphasize that it's deficient in so many ways, and add one worry that the minimum tax will become the maximum tax. That'll become a focal point. People who understand bargaining, everybody said 15% is where we should go. So I think we ought to make sure that there's a warning out there that this 15%, which is not 15%, as Gabriel has calculated, is probably 12 to 13% because of the exception. This is just for a moment, and 25% is where we ought to be focusing on so that we don't have a 15%. The second point is on Pillar 1. Pillar 1 is dead. It won't be ratified by the United States, and given that it won't be ratified by the United States, it won't go into force. The international community wasted a lot of time negotiating it. We heard a lot of discussions about the way in which it was badly negotiated, unfairly negotiated. And I think I want to emphasize something that he said, which is complexity is used as a bargaining tool to disenfranchise others. And there are ways of writing simple rules that won't have that effect of disenfranchising, and writing tax systems that don't disenfranchise participation. the second thing about when we now think about Pillar 1, which is the allocation of taxing rights, there ought to be a different system of allocation of taxing rights for different kinds of sectors. I think, for instance, resources, 100% of the taxing rights go to the countries that own the natural resources. Those are the country's natural resources. You know, I may be putting it extreme, but something close to 100% should be for those natural resources that really belong to the people of the country, and not private people who've appropriated those returns. Secondly, manufacturing. Manufacturing is a result of the labor of the people in the country, and that's where you can say some way of allocating activity in the country is related to the labor of the people who've constructed whatever goes on in the country. There are valuation problems and transfer price issues, but I think those can be addressed in a much better way than they have been. But finally, services represent the most difficult, and I alluded to that before, because there is an ambiguity about where services occur, particularly in this digital age, but even before the digital world. Headquarters of a company say, we provide the service without which the company couldn't function. And we do that in a tax haven, and therefore we'll allocate all the value of the service to the tax haven. Well, I think there are a variety of ways of thinking about this. I can't go into all of them, but one of them, a very simple way that's based on a simple idea in economics, Nash equilibrium, is you could not have the service without both the service provider and the service receiver. If one weren't there, the other one couldn't be there. So when you have that kind of relationship where you need both, you divide the profits 50-50. And that would give a simple rule. It may not be fully, satisfactory, but it might be a simple rule that would, and you say, if there's a transaction between two parties, half of it occurred in the purchase and half of it occurred in the recipient, and each will have the right to tax. Now, there's always the problem that Sal raised and others of incidents of the countries passing on the tax to the recipient in their country. I think there are some easy ways of handling that. For instance, you know what you charge, say, for Gmail or for advertising in other countries. And you have 105% tax on excess charges made within the country that cannot be justified on the basis of differences in the cost of provision. That will disincentivize discrimination. And, or you could have a law against price discrimination. So I think some of those things can easily be handled. The fourth thing I wanted to raise very briefly was raised for the first time just now, which is adjudication. The way tax disputes are adjudicated is typically unfair to developing countries and emerging markets. And there needs to be an international court, an African court for dealing with that. And the final thing is related to something that's been discussed over and over again, and that is when we're talking about tax justice globally, we can't separate that from broader issues of power. And it was mentioned that the US says if you tax our companies, we'll take away Agora. And there are 100 other ways that a country like the United States can threaten. I think Africa, the developing countries, emerging markets have to stand up to that kind of abuse of power. And Winnie just showed me a interesting thing that just came over the internet, that South Africa has announced that it will stop export of minerals to the United States because of the way it's being treated. China has stopped the export of critical minerals to the United States. The developing countries and emerging markets have levers. They are 80% of the global economy. They should not let themselves be abused in the way that they've been abused in the past. And so I hope that this discussion of tax justice will will empower people to say this is a matter of a global community having solidarity, standing together against an attempt of an extraordinary abuse of power, and that one can show that the world can work together multilaterally in a way that maybe they haven't done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are over time, so we'll have to end the session and go to lunch. Thank you very much.
Some of you will know where we go for lunch. It's downstairs, okay? You need to go downstairs, okay? Through this way and downstairs.
Okay, so let's start this last session on the global agenda of tax reform. Let me say just as an introduction to the history of the mechanisms for international tax cooperation, like 20 years ago, there were essentially two: the OECD framework among members and the European Union. As the two mechanisms for cooperation in place. And there was also the UN Tax Committee, which is an expert committee. Let me just, as a personal anecdote, say that when I became Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, so the predecessor of Mr. Lee, I was told that that was ad hoc, an ad hoc committee. So I asked, since when it has been ad hoc? And they told me since the League of Nations. So 50 years ad hoc. Anyway, so I promoted the transformation into a permanent committee with wider functions. I actually also proposed for it to become an intergovernmental committee. That was not approved, but the other elements were approved at the time. Then we have, of course, the 27-29 crisis, generally called the global financial crisis, since it took essentially not the US and Western Europe. Some of us call it the North Atlantic financial crisis, but not the global. And then there were two processes. First, the BEPS initiative, and then later on the inclusive framework, which was it led to this agreement of 2021. Which has been, to a large extent unsuccessful, let's say, because the Pillar 1 has not been adopted and it will not be adopted, as we talked this morning. And the Pillar 2, for many of us, is a very weak agreement. Both of the tax, but also because of to which it applies, and let me say also the carve-outs that it includes. Anyway, but that's the framework still in place. And then, of course, because of the frustration of the effects of that, the African Union proposed the UN Tax Convention, which was approved in 2023, and now has started the negotiation process. Actually, last week was the beginning of the negotiation process of the modalities, and I guess it has 3 years to lead to the convention. I think that's a very important process. I would say, generally speaking, I'll come back to that, but I think it basically has the full agreement, or most the full agreement of developing countries. I mean, there are a few exceptions, but very few now. Then we have the Financing for Development Conference that will take place in Spain in June, July. For that purpose, I mean, the group of experts, I mean, ICRIC first, but also the group of experts has presented certain proposals on issues of international tax cooperation. Actually, as a chair of the expert group, I presented those recommendations on Tuesday in the United Nations, and we'll have the process of promoting them, which is a process that we have to start. And then there are, of course, the other processes that lead to financing, not necessarily to taxation. Particularly the Climate Change and Biodiversity Convention that met last year, and offers some resources, but I'm not totally sure that that's as relevant for the tax issues. There are also regional initiatives. Of course, the most important is the European one, but in the developing world, let me say there is an African which is starting really, and I actually promoted as Minister of Finance of Colombia, the Latin American one, convincing the Chile and Brazil, so we are the 3 countries that are the leaders of that process, and the ECLAC, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, has become, they say, the secretariat of that process, and it's going on, and of course we need to have more members, I particularly tell the Mexicans that they have to become members. I hope so. But and the other countries that should become members of that process. Anyway, for this session, we have to analyze what are the possibilities of the ongoing processes. I think in particular, what we can achieve both in relation to the UN Tax Convention and the financing for development process that will take place before. Let me say also the G20, of course, with Brazil, took a very important initiative to the issue of the taxing the super rich or the high net worth individuals. I prefer to call them super rich because there are, in many of our countries, there are very rich people who are not high net worth by international standards, but they are very rich in the country. So it has to be broader to include, certainly to include them. And I understand that the issue is also in the agenda of the G20 South Africa this year. And actually, I have participated in some of the preparatory processes leading to the G20. So the G20 is also playing a role, but in terms of decision making, I think that the two processes that are important are the tax convention and the financing for development process. But having this, but we will hear the opinions of this very interesting panel on what are the possibilities of success on some of the initiatives in this regard. So I will start with Irene Obonyo Odida, who is actually also one of the ICRIT commissioners.
Thank you very much, Jose Ocampo, and good afternoon. After a really brilliant morning, it makes our work much easier. We're just building on what was already mentioned earlier today. Before I go to focus on what I was asked to talk about, I just want to highlight certain things because I might not have time at the end. One of them is the issue of leadership that already came up this morning. And as Jose has mentioned, the role of the African group, particularly at the UN in New York, has been phenomenal. But in there, I also want to mention the role that Nigeria has played. So Nigeria has really driven the African group in that. And then we've had other countries coming on board. Currently, even Senegal, for example, has come on board, Ghana, Kenya, and Egypt played quite a major role. So we have champions, and I think that's one of the things to look at even for other regions. And he mentioned in Latin America, for example, some of the champion countries. And that is the second point I want to raise, that it's really important in looking for reform to have what President Becky has referred to as a coalition of the willing. That's been used in other spaces as well. So that kind of coalition of the willing, where even if you don't have a region that is fully committed as a region, you may have countries in that region that can amplify. But for these particular processes at the UN, which I was asked to talk about, we've seen that the lead regions have been the African group and then also Latin America, Caribbean. So those are kind of anchoring, and then there's some key countries in Asia which have been quite instrumental. And some countries in WEOG, so in the global north, you can think of countries like Norway, that have also played kind of roles that are pointing towards progressive outcomes. The other key group is G77. And maybe some of the issues is the mapping around G77 and recognizing that there are countries within there at different levels. But how can that be harnessed? It played a major role really in some of the resolutions that were passed and have brought us to this point. And then lastly, two things. One is, in all of this, there are risks and there are threats. And the part of the organizing and taking advantage of opportunities is to coordinate and take action to deal with risks and threats as they emerge. We have to really think about that. And something that my husband always reminds me when I get really frustrated about the pace of change, he always tells me it's a marathon. So he says anything involving the UN, give it some time. And I think he's been borne out, because maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I was feeling really frustrated when we had the FACTI process going on. But now when I look back, it's amazing to see that we actually have negotiations going on at the UN. Who would have thought maybe even 10 years ago that that was possible? So now just coming straight to the issues I was asked to talk about, the UN process. it really is a response, because I just have maybe 3-4 minutes left. It's a response to developing country concerns. So G77, even as far back as the 70s, if one is looking at this historically, countries in Latin America, Chile, for example, right from the 70s, 80s, were putting these issues on the table. So the developing countries have really driven this. And evidently that's because we're most affected, as we talked about it this morning, by the unequal taxing rights. So the concerns currently were really very much driven by what's happening at the OECD, and ATAF, Logan talked about some of those challenges. I've heard from different technical, technocrats and negotiators who've been involved in the BEPS process, really just how the management of the process itself did not make it possible to participate on an equal footing. And that's been a challenge. In this particular process at the UN, it's important that UN rules are followed, and there have been discussions and arguments over which rules shall apply to decision making. The advantage that we have with the UN is that everybody's there on an equal basis. It's one country, one vote. You also have very clear rules. It's very inclusive, and it's legitimate. I mean, we're not saying that it's perfect, but it is the one forum, that space we have, where all countries, or just about all countries, have a space at the table. So this is a truly global challenge, as was mentioned in the Becky report and also in the factory report. And so that really needs a global response for all countries to come together around the issue of international tax cooperation. And ultimately what we need, and maybe it is something that the negotiators need to look at, is what will we consider to be a successful convention? So to start with that end in mind, what are the features that we need to see in the framework convention? This process at the UN is also important because we have seen in the past few years that multilateralism is under threat. So this again reinforces that international cooperation still matters. There are some intractable issues that can only be discussed in such a forum. So ultimately, we would hope to see a fairer and more effective international tax system. And maybe just about the only thing I agree with, I think it was then Defense Secretary under George Bush. Just about the only thing I think I agree with him was hope is not a strategy. So we have to plan. It has to be planning. Now, we need to go beyond corporate taxation, and I think that has come up today as well. So while much of the OECD's work focused on corporate taxation and exchange of information, the efforts remained limited in scope and also in impact. Unfortunately, a lot of the outcomes in the deal were really just responding to vested interests, and you can see the contortions that led to. So Pillar 2, yes, did introduce a minimum tax, but that has already been critiqued this morning. The rate is very low, and for many countries in the global south, effectively, that really means a lowering of the effective tax rate that they have. So it does not help in that regard. But the core problem is the failure to meaningfully redistribute taxing rights to developing countries. So we need other processes such as the UN to also address eventually. And I'd just like to say that with the UN process, we'll have a framework convention, and then under it, there will be provision. First of all, a governance structure or process will be set up, and under it, there'll be provision for protocols on specific aspects of taxation. So it's envisaged a long-term negotiations on different issues as they emerge. So some of the kind of issues that need to be addressed and within such a process would be things like tax havens that came up earlier today, the whole question of financial opacity or lack of transparency, and of course the taxation of the super rich. So those are some of the loopholes that have remained even following the OECD BEPS process. And ultimately, we need to see a comprehensive and enforceable global tax system that includes progressive taxation of the super rich, has measures to tackle offshore wealth secrecy, and also has stronger anti-abuse provisions. So these are some of the things that we would want to see negotiated over time in that space. As I mentioned, there's been progress. If you look back some few years ago, from 2022 in May, when the African finance ministers passed a resolution within the AU-ECA framework, requesting the UN to look at this issue. And then this was picked up by Africa Group led by Nigeria to propose a resolution 2022, and then that resolution, which was approved, was for a framework convention, and then it was followed by another resolution, 2023, that approved the terms of reference of this negotiation that is started this year. So we already have, and within the terms of reference, there was provision for 2 early protocols. So alongside the negotiations on the framework convention, there will be 2 early protocols negotiated. The first, which was proposed largely Global South, was on cross-border services, a very important one. The second, we're still trying to understand how that came about, but that is going to be on dispute resolution. That is the second early protocol, I understand. So in the next phase, between now and the next maybe 2.5 years, we will have the negotiations will define the substantive rules of the convention, and this really will shape how global tax cooperation is structured for years to come. So this is an ongoing process, and what I would call for countries that support this progressive global taxation is that there is stronger coordination between those who support this such reform, between the countries, and also at regional level, and also in country. Because the negotiations happen at the UN, that is largely the diplomats, as the finance people said. But this is a tax issue, so you need the engagement of the finance sector in our countries. The capitals have to be involved and very supportive as well, because this will need a lot of technical resources and financial for the technocrats from the capitals to participate effectively. So there's a need for coordination and really strong support from the capitals, but also collaboration within regions and across regions. So I will, just 2 last things is to say that South-South cooperation will be very important, and platforms like PTLAC are a good space to build the collaboration with Latin America and Caribbean, but also that ultimately this is a unique opportunity. And as we said this morning, the issue of champions, political champions, is going to be critical. And we all need to engage, because sustaining this sort of process for the next 3 years or so will really need resources. So there's financial resources, there's human resources, technical support. It really needs to be at the forefront for us. My last point is just, let's look at the risks. I mentioned that before. Are there any risks that may emerge from maybe geopolitical changes, US or whatever? Or we talked to that as well this morning. And also potentially, there could be risks happening at national level as you have maybe change of administrations and positions. So those are some of the things we really have to watch out for the next 3 years, and try to manage this process to end up with a positive outcome, not just for the Global South, but I dare say for the 99% of the global population. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Erin. Actually, let me perhaps add to your comment that in the case of Latin America, one advance was that Mexico abstained first and now voted in favor. So Latin America has been very cooperative. I guess we have question marks about other countries now, notably Argentina, but otherwise, I think the process has a fairly full support from Latin American countries. You said actually the 3 PTLAC leaders, which means Brazil, Chile, and Colombia, have been very positive in the whole process. Now, the question mark is what is going to happen with the developed countries in the negotiations of the UN. Let me say that, of course, taking George Stiglitz' comment this morning, we have no expectations of the US. But I must say, I didn't have from the beginning. I mean, they voted against the UN resolution, they voted against the terms of reference, so there was no expectation of cooperation by the US anyway. So the important expectation is what the European countries are going to do. Again, positive, they voted against and they abstain now. And they tell me that in negotiations last week, they were cooperative. And actually, the second protocol is because of the European Union, I understand. And there are other European countries that can also be very positive, I would say, notably Norway. Norway has been very cooperative in general, and we hope it's also a favorable factor. Anyway, for this, I think we have the reflection now of Eva Jolie, who is also a ICRIT commissioner.
Good afternoon, everybody. It has been a very nice discussion, and I'm very grateful to be here and have the opportunity to talk to you. As to the EU, they are the big losers in the tax battle. Figures are about $884 billion being lost for the member states every year. And the EU has tried to find a system. In 2018, they adopted the Common Corporate Consolidated Tax Basis, which was a unitary taxation, was no minimum tax. The Parliament voted this text with a huge majority, but it didn't go through the Council, and that was expected because, as you know, within the European Union, we have tax havens. So as these decisions are unanimous, it was very difficult to get through. And at that time, the president of the Council was Jean-Claude Juncker, who was a former prime minister of a tax haven. There might be a solution that we could have used an Article 16 of the treaty, but that's another debate. In 2018, the OECD process was ongoing, and the European Union decided to wait for the OECD's solution. And the EU countries have now implemented the Pillar 2, meaning that we have a minimum tax in European member states of 15%. If we have a look to the Lux leak from 2014, we can see how important this is, because in this leak, we learned that more than 240 multinationals had tax agreements with Luxembourg, paying 0, 1, 0, 2, up to 2 or 3% taxes. Now they have 15. So this is a progress. And the EU says that they will implement also Pillar 1. But we know the threats of the Americans now that they will sanction countries that do tax American multinationals. So it would be important also that the EU join the UN negotiations. But whether they will do that will depend very much also on the composition of the Parliament and the Commission. As you know, we had elections this year, and the extreme right got a lot of mandates. They are close to 20%, meaning also that in the Council, you have people who don't believe in common taxation. Extreme right people are against, very often, this common tax processes. And what we see now in the European Parliament is that the classical right side is voting with the extreme right rather than with the center and the socialists. So this is very worrisome for the future of tax cooperation, I believe. Well, I think we must try to obtain by peer pressure and other ways that the EU do engage in the UN negotiation. And we had some hope they were behaving nicely last week. So maybe there is a hope. And it's also that with the withdrawal of the UN over the US from development policy, the role of the EU is even more important. EU is the second biggest player, and I think they have a role to help developing countries get an agreement on taxation. And we know also that the European citizens, they are asking for tax justice. So this is a way to push the government and the parliament towards the negotiation in the UN. So let's hope that that can work. It's a hope, but it is not sure. And I would add that we should also look into limitation of the election campaigns. If we have unlimited financing of election campaigns, like in the US, you know, the last campaign, it's $14 billion. What kind of democracy is that? Meaning that only multinationals can pay for this, meaning that the president is in the hand of the billionaires. And this we see every day. So I think we should also work on financing of the political campaign, and they should be limited. And it should be forbidden for companies to finance, for instance, and transparent. I think this is part of the problem that we have not been working on up till now, but I think we should include that in our reflection. Thank you.
I hope even our moderate optimism gets confirmed. We have to still to see. By the way, another big question mark is the UK. What is the UK going to stand for in the negotiations? I hope with the current government they become a bit more friendly to the negotiations. We have to see. We still have to see that. Anyway, now I turn to Iyabo Masha. She is the director of the Group of 24, which is the major group of the developing countries in the Bretton Woods institutions. I think it's a well-functioning group, actually, one of the best Gs, let's say. and I must say that despite the fact that the Bretton Woods institutions, many of us supported their involvement in the OECD negotiations, which was very positive. I think in particular, India and Colombia, as members, were very positive in the OECD negotiations, taking a common position that was adopted by the G24, and including this concept of significant economic presence that I mentioned this morning. The G24 promoted that in the OECD negotiations and failed, failed in that regard. But anyway, so it's important to listen to her views about these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the warm introduction, and thank you all for your presence here. I want to go back to the discussion in the first panel about global inequality. And sometimes I think that we're not also taking into consideration what is happening at the macro level. The most recent World Bank Global Economic Prospects is predicting that out of the 26 countries that are classified as low income as of this year, 25 of them are going to remain low income countries in the year 2050. So, and that just speaks to the kind of challenge that we have in income convergence among countries, but also reflects what is driving it at the micro level. And that's where the issue of the tax regime and the fairness of the tax system comes in. Clearly, countries need substantial resources to be able to craft a more equal society, either in the form of education, health, social services. And that's where the ability to collect taxes, to raise taxes, does come in. But also to be able to advance their economic growth, they have to be less reliant on debt. It's the amount of, the higher the revenue they're able to raise, the more the likelihood that they will have a macroeconomically stable environment and will not resort to monetary financing excessively. But more importantly, whatever little they're able to borrow, they are able to get to borrow it at the kind of rate that stabilizes the debt to GDP ratio. That's not happening because the creditors know what the revenue and the domestic situation is, the domestic resources are. So they give them the kind of interest rates that makes their debts unsustainable in the long run. So for these reasons, I think the idea of pushing for international tax cooperation is very, very important because corporate income tax is actually the largest source of revenue for many of these countries. For some of the countries I worked on in my former life, we're talking of about 60% of total revenue collected. And even though, as some have alluded earlier today, it's not unusual to have statutory rates, corporating tax statutory rates of 38%, 35% in developing countries. I have never seen a low-income country in my work life that collected more than 5%. 5% of the declared profit from the corporate sector. So the reform of international tax cooperation is absolutely important because corporate income tax, out of all the tax heads, is the one that really has a lot of international connectedness, either from the profit shifting, base erosion, and illicit financial flows. Now, I have been asked to comment on the importance of the multiple processes that are ongoing. I don't know whether we can still say they are multiple. There were two, the UN process and the OECD process. There are discussions going on about what to make of the OECD process in light of the position that the US has taken. But the good thing is that the discussion can take place within the UN process and there can be opportunity for faster consensus, especially if it happens to be the case that the OECD process is not going to be able to function in any form. So that is a kind of good news for the UN process. When the UN process started, we did in our own submission, not only supported the process, but we're glad that the early protocols that we called for, which is taxation, digital services is one of them. It's also one of the two that is under consideration. But we also called for future protocols that will address some of these issues that are still part of what makes international corporate taxation a little bit not as successful as you would like to see it. We called for the taxation of high net worth individuals, which is also based on the discussions we've had today and also the work that Brazil did in the G20 process. That is also something that would, I think it's already in the zero draft of the FFD paper. Now, we also call for a protocol on tax incentives, and this goes back to the example I gave as to where you have a statutory rate of 35% and companies are paying 4%. That's because they can push a lot of the difference into all sorts of incentives like tax depreciation, so many different things that they can claim. And if you are claiming 20-something% incentives and making only 4% payment, then that system is not a functional system. We called for environmental financing through non-Pigovian tax measures. And we called for also tax havens, a protocol on tax havens and jurisdictional competition. And that is also comes back to how do you effectively tax high net worth individuals when you don't know where they are hiding the money? And I think the EU speaker did give that as one of the things that would be good to have so many different sources of information before actually getting to the taxing of high net worth individuals. Illicit financial flows is another protocol we called for. Double taxation, transfer pricing, and information exchange and transparency. And some of these may not be, full protocols that have to be negotiated. There could be principles of best practices that are published by the UN, agreed to by members, and published by the UN Framework Convention. Now, how do we expect things to play out over the next period? I think that we will have some more clarity on what the US position means. And I expect the OECD to come out with a position too on how they want to proceed under the circumstance. And if it so happens that the whole work shifts to the UN Framework Convention, then it's probably also a more democratic forum to achieve some of these objectives. And that's my position.
Well, thank you very much, Yabo. I hope the meeting of the G24 next month will also bring very good ideas for this process, for taxation, but also for the financing for development process that you also referred to. For example, issue of debt, which is essential. I just a comment on your initial remarks. I'm a member of a UN Committee for Development Policy, which is the one that analyzes every year the case of the least developed countries. And it just confirmed the view that you mentioned of the World Bank, that our view is that all the Asian LDCs are graduating or will graduate. So the problem is increasingly sub-Saharan Africa, where the LDCs are not graduating and don't have much expectation of graduation except for a couple of ones. And the other is Haiti, which is the most complicated issue in the Western Hemisphere, let's say. So that is also true. So which actually has to do with development cooperation in general, including this issue of taxation, including taxation of multinationals in the natural resource sectors, which we discussed this morning, because it's a major issue, and as well as the issue of the subsidiaries of multinationals, which pay very low taxes in general. So this is a major issue that has to be dealt with in these negotiations. Having said that, let me now give the floor to Jose Manuel Salazar, who is the Executive Secretary of CEPAL in the Spanish, ECLAC, Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Jose Antonio. Again, my thanks to Sister Helen Alford and to Professor Stiglitz and all the ICRIT colleagues. It's a real honor to be here. And also, I'd like to salute Mr. Thabo Mbeki and all the participants and fellow speakers here in the session. I'd like to start by reminding us of the two key failures of the global and national tax systems that we were talking quite a lot in the morning. The first is, of course, injustice. We discussed that at length, and of course, it's fantastic that this is very much at the core of ICRIT from the beginning, and all these which I think we can describe as a real movement now towards change and reform, which is very, very important. But the other one, of course, is insufficiency. It's not just the issue of justice and so on, which is absolutely crucial, but the fact is that, as we know, fiscal spaces are reduced and resources for investment and financing for the SDGs and for Agenda 2030 and for development objectives are totally insufficient. So the whole issue of mobilizing domestic resources, but also international resources are crucial. And this is why the series of conferences, particularly Seville one, and I'm going to do a little commercial here because I have more of these documents for those that might be interested. Just off the oven, these were prepared by the 5 regional economic commissions last year, and it's actually just out, and it's Road to Seville reform proposals for financing for development from the 5 economic commissions. So now, the depth and the seriousness of these 2 failures have only grown in the last decades. On the one hand, we have the issue of emerging technologies, the digital revolution that makes the tax elusion and evasion easier in many ways, and that's why the issue of illicit flows and all the technicalities and cybersecurities and so on is so important. But the other problem is that the budgets of tax collection agencies have been slashed in many countries, and we heard already in some sessions how important it is to really invest in the capacities of tax collection agencies, not to speak of the eliminating corruption and so on. And then tax evasion has been portrayed successfully as a clever strategy rather than a moral failure, and that is also crucial. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we at ECLAC, CEPAL, we have estimated that evasion of income tax and value-added tax costs 433 billion in 2023. This is equivalent to approximately 6.7% of the region's GDP, 6.7%. So it's a huge amount. Now, in the face of this phenomena, the international and regional cooperation processes in which this high-level dialogue is focusing, and this session in particular, are extraordinary feats of international cooperation that of course, must be recognized, welcome, and continued. Now, the first point I'd like to make is that we do not yet have a balanced approach because unfair fiscal competition can be based on subsidies as well as on tax incentives and exonerations. All the work so far has been focused on taxation, or most of it, and specifically on how to tax the profits of the largest international corporations, which of course is absolutely an essential step, but whose home countries are mostly in the United States and Europe. If our efforts are successful, it is reasonable to argue that the main beneficiaries will be the treasuries of those developed countries. I like to hear what the group thinks, there are many experts here, about these statements, which I know is a bit rather provocative, but I mean, I think it's important to think, even if all these efforts are successful, what's in it, in terms of the North or developed country versus developing country? This is not a reason not to do it, but it's a reason to perhaps complement this agenda with other initiatives. Very few of the super rich individuals and largest corporations are based in developing countries. Fighting tax evasion and elusion by the regionally and nationally super rich has not been so much at the center as other efforts, and I think this is a pending assignment of the utmost priority. And so somebody, I think in the morning, were establishing some differences between the super rich in developed countries and the super rich in developing, and also that is important. So my argument is that if our work on taxation is still incomplete and needs to be improved, our work on subsidies, which is the other main tool of unfair fiscal competition, has not even begun. Subsidies are the rich countries' industrial policy tool of choice, and now more than ever, and out of reach for developing countries. In fact, as I said in the morning, we are very much at ECLAC working on what we're calling not industrial policy, but productive development policies, and saying, let's focus on the governance, on the kind of cluster initiatives and so on. Of course, these initiatives need financing, but we don't put subsidies up front. This would be something that in any way, apart from whether it's desirable or is the most efficient to do economically, the fact is there's no fiscal space in Latin America to do industrial policy based on subsidies. You have to, of course, engage the development banks and so on, but basically to finance the productive development agenda sector by sectors, where it is renewables, where it is circular economy, where it is whatever it is, and then, finance those pipelines of projects. My second point is that recent events may lead some of us to the conclusion that our efforts have been in vain, with the United States out of the tax framework, the two-pillar solution, with the provisions of trade agreements these days apparently reduced to dead letter. One could ask the question, perhaps a little bit academically, does it make sense to continue our work? I think we all agree that, on the contrary, this is precisely the time to dig in, not at all the time to bail out, and that there are two reasons for this, fundamental. There are more. There's 135 signatories of the Inclusive Framework two-pillar solution that remain very committed to it, and there is a lot that can be accomplished by cooperation among those signatories, which, as Professor Stiglitz told us in the morning, are 80% of the world's GDP. And of course, the geographical balance, which has just been said, of international efforts can be improved with the efforts under the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. And the second reason is perhaps more powerful, used to be repeated a lot a few years ago. Now we don't hear so much about it, but dialogue, cooperation, and rules-based world order are the only option for a multipolar, geopolitically conflicted world to be peaceful, prosperous, and inclusive. There is simply no alternative. We must believe, and above all, we must strive to make sure that the current breakdown of these mechanisms is temporary, and that reason ultimately prevails. The enormous costs and even larger perils of abandoning these tools should become evident presently, and we are actually seeing it, unfortunately. National self-interest and enlightened international cooperation are not opposites, but on the contrary, the former can only be successfully pursued through the latter. My third point is that we must pay special attention to the regional and national agendas. I think it has also just been said. We see them as complements to our global agenda. That's the way it should be seen. Tax collections go down when tax collection agencies are starved of resources, when the public sector does not invest in advanced human capabilities and technologies, and when the culture of greed is fostered and the ideas of shared interest and common good are painted as naive and foolish. It was not too long ago that many, if not most corporations, understood that their responsibilities went beyond their quarterly results and value maximization for shareholders. They understood they had responsibilities towards their workers, their communities, and their countries. And let us not forget that increasingly consumers favor companies with these values. So there's a lot of strength in that. So, as I said in the morning, I think a major challenge in the face of emerging new ideologies about the role of government is to stress the importance of the role of government in development and of investing in the capabilities of fiscal institutions, what we at ECLAC are calling the TOP, with double P capabilities, technical, operational, political, and prospective capabilities of thinking the future. The idea that we can and we must rebuild our tax administrations, strengthen our fiscal cooperation, and rebuild our civic culture is being questioned in the new international environment, and this is an idea that we need to combat and address. And this brings me to my fourth and final comment on the role of the Latin American and Caribbean region that can play in this process. I would like to inform you, I think already Jose Antonio just talked about it, that in 2023, we at ECLAC contributed to the creation of the regional platform for tax cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean, known as the PTLAC. This was a joint effort of Colombia, Brazil, and Chile, and in fact, and this is why Colombia first, in fact, Jose Antonio Campo, then Minister of Finance of Colombia, played a leading role. And I would like to recognize and thank Jose Antonio very much for that, because the platform would not exist without his leadership. And so we very much work to support him. And now there are 16 countries that are members of the platform. We at ECLAC are functioning as technical secretariat. Colombia had the first pro tempore presidency. followed by Chile during the current period, and Brazil is going to be the next one. The objectives are three, basically, to provide countries with a space to have technical exchanges on common tax challenges, and also to coordinate and increase their negotiating impact in international discussions. Civil society and private sector actors also participate in the working groups, which is very good, because the idea here is, of course, to expand the movement and the support from different sectors for it. There are three working groups so far that have been operating. One is on progressive taxation, one is on tax expenditures, and the third one is on environmental taxation. And the platform is also working on issues of tax evasion and doing peer reviews and so on. So thanks to the work of this PTLAC, some improvements have been introduced in terms of exchange of tax information. The members have also explored the potential of wealth taxes, that's very much in the conversation, which are very low in the region, as you know, and also the needed investments in tax administrations. So for Latin American and Caribbean countries, pushing for international tax cooperation is very important. And we at ECLAC are certainly supporting the efforts to develop a common position as much as possible, but I underline as much as possible, because as you know, the political environment in Latin America is polarized, and there are governments with different inclinations. But we're there, we're working hand in hand with governments, and of course, all the support that we can receive from you and ICRIT will be excellent. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jose Manuel. Let me, of course, underscore that last point on the regional cooperation issues, because in this area, it has to be, and many others, for example, the monetary system. I think the system of multilateral development banks is a good structure, in which we have the World Bank Group, but then we have regional development banks in the whole world, and some inter-regional banks, and some that are regional, let's say, of our own, like the CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America, which is totally owned by Latin American countries. So it's, that model should be replicated in all the areas of international cooperation. That's a point, and this is, and actually for the issue of strengthening, tax institutions, that's a good framework for South-South cooperation. Which is important. Now, just an anecdote about your issue of subsidies in industrial policy. First of all, to underscore the fact that in the agenda of the WTO last year, there was not even, that issue was not even in the agenda, given the importance that it has. So I hope it is in this year's agenda. But just as a personal anecdote, let me say that I was Minister of Agriculture of my country during the WTO negotiations. So we tried to limit the amount of subsidies in agriculture by the developed countries because we cannot compete with that in the developing world. Anyway, so that was one of the objectives that we had, let me say, promoted by the so-called Cairns Group. But we were totally defeated. We were totally defeated. I remember the last meeting in Geneva just before when the last negotiations took place, and we were defeated. By the way, one good thing afterwards is that the export subsidies were prohibited finally. But for many, many years, even the developed countries could subsidize exports, notably Europe, I must say in that regard. But so it's a really a very difficult issue, and of course, developing countries cannot compete with the subsidies of developed countries. I mean, there is no way we can compete anyway. Now, I give the floor now to Pascal Tridico, which is a member of the European Parliament and chair of the subcommittee on tax matters.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And first of all, let me say that I'm honored to be here. Thank you to all the speakers, the distinguished speaker of today, and thank you in particular to the Pope Francis for his leadership. Thank you very much, Sister Helen, for all that. So I think that thanks to his progressive leadership in the last years, advancement in that field has been done as well, in particular because of him and because of his vision. So Now, I had prepared yesterday my speech. It was more like a speech with figures number, which I completely deleted because this is not the venue where, and in particular, it's not my role. I realized that I was the only one elected, meaning the only one in the parliament. So probably you don't want to listen a professor, another professor, but probably you want to listen some politician here. And probably I am the only one who is currently a politician. So I have to say something more on political ground. And, but let me start from that concerning global taxation. National state, countries in the world are very jealous about tax policy. They consider that a sovereign issue. But multinational are not national. They completely miss the point when they consider tax issue today a sovereign issue in front of national, or in front of a multinational company. Actually, this issue is not only valid, the fact that national policy are considered very jealously by member states is not only European, but it's a cross-border around the world. And multinational enjoy that because actually they apply the simple and old principle, and we are here in one of the oldest institutions, which was applied by Romans, divide et impera. So they prefer to speak with nation at national level. They bargain on tax policy. They actually decide what to pay and what not to pay. And when they decide not to pay, they know where to go not to pay. So it is a very egoistic and detrimental policy, the fact that national member states within Europe, but as well outside of Europe, consider tax policy a national issue. Within my committee, well, I work exactly in that direction, the direction to consider, at least in Europe, a tax policy, a European tax policy, and not a member state one, because otherwise, actually, we don't face correctly and adequately multinational. Now, we know that the world in the last 30 years has been so much polarized, and and thanks to the work of many scholars who are here today with us speaking, we know how divided in income terms and in wealth terms the world is. In particular, in the last 30 years, which inequality has been increasing. And you know all the work which has been leading by Joseph, but by many others. Zuckman has been a great job here, Piketty. And thanks to data, actually, we know that, how divided, how polarized the world is. And I don't give numbers, but allow me just to give 2 numbers. 12 against 3.5. 12 people owns the wealth owned by 3.5 billion people in the world. This is unbelievable. This is unsustainable, even from a simple economic theory point of view. When we speak, or we consider global demand as a crucial factor to support growth. 12 people in the world, they have limited capacity even to eat. Okay, they can be fat, they can be even fatter, but how much? They can explode. So we need to consider this as not only a moral issue, which is very important, but as well as a purely economic issue, which is detrimental for the development of the world. And conservatives, politicians, but as well scholars, usually argue that wealth and income need to be produced before redistribution, before being taxed. But actually, they miss a very important point, which has been occurring in the last decades in particular. Wealth has been hugely accumulated already. When are we going to tax it? So, and you know, sometimes they even confront me saying, you know, income has to be produced, wealth has to be co-produced, then tax it. But income is already produced. Wealth is already huge in the end of you. So distribution is the issue, actually. even with low growth that we face. And by the way, during this period that we call it financial capitalism, in fact, which inequality increased so much, because actually we implemented not only taxation, but as well several policy and institutions like labor market, flexibility, reduction of retrenchment of welfare states. So many policy in order to get, we deliberately know that grow, well, we deliberately know how to foster policy in order to get growth, and actually we sacrifice inequality. This was at least the consensus that we built. Now we know that we could get some growth at the cost of inequality. At the end, actually, we did not get any growth, and inequality increased in most of the countries, apart from few countries where actually those policies were not implemented, typically China, and not only. So China got growth. So this consensus, this financial capitalism, actually, today even shaked the theoretical consensus that we had in mind, where you have income produced by labor, and then taxation for labor, and capital income, and then corporate tax. Today there is, it is not only a matter of complementarity, Professor Ocampo, it is a matter of missing completely huge part of wealth, which is not attached or produced or belonging to what we consider labor, it's not attached or produced or belonging to what we consider capital. Actually, today, there is huge wealth which tax offices don't even know how to classify, whether to classify labor or capital. That's why it's needed a wealth taxes, Gabriel. And it's not only a matter of complementarity. It's a matter of a new factor of production. Let's call it like that. A new factor of production, which comes from what we can call globotization. Globotization. It's not my word. It's a word by a famous economist, actually, which probably you know, Baldwin. Globotization, meaning that you, with globalization and with the robotization, you produce something somewhere else. You get this from services, from workers that you don't even know. And today in the service sector in particular, in the tech sector in particular, in the financial sector in particular, this is done. And you get huge amount of flow, of income, which is not taxed. Not in the country where it is consumed, not in the country where it is produced. So that's why at least we need a wealth tax to fill the gap that we created within financial capitalism, with globalization, let's say. And another issue here immediately is the digital tax, the so-called Pillar 1 in the OECD discussion, which today is very much shaken by the libertarian regime in the United States, Trump. Because you have there most of the tech industry, when they know about digital tax, of course, they were supporting Trump campaign, so they cannot pay now for that, of course. So one of the first executive order was exactly to withdraw from these agreements, well, from the Pillar 2, and of course never implementing Pillar 1. But Europe here has a responsibility, I have a responsibility as well, meaning that we need to keep with our agenda. We need to face, we need to use our leverage, our single market, which is the biggest in Europe, the biggest in the world, sorry, in terms of consumer, in terms of production, absolute terms, to leverage to face basically the aggressive policy that is coming from the other side of the ocean. Sticking on Pillar 1, sticking on Pillar 2, and requiring a digital taxation. On this point, you know, when you speak with small and medium enterprise, and as a politician, I often speak with small and medium enterprise, I know and I realize that actually, in particular in Central Europe, in South of Europe, in Italy, in Germany, in France, in many other countries, they bear important costs, important labor costs. Yeah? Average wage of 30,000 euros in Europe, are taxed with income taxes, and then you get contribution taxes, social taxes. In the end, out of 30,000 euros, wages end to be 15,000 euros. And they are poor wage in Europe. And most of the work, most of this is intensive labor market. This is outcome produced with intensive labor. And the small and medium enterprise, they are less mobile. They are stuck in one country. They cannot enjoy the benefit of tax having, of moving capital from one side to another, and they bear most of the costs. They need to realize, so the conservative, they need to realize that if we want to free some of the tax burden on them, actually we know where to get some other resources, as far as we want to keep our welfare state in Europe. And we want to keep our welfare state. So then the issue is to implement the digital taxation, to capture and figure out the new source of income, and to implement the wealth taxation. Concerning the welfare state that I mentioned before, well, in Europe, of course, as it was already said, we have a generous welfare state which allow to reduce inequality. But actually, this is a cost. It's a cost we pay the general public. So we build institution, we build subsidy in order to mitigate market inequality which is created. Yeah? So we allow inequality to increase in the market, and then at the cost of paying taxes and improving our welfare state, we basically, on the general public, burden the cost of reducing inequality through the welfare state. We, of course, created some good result. Market inequality in Scandinavian countries is very high, much higher than market inequality in Italy. Post-market inequality in Scandinavian is lower because the effort and the efficiency is better. But again, in today's economy, the so-called, let's say in this way, the decommodification of the sector of economy has been increasing very much, and the welfare states is compressed, is limiting its role. What I want to say is that we build our services, we build our welfare state, but it was actually built when most of the market was not so much liberalized, and the welfare states were able to mitigate inequality, to reduce poverty. In an economy where you have monetization, you have marketization, you have basically decommodification of many goods, of what you are used to be public goods, welfare states can be less effective. That's why, and this is a question which I pose to all of you, I have my own opinion here, that's why we need to make a step forward in the direction of introducing what has been called overall the world by some part of the literature as something like basic income. We need a sort of basic income, a minimum income, a universal basic income for all people. And this would help at least to reduce poverty for most of the people. Of course, this has to be along with the welfare state and not substituting the welfare state. But the basic income is what I would say, the modern tool within the structure of the economy, the modern tool which would allow for reducing poverty. Because actually, during globalization, poverty in rich countries increased very much, as well in poor, apart some exceptions we said before. Last but not least, I will close. We are very much worried about tax haven. It was here, you are all experts about tax haven, how the loss that actually caused it, yeah? Figured by estimates, by tax observatory, by many other organizations, say that we lost about 1 trillion every year of profit shifting to tax haven in the world. And this is a huge loss in terms of what you can do with $1 trillion shifted to tax haven. But not tax haven, as it was said before, many cases are dependent by some rich country somewhere. So some Caribbean islands is dependent very much from some other rich country around the world. And tax haven are not only in the Caribbean. I work in the European Parliament, and we know that actually we cannot say that some European countries are tax haven, but some they are. And we cannot do much on that. And thanks God, here we are in a God institution, so it is not, thanks God, we do have some institutions like Court of Justice, which a few weeks ago, in September, a few months ago, last September, made a ruling tax against a big institution, against Apple, to let them pay taxes, but not on the basis of a tax justice issue, on the basis of competition rule, which is strange enough, but anyway, they pushed Apple to pay to Ireland 30 billion euros of taxes which were not paid in the last years. So we need to look as well in Europe, within Europe, to our, let's say, jurisdiction, which is not far, very often, to some other Caribbean islands which we consider tax haven. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Pascal, for, I mean, of course, the European Parliament will be critical going forward as the European Union itself will be in these negotiations. And thanks for the additional defense of wealth taxation, which I find an interesting issue. Now, give me the floor to Gerald Isaacs, the Executive Director of the Institute for Economic Justice of South Africa.
Colleagues, and thank you once again. I echo others' appreciation for this space. I'm conscious of coming after a long line of excellent inputs. I've been asked to reflect on South Africa's upcoming chair and presidency of the G20 and what that means as an opportunity and an opening to move forward some of these conversations. I think I've been done so in the context of the enormous success which was achieved last year by many here and by colleagues in the Brazilian government. The institute which I work for is a resource partner to the South African Sherpa and the Secretariat for this year's presidency, but I'm limiting all of my inputs here to a publicly accessible information for anyone that's been involved in these forums. And I'm sharing personal observations and of course not speaking on anyone's behalf. And I think that the sort of context going into this is relatively high hopes. I think that the South African presidency will offer an opportunity to further the agenda of 2024 of increased taxation on the super rich. I think both the South African political economy as well as the international political economy is relevant to analyzing this opportunity. Let me start then with South Africa. So the South African government released its concept note and has spoken on various platforms about its priority. There are three task forces on employment and inclusive growth, on food security, on AI. There's a commission on the cost of capital, which more so broadly is on debt issues. And the president himself has articulated 4 other focus areas on disaster response, debt, climate finance, and critical minerals. The South African government concept note and public pronouncements has not centered tax issues and the moving forward of the conversations which occurred last year in anything more than a rhetorical manner. It is not substantively present there. There was a dedicated issue note prepared for the first deputy finance minister's meeting, which sets out on international taxation, which sets out a series of focus areas around taking stock of the progress made, supporting domestic resource mobilization, addressing inequality, and improving tax certainty. The difficulty is not so much in the concepts, which are all valuable and important, but in the envisaged deliverables themselves, which contain mainly reports from the OECD and UN process into the G20, as well as 3 proposed steps forward. And those would be a tax symposium in February, the OECD producing a scoping report on tax and inequality, and a blueprint on beneficial ownership register. However, the symposium, to the best of my knowledge, and the available calendar, which is available publicly, is not in the calendar. There are no scheduled meetings of an international taxation working group in the finance track at all, and to my knowledge, no clarity on the other 2 proposed outputs. This represents, I think, a difficulty of the National Treasury in South Africa, like most national treasuries globally. The finance ministers on my panel, notwithstanding, or withstanding probably I should say, historically occupying a relatively conservative position towards both taxation domestically and internationally. South Africa currently undertaxes wealth. There's historic opposition to a wealth tax. There's been a recent cut in corporate income tax, a relatively conservative position on international issues with despite the criticisms we've heard earlier today of the OECD framework, embracing of that framework by the South African financial authorities, a relatively ambivalent role that has been played in the Africa group in the UN initiative. And so what we have, despite the Department of Foreign Affairs and the President's commitment to progressive and ambitious policy outcomes, what we have is in the G20 finance track a relatively low level of ambition on anything to do with international taxation, including moving forward on last year's commitments. This is compounded, of course, by the sort of the orange context, or the international backdrop. The troika, is not going to be a very hospitable place. I fear for my colleagues who find themselves in that situation. It's going to be incredibly fraught. This is likely not to increase the level of ambition. And I think a lot of the other international political economy context has been covered by other speakers, including, the unsatisfactory progress in the OECD, but more fruitful progress on the UN level. The silver lining that I think the Trump presidency might bring is kind of the, emperor has no clothes on type of phenomenon, where all is revealed for what it actually is, and may allow European countries to more robustly side with the majority world in pushing forward meaningful interventions. So the last part of the input then is to reflect on what this means for those here as advocates of a global tax reform, and particularly in the G20 space, and particularly this year. And I see really three sort of possible sort of pathways. The first path is that we put high levels of expectation and hope in the South Africa's presidency with regards to this issue in particular. I obviously have high levels of expectation and hope on a range of other very important global issues, but I don't see the finance track having stepped forward and committed itself in a manner in which placing that high level of expectation and hope is, in my view, warranted. On the other extreme, we could turn around and say, well, we succeeded, or not, I mean, there was a successful intervention in Brazil. The conversation was legitimized there. Let's sort of give up on the G20 as a forum of intervention and move forward on other areas. To me, this would also be an unfortunate and unwarranted outcome. And so the middle path, which I think is worth considering, is how, in the absence of ambition in the finance track, do collectives such as this keep these issues alive and on the agenda. And I would say there are opportunities for sort of shadow G20 activities in South Africa this year, where collectives such as this can ensure that these issues remain alive and engaged with in that forum. But my overall sort of input would be that I think it is going to require international experts, international civil society, international groups like this to connect with some of the excellent leadership South Africa has, to connect with members of the AU, to find other allies in the G20, and that an active effort is required if we would like to see the South African G20 presidency be a forum for forward movement. Thanks very much.
Well, we all hope that the G20 in South Africa meets your high levels of expectation, which are our high levels of expectations. And I hope the South Africans present here, including President Mbeki, can push in that direction and try to transform the let's say the financial area to also be supportive both of the G20 agreements, which should build upon the G20 of Brazil, but also the support, of course, to the UN Convention and the financing for development process. I mean, which are quite important. Anyway, so now we have about 20 minutes for discussion, and I see Yayati, Abigash, and yeah, Professor Guzman. Okay. Oh my God. Let's finish this side and move into the other side.
So much for really a fascinating and excellent discussion. I want to pick up on Irene and Eva and how they started, and in a sense, the question that Gilad left us with. And it's a discussion that Gabrielle and I were having at lunch along with Aminata and others, that how, I mean, the momentum I think that I hope is being created by today is not something that we should be just then going back and saying, okay, well, there are these processes and let's hope we can intervene in them. But think of ways in which we can actually build on that momentum right now. And so, you talked about these, and President Mbeki has also talked about these coalitions of the willing. How about a platform for progressive taxation? Well, let's say Brazil champions it, specifically oriented in the beginning to wealth taxation of the super rich in the countries, defined in every country according to the super rich. And so then it's not necessarily regional, but every country that thinks that this is an important issue joins this. And then you begin to talk about how to implement this. And you exchange information, not just the actual information, but the mechanisms for doing this, the kinds of definitions you need. Then you actually do make it important to have a wealth register, because there's something that will come out of it. And I believe, we heard the president of Spain this morning, that there could be also appetite for this in Europe. So in a sense, a platform for those with higher levels of ambition that could actually then shape the multilateral discussions as well. Because if there's a group of countries doing this, it becomes harder for other countries and other governments to say, we can't do it, or it's impossible, and so on. So I'm just wondering whether, since we have, the presence of so many people with both political and moral authority here, whether we can try and push for a platform for progressive taxation, beginning specifically with wealth taxation.
Sorry. Within the context of a wealth tax, it's actually unconstitutional in the United States. It's right there in the Constitution. And the provision was added there by slave owners who didn't want human beings to be counted as fully human, so they became 3/5 human, because that gave them enough of a population count that they could rely on federal money, but not so many people that they would get voted out of office. So the 3/5 provision is one of the most morally reprehensible aspects of the Constitution, especially given the way the Founding Fathers were talking up their liberty and everything else. And it was an issue that was not lost on people, especially enslaved people. But there was another aspect to that, which was that the slave owners the slaves were their wealth. They were afraid that the North would try to tax them out of business as a way of getting rid of slavery. They saw that coming before anybody suggested it. That's why it's unconstitutional to have a wealth tax in the United States. And I think that given that that's the origin, then there's a real basis for wanting to address it. And there is a not majority, but sizable coalition of support in the United States around really addressing in a big way those pieces of white supremacy that are woven into the fabric of who we are. There is enough of a constituency to be awakened to the idea, or dare I call it woke to the idea, that they didn't know that was there, and like that is why we have it, and it's an unaddressed offense. So I just want to offer that because the South African Constitution obviously came after ours. That may have something to do with the anti-wealth tax stance in South Africa. I'm not sure, but certainly the white supremacy basis for it in the United States gives us something to work with from a moral perspective.
He has a small comment.
Very, very quick response, Abigail. I completely take your point. But the proposal is not necessarily to tax the wealth, but to tax incomes equivalent to 2% of the wealth. So you could use dividend tax, you could use some other mechanism. So you're not actually taxing the wealth, but you're using that wealth and saying 2% of that is going to be taxed from you. Yeah.
And in the United States, the wealth is so outrageous and so far past anything that if all we do is tax income, there will never be a dent in the inequality, never. You can't possibly address it with a person like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos if you don't go after wealth.
Okay. There's also the issue of the capital gains in the U.S., which is horrible, let's say. But Winnie?
You had me thinking about how did we get here? Who sets the norms? Who decides what is right, what is wrong, what's acceptable, and what's not? And I started to think of leaders who really shaped the norms. People like Margaret Thatcher, the leader of a small island, but who drove hard the idea that greed was right and was good to pursue. And here we are. So I think that we can be more daring. We want to tax wealth, but we can also, why can't we also say, let's ban billionaires? Let's say it is. I was moved by the speech by Sister Helen, because she was giving us how the church, or the Pope, is constructing some of these really, really rigged in rules in the global economy as sin. So that's a setting of norms. Why can't we also say we will ban billionaires because billionaires are bad for the world? The wealth they have isn't for going to fancy restaurants and wearing nice clothes. It's for buying laws, it's for buying judges, it's for buying the media, it's for capturing democracy. Why not say that they're dangerous for society and for the world and make it a norm? Because we seem to be seeing it as wrong, we in this room, but the rest of the world doesn't. It has become accepted that you can be greedy and maximize and crush people and set the rules, and oligarchy is right, has replaced democracy. So for me, I'm thinking that as a campaigner, as somebody who's an activist, that we need to be more aggressive, more political, be more like Margaret Thatcher, but fighting for what's right, for social justice.
Okay, Martin.
Thank you, Jose Antonio. Thank you for the excellent discussions. I just want to share one comment on the issue of negotiations for international taxation. Also based on experience, because in 2021, when the steering committee negotiations occurred, I was the finance minister of Argentina. And what I noticed is that one of the reasons, among the multiple reasons why these negotiations are so asymmetric, is the lack of knowledge and involvement of developing countries in these negotiations. So first, the proposals are cooked elsewhere, and they arrive to the developing nations when the proposal has already been done. And the finance minister receives this only with a few days in advance of a vote. And in some countries, there are no human resources within the bureaucracy to understand what's going on. And in some other countries, it's even worse. The human resources have been indoctrinated by the OECD teams, which is much worse. And so that's a big problem. Then basically we react to correct, but from behind. And I mean, I don't have the solution for that, but education ex ante, before the problem occurs, is key. And also something simple, maybe, I don't know, it's having the ICRIC website or even in Gabriel's website, I'm sure many people enter, that warns policymakers of what type of response they will, what objections they should raise and what type of response they will get to the objections that they raise and how they should respond to those objections. I think that will help a lot.
Point, yes.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentations. I would like to say that something that has only been mentioned a couple of times, and it's actually human rights. Not only because human rights needs tax justice, but tax justice could really do with human rights. We feel that human rights are an underutilized tool in the promotion of tax justice. As Joe Stiglitz hinted at, it is time to rethink the role of the economy. And at CSR, we argue that the primary purpose of our rights-based economy is to guarantee the material, social, and environmental conditions necessary for all people to live with dignity on a flourishing planet. And the measure of its success is whether all people can enjoy their full rights, economic and social, civil, political, cultural, and environmental, without discrimination and without reducing the ability of future generations to do so. It is not only a question of morality. The standards and principles of human rights law give force, flesh, and specificity to fundamental values such as dignity, equity, fairness, inclusion, solidarity, cooperation, accountability, and justice, which resonate and strengthen the tax and debt justice proposals from the UN Tax Convention to the FFD, climate negotiations, and the G20. They are a powerful tool to oppose the current attacks on democracy, on multiculturalism, on public goods, solidarity, and sustainability. So more than ever before, we need to join forces to politicize inequality and call to tax the power. Thank you.
Thank you, Myron. Yes.
I think as we look at a very moral-based, a spiritual-based perspective on a global agenda for tax reform, I don't think we should underestimate the ruthless opposition that is outside these halls. They have succeeded in railroading the BEPS process. They have succeeded in making Pillar 1 and 2 almost unrealizable for most developing countries. They are already attacking the UN framework that we have started. And I spent 30 years with an accounting firm, a Big Four firm, 20 years as partner. I know how much capture, corporate capture there is of the politicians and of the accounting firms. One of the reasons I joined the tax justice movement is I was surprised and ashamed that even my firm was presenting to our clients that tax is a profit center. Let's look at tax as a way to increase your bottom line. And once the clients were persuaded that tax is a profit center, then they used the accounting firms and law firms in a race to the bottom to get the most aggressive ideas to make it even more effective a profit center. So what I'm trying to say is that while we come from a very moral-based approach, which I fully support, let us not underestimate the opposition that is very, very ruthless. And the way we address them is twofold, if I can have one more minute of your time. One is that we take a very proactive role in helping developing countries come up with ideas that will protect their tax revenues, whether it is the digital services tax, whether it is withholding tax on offshore income, whether it is insisting on country-by-country reporting so that there's transparency on all multinational activities that take place, and examples like that that enable them to catch more revenue. And the second thing we consider doing is that whenever there is an exposure of big MNC that has to pay big taxes, we give it much wider exposure of what the company did and what the accounting firms or law firms did to make it happen. As an example, at Davos, President Trump talked about how unfair it was that Apple had to pay so much in taxes. Immediately, we should have come out with a major response and said, wait a minute, this was absolutely right. What they paid was very little, 1% of their total revenue, and these were the firms that were involved. So unless we name and shame these power centers that are making tax injustice happen, we cannot overcome the ruthlessness that they bring to the equation. So that's something I would suggest for you to consider. Thank you.
Let me give the floor to three that have asked for the floor. Starting. Okay, four. That's it. Go ahead.
Gillette, from what I'm hearing, you see a difference of sort of support if you compare it to what happened under the other presidency. Am I right? Because that's what you kind of hinted at. I mean, you were very diplomatic, and that's good to be that way. And maybe let us do the raw job. I don't know if the participation of, the leadership of South Africa is to be cosmetic, then we forget it. And I think we should not be afraid to speak up and clearly show to the world that it's not going to be business as usual for the coming years. I think this is a political stand because Mr. Trump is kind of sort of letting us know very clearly how does he negotiate. So we should not accept to be bullied. I think that's the first thing. We should put our foot down and say it very clearly. And we have a ground to do that. Actually, Africa is the youngest continent. We are going to be a huge space where people would like to come and do business, including Americans. So I think we're sort of a giant that doesn't know himself. So it's a good timing for the continent through South Africa to state clearly all these things. I think we should not be apologetic. We should not be sort of looking at, oh, please. I think that's our time. So if we have to go with a very disruptive attitude, let's do it, and then set up a new stage for us. That's how I look at things, and that's my advice to the Bureau. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a very brief comment to the intervention of Jayati, coming from an organization that closely works with progressive parties around the world and with close ties to the global labor movement. I very much welcome this idea of a progressive platform. My only point is that I wouldn't want to limit it to progressive governments, to the few that are left, but I think it's very important to build an agenda with a common agenda of progressive parties around the world to prepare the ground when they come to government to apply it then. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Ocampo. Just two very brief proposals. The first one has to do with the pre-distribution topic. and the linkage between taxes and spending and investment. We have to save the COP process, the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement is based on the national determined contributions, NDCs. So why not think about allocate the extra money that we could get from the avoiding the tax evasion to be allocated in the regional development banks. That's a key topic because the multiplier effect of each extra allocated money on the regional development banks could be between 4 and 5 times. Nevertheless, we will get the next COP without financing because the $100 billion are still coming without any accomplishment. And the second and last proposal, we don't have to be against artificial intelligence. We would make a global call in order to get ways of getting out this mess through artificial intelligence. I am not talking about the big tech companies. I am talking about the open source developers, the startups, a huge number of influencers are tech community from the grassroots that could contribute to these goals of this very important high committee. So very specific proposal, make a global call for the artificial intelligence developers in order to get solutions on this topic. For example, IMF is working very good with Georgia in order to overcome tax avoidance.
Thank you very much. Thank you for indulging me. I'll be very brief. I think in quick response to Honorable Irene, I share your enthusiasm about what the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation is communicating about multilateralism as a whole. And I think you're starting to see the spillover effects in other economic issues as well, right? So there's a proposal right now that the Africa Group is putting forward for a UN Framework Convention on sovereign debt, right? To sort of put developing and developed countries at the same platform. Having said that, I am curious to know, and in response to some concerns, right? Although within the tax conversation, we have sort of said it's okay if the US moves out, how could we potentially fortify ourselves against a potential contagion, right? With the US having presented themselves this way and potentially other governments seeing that as a possible way to engage, right, on these issues. And I think it would be something that perhaps as this platform we could think about.
Thanks a lot. I'd like to briefly echo what Jayati said, which I think is really important. So I was very struck this morning by the messages from President Lula, President Sanchez. You know, they have such energy and commitment and willingness and leadership to advance those issues. And at the same time, we know about the obstacles that we face in the current international and multilateral institutions. And so what's needed at that stage is to create a platform for a coalition of the willing to make progress here and now. Because I very much agree with what Winnie said about, you know, we have to be ambitious. Yes, you know, there's a very strong case to abolish billionaires. Yes, extreme wealth clashes and conflicts with democracy. This is true, this is important. At the same time, we have to think big and we have to do small. The billionaires, they pay zero today. Abolishing billionaires means dramatically increasing taxes on billionaires. So how do we move from zero to something that's positive, you know, a positive tax rate? We move with a coalition of the willing, perhaps under the leadership of Brazil and Spain and many countries that have expressed support for this agenda, you know, Colombia, many countries all over the world. And I hope we can create that coalition very soon.
Well, I think there has been a very interesting discussion. I mean, also the morning sessions were great. So this is actually I must say, one of the nicest conferences I have attended recently. So it has been actually quite good. And I think, of course, this issue of the, the political balance between, say, the South, support from Europe, because everyone is clear that the U.S. will not support these processes. And of course, what happens in the G20 South Africa, aside from the two UN processes, the financing for development and the negotiations of the convention. But let me say, before I give the floor to the two co-chairs of ICRIC, let me say, as an ICRIC member, first of all, I want to thank the Secretariat of ICRIC for the support they have given to this event. And of course, and very importantly, to the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences and to Sister Helen in particular. And let me say also, give us our regards to Papa Francisco, and I will use the Spanish name, because we are also proud in Latin America that we have for the first time a Latin American Pope. Thank you very much. Yeah, and of course, all the high-level participants that we have had, both virtually and President Becky, who is with us today. Thank you very much. And then the floor to the co-chairs. I don't know what order you're going to speak.
Okay, well, it's been as Jose Antonio said, an amazing conference. I think I agree with him. It's been one of the best I've been to, and I want to thank the ICRIC Secretariat and POTS for hosting us and for the inputs that have been put in. I'm not going to summarize a thing, but I can't help but make a few comments. So the first is something we all agree that tax justice is a moral issue, it's a societal issue, it's an economic efficiency issue, and that makes it such an imperative to address it. We don't have to define precisely what tax justice is, because we're so far from it that we know that we can make improvements, and we can all agree that we've made an improvement. So that's a good thing about being in a very bad world, is that there is ample scope for improvement. I think and one of the things that came up over and over again is taxes are basically a matter of each country's jurisdiction. There are two ways in which we have to address this from a global perspective. The first is that globalization has opened up huge opportunities for tax avoidance, tax evasion, and we are so interdependent that you can't really have a tax system in one country in isolation from others. But the second is that there are global norms that are set up, and those affect how each country thinks. And this goes back to something that Abigail said, and I want to repeat. There's really been this narrative created that a world of low taxation and low regulation is a better functioning world. And after 45 years of this experiment, and that 45 years is a long time in the history of capitalism. It's not, this is not a little experiment. This is a long experiment. And I think we can say we know the answer. And the narrative has been that there are underlying forces of demand and supply, competitive markets which work, and they make everybody better off. And we can say, I think unambiguously, that's not true. And we aren't in that simple world of competitive markets, demand and supply. We're in a world of a peculiar kind of capitalism, whether you call it financial capitalism, crony capitalism. It has aspects, you know, in some places, state capitalism. But it isn't the textbook model. The textbook model has been a process of 40 years of indoctrination. It's propaganda, and it's worked remarkably well as propaganda, not as creating a society where which is socially just. And I think the remark that was made early on, that if you took the output of the world today, the food that's produced in the world today, we would be able to lift everybody out of the extreme poverty that they're in. It is always seemed to me, even as a little kid, very strange that America and to some extent Europe were paying farmers not to produce when people were dying of starvation. Something's wrong about a world that's organized in that way. So obviously we've departed from that narrative, and I think we're trying to create a new narrative. And I think the discussion here has been important of uncovering the many ways in which not only the story doesn't work, but in fact, as somebody, a number of people point out, you make more profits by exploitation, but also by avoiding taxes. That there is a big tax avoidance industry, and it's part of corporate profit making, but not one of societal well-being. Well, there are aspects of this particular moment which are both very hopeful, but also aspects which are very pessimistic. And you all know them, I'll repeat them, and then I'll try to give some of my views of what we should do and where I come out. The Jubilee obviously is a moment of reflection and bringing people together to focus on this. The most important, another very optimistic note is what has been the UN convention and the process going on at the UN. In 2008-9, I headed a UN commission, and we talked about how we need to restructure, what we need to do in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis. And one of the things that Jose Antonio kept emphasizing was the G20 was not the appropriate place to discuss these things. OECD is not. All these global architecture issues are global issues, and we have a global institution, the UN, that is the appropriate place to discuss it. And it's taken a very long time, and there are many other issues that are not yet in the UN. But finally, we have a UN discussion of taxes. So that was two of the optimistic things. The dark force, we all know, and it's not only what has actually happened in the United States, but the kinds of right-wing forces in many of our other countries that are trying to say, move towards more inequality and lower taxes. There's one particular aspect of the current conjuncture which leaves me a little bit on the optimistic side, and that is that we are in a new geopolitics where for 30 years after the collapse of the Iron Curtain, there was a G1. We used to talk about, United States was alone as a single power. We live now in a multipolar world where there is competition, and it's a fragmented world, and that's a problem. But the positive side is that the United States doesn't have the power that it did during that interim period where it was the G1. And there is a kind of Cold War. There's a lot of discussion about the difference between this Cold War and the previous one. But there is competition for the hearts and minds of those around the world. And, I regret to say that the United States isn't doing very well in that particular, some of us are doing everything we can to help the United States do better in this particular area. But that is an opportunity, and it means that the rest of the world has de facto more power. And it will have more power if it works together. That's just ordinary game theory. You don't even need formal mathematics to think about that if the world works together. So this really is a call for a coalition of the willing, of the largest possible coalition of the willing. The point that was made before that the United States will try to strip away other countries to join it with another coalition, you might say the axis of evil. And it will occur. And so it's going to have to be, it may have to entail strong action. We know of things like access to Africa's resources or trade. It's not the kind of global world we'd like to live in, but it may be the only way to move towards the kind of world that we hope we will live in. So there's one more thing that I think is on our side, besides the fact that we are morally right, and that is there's always been the soft power of ideas, and ideas of how the economy actually operates, evidence, analysis, and I think that's on our side. And it's quite clearly, deep analysis is not Trump's strength. So it really is, in that sense, on our side. And so I think we need to engage in dialogue, which is another part of our strength. And you might say inclusiveness. Not the kind of inclusiveness that was in the negotiations of the OECD tax framework, where, as somebody pointed out, you go to you get a 1,000-page document, and you're giving two days to analyze it. A strategy for making countries less power, to taking away their participation, their effective participation. So, meaningful dialogue, meaningful inclusiveness seems to me something on our side. So, in conclusion, I do think that we are moving into a very new world, and that gives us really an opportunity to try to shape that new world. And I hope that one way that we will shape that new world will be in the context of the Jubilee, one where we have tax justice and debt justice, and more broadly, a real concern for all the people in the world. You might say, making sure that the economy serves society, the global society, everywhere. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You know, Joe always says everything so profoundly and so beautifully that it leaves me nothing to say. But I'm going to say a little bit of something anyway. I mean, I don't know about all of you, but I am really feeling energized. This has been an incredible conference. And Tommaso Faccio, who's our boss, I don't see him right now. He's our boss at ICRIT. But he was saying, yeah. Yeah. But he was saying at lunchtime that maybe this is the first time in history that we have had the representatives of the Vatican, global leaders from all over the world, and so many major important people talking about wealth taxation, talking about just taxation of international corporations. It possibly is the first, I don't know, but maybe that's one of the reasons for a feeling of energy at a time when, you know, really, I think all of us have been facing, Tommaso, you missed, your ears must have been burning. You were named in vain. But I do believe that, you know, at a period when, let's face it, many of us have been very depressed for obvious reasons, that there is potential. And the fact that there is this, in this room, I feel so many ideas, so much energy, and so much willingness to actually go forward gives me a lot of hope, and I think we can actually do that. So first of all, I mean, I know that Jose Antonio has already thanked everybody, but I'm going to do it again. I'm so sorry, forgive me. But, you know, it's been absolutely incredible to have this here in the Vatican. I do not know how to thank you enough, Sister Helen, Cardinal Turkson, Cardinal Passalini. I think His Holiness the Pope has really been an extraordinary inspiration to all of us. I think the kind of strong courage and morality he has brought to global issues really is absolutely incredible, and particularly on issues of economic justice. I find it very hard to think of any global leader today who has been as consistently talking about economic justice. To have him at our backs is really wonderful. So I really do want to, once again, thank you so much for this opportunity and this privilege. Yeah. We've also been remarkably fortunate to have the presence, the actual physical presence of President Mbeki, of Honorable Aminata Toure, of His Excellency Lee Junhua, of so many global, I mean, of your physical, you took the time to come here, and we know the kinds of things you had to leave behind and how important those are. So thank you so much for joining us. I think it really does add to our sense of power and the possibilities because of your very presence. Yeah. I also really want to thank my fellow ICRIT commissioners. I mean, you know, it's such, I cannot tell you what a joy it is to work with this amazing group. You've probably seen it already, right? They're so smart, they're so committed and courageous, and they're also fun people. So, I mean, I'm really delighted. Thank you to all of you. And to all the amazing people who have attended this, spoken, participated, given us all these ideas. Again, you know, taking time to come here and to give different aspects, dimensions. My head is actually buzzing with many of the possibilities that you have raised. And of course, the ways in which you can present this to the wider world, which some of you have already done so beautifully, so that we know that that's really how you should be talking to ordinary people. This is the thing that will actually grab them and make them listen. So thank you, really, for all of that. Specifically, I also want to thank Martin and Joe for really pushing on this, you know, to ensure that this happens. And we know what you've been doing behind the scenes, maybe. But, you know, really, thank you so much for all of that, yes. I also want to thank our steering group. Some of them are here, and you know, they're also amazing. They keep us on a tight leash, as you can see. But you know, they are amazing, they're very supportive, and they have really been yeah, very, very excellent for the. And finally, of course, I have to, again, I mean, I already mentioned Tommaso, but you know, this secretariat, I have worked for lots of different organizations, mostly voluntary, and we've all relied on secretariats. You know, nobody is anywhere in the race with these guys. They are just extraordinary. So this secretariat is really, yeah. It's really something else. And I think, you know, we've all benefited from that today, of course, but I hope we will continue to benefit from that in future. Because I think, as Joe mentioned, it's not an easy job. It is a challenging world still. We can give ourselves a lot of energy and motivation here, but it is true. It's a terrible world out there. It's going to be tough, and we have a lot of things to do still. But I think we can actually get going and start doing some of that. So thank you all so much for today. It's really meant a lot to all of us. Thank you.
Or